But you sleep in my clothes. No, it ain't right, I've been stressing at night. We're together, but I feel alone. How long do I stand here in the fire? How long do I try before I'm on my own? How long do I walk across the wire? Stay till we fall. Get chaotic and say things we wanna take back. Is there a reason that we're still together? How long do we stand here in the fire? How long do we try before we're on our own? How long do we walk across the wire? Stay till we fall.
All right, hello everybody. It is Dory here on the final stream of Affliction Esports. I said I would do this introduction, and I realized that I was horribly unprepared. So this is the pre-show. We're an hour early. As you can see, we've got the award show going on tonight to highlight some of the best players in the league, some of our favorite Blip members of the community. And joining me tonight are some mainstays of the league: our founder, Toadstep, our favorite color casters, TDS and Shellatron in the bottom. So say hello, everybody.
Hello.
What up?
Yo,
Hello. If I'm being completely honest, I'm just been working on this a lot, and I'm really hoping everybody has had as fun of a season as I have. It's been really, really interesting trying to get this all done.
Yeah, it's been pretty fun seeing how the season's gone, seeing the upsets and the not very upsets, especially heading into the final week of the league.
Yeah, that's really saying a lot, isn't it? We've got two teams that may or may not have been the first and second seed. I don't necessarily think they always played like the first and second seed throughout the entire season. They did have moments where they hiccuped, and there were moments where LeeSin To Your Heart looked like one of the best and one of the worst teams in the league, pretty much simultaneously. But honestly, it's the two of us talking. If our color casters have a much better idea to come soon of kind of where our teams stand right now.
oh yeah, look, this is going to be a really, really great matchup between two teams that like to fight early and often. And we have a player in this game who played extraordinarily well all season long. He's playing in the 80 carry spot for Rockport, but he didn't start there. He actually started off week one of this league playing the mid lane. He brought out the Cassiopeia, and at some point, Heat Viper and Table Walkies actually went ahead and swapped roles. Although Heat Viper absolutely smurfed the very first game. He was 8-1 and I think 10 on an Ash that was going crazy from not quite the beginning of the game, but from the midpoint to the end. He was getting kills left, right, and center. We have two teams that there are a lot, and I do mean a lot, of contested picks between the junglers whose champ pools are basically the same three champs that they play in all their games. It's just those three. And once you get past that, it looks like it gets a lot more volatile, to our top laners who have a much not quite wider champ pool, but much more eclectic that you may not see in a lot of your other games. Not such that are particularly common in these gold leagues. But look, this is going to be an extremely strong matchup. Like you said, the first two seeds, top one and two, they've met each other 3 times so far. Now, both those times, Rockport did win. One was a 2-0 early in the season, and one was a 3-1 earlier on in this playoff series. But I have a feeling it's going to go a lot deeper than just a quick 3-0. I have a feeling it's going to go the full 5-game series.
I
That is.
Oh, go
Uh,
ahead.
just going a little bit into that, I actually was thinking kind of the same, looking at Listen to Your Heart, how have evolved, because I think we don't give enough credit to how they played the way that they did against CO. I think they improved from how they played the second time against Rockport, and I think they can give them a better fight this time around. We need to remember that they took one game from Rockport in the winners finals, and they improved in their collectivity series. So I think they can go all the way if they play around their mid game to late game team fighting more, because I think that's one of their strongest points. And if they can clean up a little bit of their early game, which I think they were able to do as well in the collectivity series, then they can give the fight to Rockport.
That's absolutely right. And we actually will have to compare these teams more closely here in the near future. But for now, we're here to hand out some awards. We want to highlight all of you who have put in so much effort this season in Affliction Esports. And we just want to let you know exactly what it was and how fantastic you are. So we've got 3 teams lined up of our All-Stars voted on by you, the community. And the very first one we're going to show off here is the third team. First off is going to be Potato Tomato 6669. Actually, one of the teams that took a dip out of playoffs super early, but this top laner, when given resources, did manage to make TSQBB look like they belonged and could punch well above their weight class.
Yeah, this team, while it hadn't had the greatest showing, Potato Tomato is by far one of their best players that we've seen, pulling all the leads that he really could, bringing the few wins that they had, being a major player in those games. And while there are other top laners who might not have made the list who have also performed really well, I think a lot of TSQ BB's wins have been off of his back.
And that's absolutely right. And actually, we heard from T earlier when we were voting on who we thought had favorable matchups. He was hoping that Collective Odyssey was actually the team we were putting up against Rockport today, just because there were some more defining standout players, like our third team jungler, just another guy, 86.
Yeah, and for me, I think he was one of the better junglers coming into the playoffs. I think he performed above what maybe we expected because he. I think in the regular season we maybe didn't see much of him, what he could do, and in the playoffs I think he performed really really well. And I think if they got to the finals, just another guy could have been the best jungler going to that. I think he really performed well, and he for most of the games was looking really good against Listen to Your Heart's jungler Steve Tortilla. I think he was a standout player, and he needs to get the credit that he deserves.
And moving down to our mid lane third team all-star. You might recognize him tonight. He is playing in the mid lane against Heat Viper. It's Wiggy Wonka.
Yeah, this is a guy here who I love watching over and over again. He plays champs that you don't really expect to see very often, like the Malzahar. That Diana is very disruptive. He's a very very strong champ or strong player who can carry games by himself if need be. The only thing keeping Wiggy Wonka from the second team and maybe, just maybe the first team All-Stars is that there are times where even on his pocket picks, he may not have the same kind of showing he has on other champs, but there's no denying that he is one of the strongest mid laners in Affliction right now, man. He's had a great season so far. I'm glad to see him in the finals here and definitely want to see him do well here.
And we actually see a pretty interesting bot lane combination. Two teams that managed to get through the losers bracket a little bit of a ways, but they did ultimately get stopped by Collective Odyssey. Actually, both players got stopped by Collective Odyssey, technically. Never mind. Anyways, it's the ADC, Marion Cross, one of the most veteran players in the league, we'll go with. Most games played over the season.
Yeah, I believe Marion Cross has had an insane amount of games. I think they're one of two players who've played every game for their team, which is pretty rare to see in these leagues. Usually, when something comes on, instead of prioritizing playing League with your team, they choose life. And while that's definitely the correct decision, at least down here in Gold, you can see how dedicated they are and just deserving of this award. There have been a lot of different bot lanes, and bot lanes very, very much dependent on both players, and it's great to see how Marion Cross was able to prove themselves above some of the other ADCs in the lanes.
And last but not least, we have Tet. I'm not going to say Tet wanted... No. As Todd fades into oblivion again, we'll go ahead and get his camera fixed. But Tet had a fantastic season, and I really do think that he kind of flies under the radar for his team, so I'm really happy to see how many people voted Tet as an all-star, even if it is the third team. I think first, second, and third team all-stars were all incredibly close with a few exceptions, and it's actually fantastic to see this mix of players and not just the top two teams getting votes here. But yeah, that's our third team all-stars. Glad to see all of you made it, and congratulations to everybody who's played in the season so far. But here are our runner-ups coming up. Some of the best players in the league. Here is our second team all-stars.
The top lane for this is actually Northwolf. Currently, I believe, is playing for Rockport as their support, I believe.
Yep.
Yeah.
So we can see that he really proved himself playing top lane, and even though he has one of the most dominant performances top lane, I guess maybe not champ wise and how he's played, but in lane at least, but throughout the games he's been a very vital part of Rockport's success, being able to play around the map, and you could see that ability to just know when to play around the map, know where to go, as just whatever he's playing really shows why he's playing support right now. But even then, his top lane has been really good this split.
Absolutely. And moving down to jungle, somebody I'm actually surprised to not see as the first team jungler. It's Arcerio, especially after concerns about his eligibility. He managed to play his solo queue games, and he's just a fantastic team player.
Yeah, in regards to Arcerio, I think maybe he just came a little bit too short with that first team jungler. I think if he was able to go farther, then maybe we could have seen him going the first team. But overall, I think he's a really good player. I think his champion pool was mostly okay, and he played in a way that made his team maybe not look better, but that it made the team play better. So in a sense, it's not like he facilitated everyone, but I think like his team played best when he was playing well. In a sense, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes sense to me, absolutely. And on that subject, we actually have a player who's known for that consistency and actually for making it to finals. We've got the mid laner Heat Viper 2242 Shellatron playing in the finals tonight.
Oh yeah, Heat Viper 2242 is exactly what I was speaking about when I said that maybe I would think about Wiggy Wonka jumping up a spot if he was more consistent. Heat Viper is very, very consistent. He is very consistent, and he even plays some of these wonky champs like Vel'Koz mid. You don't really see that very often. He will play that Morgana, and we all know about Anivia being a very strong champion as well. But Heat Viper has been a force for Rockport, and the reason why they've only lost, I think, one series this whole split, and they've only dropped, I think, less than 3 total games this whole time too. So having that control in the mid lane, having these champs that can have priority and still have kill pressure and allow for the jungler to have good pressure, have the bot lane to go ahead and do what they're doing. Having a very strong mid laner opens you up to allow you to get more objectives. And Heat Viper has been one of the best in Affliction so far at controlling that mid lane and making sure that he can set up his team to do a lot of different things. A lot of champs that he plays have very strong setup, very strong. There's really range, and they keep enemies at bay, so you cannot get into the objectives and whatnot. So I think that Heat Viper being number 2 is well deserved, and it's mostly because of how consistent he can be on these champions in the mid lane. And consistency is exactly what you want to have a deep playoff run, and that's what's led Rockport to the finals.
That's absolutely right. And we are just going to highlight the bot lane and support here. These are some faces that some of you may recognize, or some names, I suppose, that some of you may recognize. Some of you might not. The bot laner Razorleaf actually played the first 3 series for LeeSin To Your Heart, and he kind of popped off a lot. However, as you expect, he did rank out. Boss Troll used to be the support / jungler for Rockport Esports. Shortly before playoffs, or during playoffs actually, he ended up being benched for a kind of reorganization. The team wanted to play a different way, but Boss Troll definitely did make a stamp on the league when he was playing support, and that's why we see him so high up here. And transitioning over into our first team All-Stars, the best of the best, the top 5 players that you, the Affliction fans, have voted for. Let's take a look. You've got a whole lot of things that we may or may not have expected. I think Feathers is going to be incredibly surprised. He kept telling people to stop voting for him, but you see Oasis Esports top laner Feathers and Fur getting that top lane vote.
Yeah, Oasis had a pretty good season, and you could see most of their games were very heavily reliant on how Feathers played. Feathers has a very defined play style, playing quite a limited number of champions to like his peak, but his peak is far better than almost any top laner. He knows all of his limits. He knows everything that you need to know in that lane, out of the lane, and even his play style they played around well. And Feathers is really just the standout player from Oasis. So even though Feathers doesn't think it himself, I think it's very fitting that Feathers is the first team top lane.
And we actually see another pairing from our top team here. We've got Sean Bear and Jabberwockies getting voted into first team as a duo, our jungle and bot laner.
Sean Bear can best be described as a meta-abusing jungler. Hecarim and Udyr are his two top played champions, and he played to perfection. If you when the game gives you an extremely strong, extremely oppressive champion, you use it. And what did Sean Bear do? He used it to his advantage. But that's not all he plays. He can also play that Jarvan 4. I believe he also does play some Olaf as well. But you understand, if you've ever loaded up a single game of League of Legends, whether it was blind pick, normals, ranked, clash, whatever it was, you saw Hecarim or Udyr at some point in that game, and you probably understand just how strong those champions are. And Sean Bear has been the pinnacle of jungle play in Affliction in this split, and whether or not you can call him using those strong champs, if they're available, if you leave them up for him to play, he'll play them, and he'll play them well.
That is absolutely right. And we actually have the mid laner for Collective Odyssey. I'm seeing in the chat a little bit of some LGA. I think LGA personally really belonged on this list somewhere. The players stood out insanely hard for Lit Club, but unfortunately you can only vote for 3 and the whole community has to agree on it. So that's why our first team mid laner is YOLO Swag for the win R. I do not know what the R stands for, but I know YOLO Swag is pretty much the vibe you get watching him play because he does not care what anybody does.
Yeah, and in all honesty, for me, YOLO Swag, watching him, I thought he was the MVP of the split in general. I thought he was going to win it because of how good he was against most mid laners. I really was impressed with him. He almost always had a lead. His positioning, laning wise, was really good. I don't think he ever died to most ganks that were attempted on him. He was really good about that. And in team fights, he was a lot of the damage from the team. So I think Collective Odyssey's success came by the hand of YOLO Swag, and we saw that a lot in the playoffs. And I think, for at least for me, I was going to vote for him to be the MVP.
That is absolutely right. And just because of time, there are actually a couple other awards. Oh, no, I just skipped Eggynog. Why would I do that? Eggynog, everyone's favorite new Pokemon player. Eggynog got voted in as our support, playing incredibly consistently. I think Eggynog had a lot going for them, primarily because of their ability to control objectives in the river. Being able to choose what side to be on and not make your ADC suffer for it is incredibly important. So those roaming timers I thought were just fantastic all season.
Yep, and that's a big reason why Collective made it as far as they did. Not only their mid laner and support both doing really well for their team, kind of pushing them to almost make it to finals. Unfortunately, they did not, but we'll see. If LeeSin To Your Heart definitely does deserve that first place spot, or if Rockport ends up winning it all.
That is absolutely right. Now, sorry to surprise you, Shellatron. Due to time constraints, I'm going to have you have some fun with our StatSpot awards. We wanted to highlight some players from all the various teams who made use of our StatSpot by playing above or maybe a little bit below expectations. So we're going to go ahead and go through some of those awards that we have across the league. Go ahead and start us off, man.
Say no more. So, starting off these awards, we have a very special one. The Hard Stuck Player of the Split goes to ADHD Graphics. We were told to call him ADHD all year, and it might have been kind of fitting with an 18.5 IER. That is some kind of efficiency rating or something effective rating. I won't lie to you. The math is so confusing. I could spend the next 35 minutes explaining it to you. Wouldn't do you any good. Just know that he had one of the lowest in the game, and he was from Lit Club, and congratulations to ADHD. The next we have is Smurf of the Split from Rockport Esports. Jabberwockies, it should come as no surprise to anyone. A 47.6 IER rating, and that's amazing right there. You just see how wide that gap is. Almost at 50. Do I know what the number means still? Probably not. Moving on. From Oasis from Lit Club, we do have the Midas Touch Award. for 25.7% of the gold share from his team over the season. LGA. We were talking about LGA potentially being one of the better players in the league. And if not voted by his peers as one of the better players, then most definitely voted as definitely one of the richest players in the league as far as the game goes. And our next award, Me Do Big Owl. We have from TSQ Baby Boys, Potato Tomato 6669 with 34.5% of the damage share, leading me to question if Riot's Leader Buster system is actually working the way it's intended to. More tinkering than my fantasy lineup with 13 unique players. Collective Odyssey wins this award. I mean, look, when you are allowed subs and then you allow players leave and come, and as they go, look, 13 players in a 9-week league. Sometimes you just got to find the best ones and the best fit, and Collective Odyssey had a deep run this year, and you can't say that the results didn't at least get them far, didn't get them to the finals, but 13 players, yeah, you got there's in there somewhere are a solid 5. In there somewhere is a solid 5. Maybe next split we can get to the finals with them, but we'll have to see. Our next award here is Speed Run the League from LeeSin To Your Heart, Kawhi Maya, 30.4 minutes per game. That was the quickest of all players in the league. I mean, this is just actually kind of mind-blowing. Kawhi Maya is a support player, and kind of wild that we even had the stat on the lowest time per game for a singular player, but that is still very exciting for Kawhi Maya. The Stonks Award. Everyone who bought into Collective Odyssey from week 7 to week 10, the Stonks for Collective Odyssey, as they had a meteoric rise near the back end of the season up to the playoffs. If you bought them week 7, sold week 10, you would have definitely had a huge influx of them Stonks coming in. We do have the Just Make Up Your Mind Award. Out of Hibernation, we have the Ouch Mouse. Hibernation, please get this man a role and let him stick to it. We saw the Ouch Mouse play 4 different roles throughout this split. Let the man find some comfort somewhere. But he played pretty well, and Hibernation looked impressive at times, and the Ouch Mouse had a lot on his plate, whether it was learning different roles or, the synergy and the role you have to play, not just with the lane and whatnot, but the role you play and how your team addresses the game. That can be very tough to go from one lane to the next. So I have my sympathies with the Ouch Mouse. He played very well, though. The next award we have, as we do scroll back up here, is the Yankos Award. 8 first bloods from Arcerio out of TSQ Academy. Very, very impressive. I mean, look, when you get a few first bloods, it's still good. But, I mean, what was it, an 8-9 week league? I think it was a 9-week league. Yes, there's several games in a series, but to have 8 first bloods shows that you are being not only this kill hungry, but you're being aggressive early. That's what I like to see out of your players, especially in the gold league. Let's go and get the killing going on very early and often. And Arcerio is the kind of guy who subscribes to that exact kind of mindset.
Yeah, and speaking of killing it, there are 2 awards that I want to do right before we get into MVP. Someone may have had it spoiled a little bit, and one of them definitely is not here, and I really wish he could be here. Go ahead and support our producer of the split. It is not me, but Ebrom. So Ebrom's had a fantastic season. I couldn't have asked for a better staff member to help me out this season, because I sure cannot make every single week this league. I know it's a long league, I know it's grueling, and I know all of you have put in so much effort, but Ebrom has gone above and beyond and made my job so much easier. And on top of that, I actually have a caster of the split. You want to go ahead and award this to yourself, Sheltron? You want to just gloat a little bit for a little bit there, or
Well, honestly, I don't really feel like I don't think I deserve this award at all. This award isn't for me. Caster of the split, it's hard to say that I deserve that. Caster of the world, potentially.
But in all seriousness, Sheltron, you've been fantastic. You're super consistent, and you bring the hype, and it shows in the community, because the community asked for you next season. They asked for you every week, and they made sure you showed up tonight, because you've had a fantastic season, and we're so thankful to have you here.
Thank you. Thank you.
And finally, we have some MVP voting. I know all of you voted on MVP. You want to know who won, so I'm going to go ahead and fix Shellatron's camera and then switch over to our MVP candidates for the season and let T and Shellatron take it away. We got two color casters. Neither of them know which to start. Go ahead, T. Go ahead and talk. Give your thoughts real quick about the MVP candidates.
It was looking at the MVP candidates. It's kind of hard to say because obviously going through the meaning of MVP, it's what the most valuable player for each team was, and you have to evaluate if the most valuable player is the one that takes you to the final or the one that just makes you get to a certain point. I think I said this before with the first team. My personal MVP candidate was Yellow Swag because of how good I thought he was playing around his teammates, as well as how they play around him. He was such an important factor for Collective Odyssey. And if it was for me, yeah, I would have given the MVP for him. But you could say almost the same thing for almost every of the players in this list. Feathers and Fur, we included him in the top lane as the first team top laner, and it was for a reason. He created so much impact from the top lane, and he was such an important win condition for his team that I think he cannot be overlooked. The same can be said for LGA in Lead Club. Jay Milwaukee is obviously for Rockport Esports, even though he started as a mid laner going to the AD carry. I think he was such an important factor. Even if they changed players, he was still there, and he almost always was such a huge point of impact for the team as the AD carry that you most likely never thought they were going to lose with him in the team.
I 100% agree with Northwolf. We saw him earlier. We look, Northwolf played extraordinarily well this season. I think that that he had a huge impact on his team going forward. I think that we have, as far as this list goes, as we talk about like Razor Leaf and Wiggy Wonka, I think all of these players have at least a very reasonable claim to that MVP title, right? Razor Leaf played well. Wiggy Wonka, we mentioned earlier, as a mid laner, a slight bit more consistency, and he could have easily been my pick for MVP. I think that he was amazing this season. But when it comes down to MVPs, you look in a gold league, we don't look for setup. We don't look for who enabled who. We don't look for who controlled the objectives. There's one stat and one stat only we look at for MVPs, and for me, it's kills. And there was one player who shone above all the rest when it came to kills.
Oh, you don't say. Well, that being said, if any of you were sweating with anticipation, we're going to go over to Toadstep to introduce our MVP and our MVP runner-up of the season.
Yeah, so there was a lot of close competition for MVPs, as you can see with us having 7 candidates, a lot of them being really highly voted on by the community. Everyone kind of couldn't pick who their MVP was. Some of them made it on this list because they did the most for their team. Some of them just overperformed everyone else in the game. And I'd like to first announce the runner-up, which is Yellow Swag FTWR, the mid lane for Collective Odyssey. As we said earlier, through the pro team voting, he's done a lot for his team, being one of the central figures of Collective Odyssey, being a mid lane. It's pretty easy to be the central figure. You have all the map revolving around you, and you could see that they did as much as they could to just make the game play the game their way. And so they were a huge reason why Collective Odyssey made it to that third round, to the third place, and winning MVP, winning first team for mid, really shows that mid lane is really impactful on the game, and it's very deserving that he got second place. And for the MVP of the split, to probably nobody's surprise, is Jimwalkies from Rockport. We already knew that Rockport was going to be a strong team going into finals, going into the playoffs, and boy, did they revolve around Jabberwockies. He might not have been the flashiest player, of the flashiest ADC player, rather, but you could see how much he just controlled the map with his play. The lanes, he almost lost no lanes, even though his champion pool wasn't the most aggressive. He was really strong at just keeping his pace, making the game go at his pace, and then once it got to the point where he was really strong, he just really just skyrocketed Rockport. I wouldn't be surprised if he was the one making the calls for the team. I wouldn't be surprised if he was just their MVP. I don't know if Rockport feels that he's the MVP, but definitely all of us did.
I absolutely agree. Even having the distinct pleasure of playing against Rockport Esports in another league during the Affliction season, it definitely showed in how they play. I became incredibly frustrated trying to kill them. My team's entire strategy, aside from don't practice and show up on Tuesdays, it was just kind of get kills in lane and hope for the best. And they just never would let me touch him. I couldn't get close to Jabberwockies, and then every time we tried to fight in the river, he'd just pop up out of nowhere, kill our entire team, and then we'd go home crying. So I don't really know how to play against this guy. I'm hoping LeeSin To Your Heart can do more than the single game that they did early on in the season, but they've got an MVP to fight against now. And with that being said, I really appreciate everybody for coming to the award show. I know it can sometimes drag on, but how about we have a little bit more fun before we start our finals series? Let's head over to our production team. You've got Shellatron and T already here, but I'm excited to introduce you to Mac Dewey and Netcrocs from Excellency Esports, here to bring you guys to Lane by Lane.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Lane by Lane, where for the Affliction Esports Gold Finals, we are going to be breaking down each and every matchup on the Rift. Dory, thank you so much for the fantastic introduction. My name is Mac Dewey, and I am so hyped for these finals. And boy, do I have a star-studded analyst desk to go through these lanes. On the right side of your screen, you see our overall initial thoughts and predictions for where this finals is going to be going. And guys, I was just hearing about Jabberwockies and the MVP of the split in bot lane already. A little interesting. But first, before we get into the matchups, I want to see how everyone's doing today.
I'm doing A-okay. I'm so excited to be here. Mac, I appreciate the warm welcome, and I know you all probably aren't used to seeing my face, but they called in the pinch hitter. I'm here to bring you a finals gameplay. I've done my research, I promise. My homework has been completed, and man, oh man, I can tell you, trying to predict the matchups in these lanes, you can see the predictions are in, but they were not easy. Took just a gruesome amount of solo queue research looking back in the regular season, and man, I can promise you we have an excellent matchup tonight.
I'm feeling good as well. Like he said, look, we have a great matchup between our number 1 and number 2 seeded teams, which is, how a finals should be. You love to see an underdog, but when you have two very powerful teams, this is what's going to happen. LeeSin To Your Heart and Rockport, the strongest teams of the league, are going to be clashing right here. And we do have quite a few. Well, actually, we were more in agreement than I expected. But in two spots, the two spots where we're split are my biggest surprises for where the discrepancies come. And I'm definitely down to talk about this because I have some strong and surprising thoughts about both the top and the bot lane.
Yeah, and speaking of, although we have our differences in that, I think going with the fact that, yeah, these are the first and second teams, but I think most people have LeeSin To Your Heart going in as underdogs. Even if they are the second team, I think most people are favoring Rockport already. And, well, that is because of a reason. They are certainly being most than likely the best team in the league at the moment, but I think LeeSin To Your Heart has the chance to go up against them. And just as you said, I'm surprised. Me particularly, I'm more surprised with the discrepancy in AD carry because I thought it was just clear and cut that we were going to favor Jabberwockies, but apparently not.
Well, let's get started in our first kind of cross match in the top lane between Solaros and CK 2020. We were split 2-2. And guys, I gotta say, after watching the VOD from last week, CK 2020 was pulling off some pretty good moves. What do you guys think?
Look, I have become a CK 2020 truther. It took me 2, maybe 3 weeks of watching this guy come in. I think I casted his first time coming in. He wasn't a mainstay on this Listen to Your Heart squad. Doesn't have as many games as Solaris does. But when he came in and he played against Collective Odyssey, and his first pick was Ornn. He got Ornn the very first game, saw him get a solo kill against Silas. Thought nothing of it. Okay, it's Ornn. He has surprising power in lane, burst potential, even before an actual component. He can burst you down if you don't respect the kind of damage he can bring out. Then I saw him win in that very same game a 2v1 against that same Silas, and I believe it was an Udyr. He got the first kill in a 2v1 on a gank, and I was actually just amazed at what he was doing. Like, wait, I know Ornn is strong. Ornn's broken, right? Ornn's an abomination of a champion. But I was like, you should not win a 2v1 on Ornn on two damage doing champions, one with a stun. And then the absolute just madman pulled out what I could never imagine would be a smart pick. At least in season 11, I had no idea this was actually a very good pick. I was casting the game. I had Ebrom, producer of the split, shout out to him, in my ear, absolutely going crazy over CK 2020's Tahm Kench top. I watched this man get a first blood in the first 45 seconds in the game on Tahm Kench top. It's disgusting. It's an absolutely broken champion. The gray health, he never dies. And CK 2020 plays this champ to perfection. It's so hard to ban this man out because all he does is play weak side top laners like they're lane stomping heavy hard carries. This is what he does. He plays these champs that should not be allowed to be played. You should not have priority in lane with Ornns and Tahm Kenches against actual fighters. But CK 2020 does. And he is a scary sight on the Rift. He does not need jungle attention.
I'm coming in a different angle than you, Shells. I know we got a lot of work ahead of ourselves tonight, but I'm coming in blind to this one. So when I look at these champion pools, when I look at their stats, when I give them each a blank slate, you got to give Solaris just the benefit of the doubt in terms of he's a rock in the top lane. Yeah, you can whip out the stuff like Tahm Kench, or you can try to 2v1 your way on Ornn. But if you're going to go for consistency, the man plays Sion, Maokai, Urgot. You can't ask for simplicity. He's a veteran. He's got games under his belt. He knows what it's like to be in high-pressure situations. Solaris, Shells and I don't agree on this one. You got to prove me right, or the crowd's going to hate me before I even start casting here at Affliction. You got to come out tonight in the top lane. Top has been so incredibly impactful in the meta recently. I got faith in you, Solaris. CK, I've heard the legends of your capture in this top lane, Solaris. Just buy Merc Treads, man. It's not that hard. You can win it, no problem.
Well, now going to the next position on the Rift, Solaris versus CK 2020. That's going to be an absolute banger in the top lane. Even though it's all pool noodles and trading Grasp of the Undying procs at the start, it's all fun and games until the health bars get a little low, and then we can seriously see some spice up there. But getting into the jungle, guys, the meta has really had a huge impact on this split, and Seanbear and Steve Tortilla definitely had their share of fun this split.
Yeah, and looking just at the shampoos, obviously we can see that there's a lot of champions that they shared, but I think we are mostly going to look at the Udyr and the Hecarim that are going to more than likely disappear. Not fully, but I think Hecarim will still exist. But what made these champions strong, it was already got it. So now the possibility of looking into more champion picks is going to come through. And I think Seanbear can show more things, especially if he's able to bring the Morgana and the Diana, which are two champions that are beginning to glow in the meta. I think if he's able to show those, he can have so much of an impact in this game, even more than Steve Tortilla can.
I mean, that's not a bad piece of analysis. I think we all mostly agree here. I'm not sure what the individual vote count was, but when you look at the pools of these champions, or these players rather, Seanbear relies on the champions that just got absolutely gutted. You talk about Hecarim, Udyr, champs like those, even Olaf and Jarvan, they really are out of the picture now. And then what Shells, you're making a good point earlier, is that there's a lot more flexibility outside of that for the Bear. He can go things like the Fiddlesticks. He can play the Rek'Sai, even the Nocturne, pair it up with a Rel combo in the bot lane. And you could get a really, really scary jungle support and even jungle top lane duo here. I could be proven wrong. We've seen junglers pop off before in unique picks, but I really have faith in the pool and the depth that Bear can bring tonight in a game 5 where you could really be stretching the limits of your champion pools.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I'm not sure if Steve got. Oh wait, no, actually, I do see the individual votes here. Sorry, Steve. I thought they're gonna be anonymous.
Oh,
But
and
yeah,
it's
we got
4-0.
it. Yeah,
We're good.
we got
We're right.
unanimous Sean Bear votes, and that's particularly because, like we all said, they have a very heavy shared champ pool. That Hecarim and Udyr did both get cooked. I'm not really a big fan of Skarner as much as I was when he first came back into the meta. His pre-6 ganks aren't that amazing or aren't that great at all unless you're just handing him a kill by mispositioning in your lane. And then Jarvan, you could easily just ban out the Hecarim and the Udyr and then pick up the Jarvan for yourself as Sean Bear, leaving Steve with not a lot of strong picks that he's gone on in this split so far. Yes, he has the Olaf. Yes, he does have that Volibear, but those are fewer, much fewer than he has on those just extremely OP champs that were OP. So we'll find out very, very soon if we'll get a handshake, if we'll get those champs just absolutely taken out of the game. We'll say, I'm not playing it, you're not playing it. Let's see who has the best 4th best pick in the jungle and rock from there.
Shells, I gotta be honest, thinking about this jungle matchup, I'm also kind of thinking about some of these other lanes that are potentially going to impact Sean Bear and Steve's experience in the jungle on the Rift, what they're dealing with. We have our huge tank top laners, not really maybe going to see a lot of action, but this mid lane is really where we get interesting. Heat Viper versus Wiggy Wonka, 2 all-pro mid laners going to be hitting the Rift.
I definitely agree, and that's where my mind goes when I think about that Skarner pick, how pre-6 the ganks aren't all that great unless you step out too far, and with these two mid laners are extremely, extremely valuable to their team. Wiggy Wonka, I think, could have taken Heat Viper's spot as the mid laner in the All-Star second team. If he played a little bit more consistently, that Malzahar is extremely strong for him. He plays that champion to perfection. And his Diana is actually very, very scary. Sometimes his Diana is scary for LeeSin To Your Heart, though, because I have seen him go for some very, we'll call them ambitious dives, a little bit too early in the game, and then he gets caught out of position. So my eyes are definitely on which of these mid laners is more aggressive, but you're exactly right. Steve Tortilla and Sean Bear are also looking at one of these mid laners is going to be more aggressive to start the game off because there will be some very strong gank potential. Heat Viper has played this a little bit more consistently, so he definitely took my pick, and it looks like, wow, another unanimous vote for us. We're not showing love at all for Willy Wonka.
It's kind of interesting. Obviously, we are not going much to Willy Wonka, but I think we all have that same idea that Willy Wonka is really good and he can be really good in most games, but the consistency factor from him is always just a big incognita. If we don't know what to expect from him every game, then it's kind of hard to just certainly give the edge, because looking at each of these mid laners, shambles and all that, they have so many picks that they can go for. They have so many ways that they can play around their junglers, and they have so many ways to impact the game. I remember the Aurelion Sol from Wiggy Wonka in the last series against Collective Odyssey. Even being so much behind against his enemy laner, he was able to impact the game as a supportive player because of how well he roamed around the map, how well he got the stuns. And the same can be said for Heat Viper. He can also help his team even if he's behind because of certain champion picks that he has. But because the consistency from Heat Viper is higher, I think we just give the edge to him.
I mean, you almost read my mind here once again. I literally have the words stability and control in my notes. And I mean, champions like Seraphine and Vel'Koz are exactly that, right? You can provide stability and control. He plays Victor a bunch, I know as well. So Heat Viper is really, really going to make this one more comfortable for his jungler. And that's what you need when you're playing these niche jungle picks, and really can put on a show tonight. Mid lane, it's not been in a great spot recently, but Heat Viper, man, if you want to bring back the mid lane meta, it's your night to do it in grand finals.
The matchup between the mid laners, certainly where quite a bit of the spotlight is going to be, but the man of the evening, the MVP from the split. Gentlemen, it's the bot lane matchup now. Jabberwockies versus Young Mashu. Potentially something we're going to little disagree on here. I didn't know Jabba was going to be named MVP low-key. Maybe rethinking my choice here a little bit. But Mashu looked pretty good last week in those loser finals matchups on the Kaisa. He came up huge. Shelatron, I want to go to you first. What are your thoughts on the matchup?
My thoughts on the matchup are in a vacuum. In a 1v1, give me Jabberwockies. I think he's played extraordinarily well. He's a very strong AD carry. I don't know if we mentioned this when we gave him the MVP award, but over the course of this season, he's committed 217 kills. The next closest player in this game in terms of kills is Heat Viper at 126. Third place is Wiggy Wonka at 115. Young Mashu only played 11 games so far, sitting at 76. Jabberwockies is a kill machine. Now, whether he gets set up for those, you can argue, here and there about that. Also, some of Jabberwockies' kills came in the mid lane, but he's still a very aggressive AD carry. He's the kind of mindset you want out of an AD carry. I think Jabberwockies is extraordinarily strong. But when it comes to Young Mashu, when I think about Young Mashu, I don't think about him. I think about the duo between Young Mashu and Isa Bombstar, and I may be, spoiling my vote for the next one, but I think that duo in the bot lane for LeeSin To Your Heart is so strong. So Young Mashu, for me, if we're talking in a 2v2, I might have to take him, but in a 1v1 straight up, I gotta go with Jabberwockies, the MVP, the kill lord. I mean, he's been absolutely destructive this whole season, and I got a lot of love for Jabberwockies here.
Necrox, I kind of want to go to you next. You're joining the betting against the MVP ADC club. I did it with Kiba on mid league. Didn't turn out so well. I'm hoping this time it goes a little bit better for us. What were you kind of thinking with giving the edge to Mashu?
Yeah, I mean, I think Shells is on the right track. You can't separate the AD from the support, but at the same time, this is the one I was willing to have my mind changed on. I think Mashu's champ pool is good. If you ban away the Jinx, that's critical. If you take away Jinx, it becomes a whole lot easier to play for Mashu. His champ pool is relatively short range. Of course, he can play the Ezreal, but no one wants to see that anyway. Sivir doesn't count either. That champ's AFK in lane. So just play the Kaisa, play the Jhin, play the Samir, be explosive, and Mashu can really take control of this lane. I think you're talking about mobility and access to map. Kaisa can do that really, really well, whereas champions like Jinx and Seraphine really can't provide that to your team. Either of them could take the Sivir tonight, but I'm looking at the 2v2 lane for this, and of course, I'm getting a little ahead of myself here talking about Ezo, but I mean, the 2v2, when they work together, when they coordinate, I don't think there's a bot lane like it anywhere out in the amateur scene.
Yeah, and with Jabberwockies, even though, the idea of separating the AD carry and support is obviously not the best because they work so much better when you can work really well with your support. That actually can give you the edge in the lane. I feel like Young Mashu, at least for me, just looking at how he has played the early stages of the game, I've been kind of disappointed with him coming into the finals because I think he has lost so much pressure early on in the game that he gives advantages to the enemy AD carry, and against Collective Odyssey at the end it didn't matter as much, but I think Jabberwockies can take advantage of those small edges if you give him in lane. He's a player that, like Shells was saying, he has the highest KDA in the league, and if you give kills to him early on, then you really don't want to continue playing that game because he will get more and more and more and more and just carry the game through that. And I think that's why I give the edge more to Jabberwockies.
Man,
well,
I'm kind of regretting my decision here, Mac. I don't know if we're jumping ship, but it's not looking great.
Like 20 minutes ago, Necrox. I'm already paddling away from the sinking Titanic. Man.
I'm staying on it. I'm staying on. I'm keeping with my Mashu bot lane.
Try to find a door to maybe hang on to if things get a little murky as we get into the rift. But hey, who knows? There is pencil eating bets on the line here for the ADC. So I'm just hoping for the best case scenario here. But say no more about the supports. We have them up now. North Wolf quote-unquote support. He's making it work so far pretty well, guys. Going up against Izzo Bombstar. Shells, going back to you, my man. You're switching around the bot lane here for the support pick versus the ADC, kind of like you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, so when I'm talking about a support, maybe in a, I guess 1v1 for support, I feel like the synergy between the support and the AD carry just favors young Mashu as a bomb star so heavily. And what we talk about when we speak about supports, it isn't just the 2v2 in the bot lane, right? Like we think about supports, they're not just bot laner number 2. A good support is able to get good vision, push the lane, get good vision, maybe deep in the jungle, but also be willing and able to know when to and how to create pressure and maybe even kills in other lanes. You might get level 3, roam mid like a Bard does, and then you may or may not come back to your bot lane as a Bard. But level 3, making moves and going to maybe even get just a flash. If you can help get a flash out of the mid lane, you can set up so much very early on in the game. And that one move right there, roaming to mid, can set your team up to go ahead and take the first dragon of the game, get your dragon stack and going. And I saw his bomb start do that so often. A lot of times, I mean, sometimes he looks very good in the lane 2v2, get kills like that, get assists. And a lot of times he make moves in other lanes to help out not just his mid laner, but his jungler. You help out your mid laner and jungler, helping out the whole team, which helps out your bot laner as well and allows your top laner, CK2020, to stand up there on that catfish and absolutely cheese the opponent's top laner with that disgusting frog. So Izzo Bombstar has a huge impact for LeeSin To Your Heart. And in the bot lane 2v2, my eyes are squarely on him and young Mashu.
TDS, you were joining Shells in the transition over. Do you want to talk a little bit about your opinion as well? Why do you give the edge to Izzo Bombstar here?
Yeah, and looking at it now, I think we all give the edge to Izzo Bombstar. For Izzo Bombstar, at least for me, I like he's kind of that bomb that you just wait to set off because he will pull off the plays to win you the game most of the time. He has so many good engages for his team, especially on the Nautilus and the Leona. It's a shared champion, but I think the Izzo Bombstar plays that champion so well, and whatever engage he goes for, the team follows really good, and I think he has really good decision making to go for great engages. He also has sometimes that those engages in bot lane that can put him 1-8 at the start of the game. It has happened before, but I think being that kind of how do you say it? Being that kind of just a streaky player that wants to go for the play, it's the best thing for the side of LeeSin To Your Heart, because that way the rest of the team can just follow up and win through that. And that's why I think LeeSin To Your Heart has so good team fighting, because the decision making from Izzo Bombstar pulls the team forward.
I got beyond the engage, and yeah, I was looking at some solo queue records and figuring out, where we're headed for the evening. Obviously, Izzo's been warming up his engage tanks. He's been warming up his engage tanks in solo queue. He's playing Leona and Alistar. But the biggest thing I noticed while researching these players is the distinct lack of enchanters on the other end of the coin. Izzo's playing things like the Seraphine and the Nami and the Karma that I'm hoping we get to see a Lulu tonight. I think she's in a wonderful spot right now if you are a Lulu player. But I just think that every one of you has hit the nail on the head here. I just think we got to even look beyond that and give more to Izzo, that he's not only a great explosive team fight engage tank, he also can play enchanters really well, peel for that backline and pesk away the dirty catfish that's trying to run down your AD carry.
Well, gentlemen, it's been fantastic breaking down this game lane by lane. I do have one more task for you guys, though, before you get to leave. Another one of Mac's pre-shows. I am curious, out of these 5 terrific matchups, which are you guys thinking is the matchup to watch?
Usually I default to saying jungle, but there's a player in this game, 2 letters, 4 numbers, playing in I'm gonna keep saying it until you guys see it. until you guys see that catfish in the top lane. CK 2020 on that Tom Kench is the most annoying thing I've ever had to cast. I feel bad for the people who have to lane against him. I actually feel bad. I want him to do poorly so that catfish does not get picked anymore, but he keeps winning on it. My eyes on the top lane. They're on the top lane.
I'm going to the other end. I'm staying away from shells. I don't like his catfish, whatever he's cooking up. I'm going bot lane. I'm an AD carry player. It's always about the ADC. Supports here in my lane. It's a 2v2. And I'm looking at Jinx. I'm looking at Kai'Sa. I'm looking at Samira. I want to see explosive champions in the bot lane. I know we're having some memes about how it's going to be a 5-man fiesta in bot lane. I think it's going to come true. I think everyone's going to be headed bot this game. We're going to get 4 TPs in the bot lane by 3 minutes in game 1. And the game's going to be decided right then and there. Someone's going to come up with a triple kill. I'm headed bot. Mashu, please don't let me be wrong.
I loved watching the catfish get that solo kill, by the way. It was so beautiful to watch level 1. And in my case, I want to watch mid lane, but not only because I'm a mid laner myself, so I love the lane, but I think these players can offer much that what they have already shown. And if they can get an advantage, then they can just impact the rest of the lanes really easily. And just what you were speaking, going for 4 TPs bot lane, if you can get your mid laner ahead, he can pull that play off without having to just TP and just run down there.
And with that being said, gentlemen, it seems like there is something for everyone checking out the stream tonight. The Affliction Esports Gold Finals. Ladies and gentlemen, it all comes down to this. Rockport Esports going up against LeeSin To Your Heart. Don't click out of that browser. We will be right back after this short break with game number 1 draft. It all comes down to this. We'll be back soon.
energy, it's making me realize everything we've been through makes us strong enough. You and I, everything we've been through makes us strong enough. You and I, you and I. You wanna know my feelings every time I look in your eyes. Baby, I can feel your energy, it's making me realize everything we've been through makes us strong enough. You and I, everything we've been through makes us strong enough. You and I, you and I.
I'll take the blame. I've seen the world go down in flames. I've felt the strain of every loss I can't reclaim. Our steps retraced from when we went our separate ways. I've missed these days. I never thought we'd see this place again. I know the feelings always fade, but nothing else could make me stay. It's not too late for us to slip away. I know the feelings always fade,
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Affliction Esports Gold Finals. Tonight, we have the number 1 seed, Rockport Esports, taking on the number 2 seed, LeeSin To Your Heart. If you tuned into the pre-show, we broke down the matchup lane by lane, and TDS, you were there. It seems like we've got a banger matchup. For the analyst desk, though, we're joined by someone from the awards ceremony, Toadstep. Welcome, my man. How are you feeling about these two teams headed into the finals?
I'm pretty excited. I'm really excited to watch how the finals end up going. I'm really hoping for a close series. 5 games is always the best case outcome for everyone except our sleep schedules.
Oh, yeah. Of course. It is going to be Rockport Esports starting on the blue side, while LeeSin To Your Heart's going to be starting on red. Gentlemen, game number 1. Draft about to start in a little bit. Toad, I'm curious. We had quite a dramatic kind of difference of opinions for the highlighted lane to watch out for this matchup between the 1 and 2 seed. Who are you looking at for your player to watch here between Rockport and LeeSin To Your Heart?
I don't really have a player to watch, so to say. I'm more looking at the bot lane, which some of you guys alluded to in the pre-show. I think a lot of Rockport's success has been upon how even or far ahead they could get with his bot lanes, especially with the Jinx and the Tristan and the Sivir, who are generally safer laners, but they still tend to play around them really well.
Yeah. And getting in, we do have the draft starting up here. So me and TDS are going to be headed over to that in just a little bit. Toad, we'll be back with you in just a bit right after game number 1. We'll get to hear your post-game thoughts on how the matchup went. But getting into how things are going right now, T, the first 3 bans from both teams have come through. Tom Kench, Shells is going to be quite disappointed. Diana and Orange the board. And LeeSin To Your Heart, well, they decided to really attack Heat Viper here, taking away his Morgana and Vel'Koz, the Scion, also taken off the board.
Yeah, looking into advance, the Tristana, first pick, good flex. I don't think it's going to go mid lane, but it's a really strong AD carry, and I think just going against the Samira is going to be really interesting. Yeah, it was just a mirror pick.
Locked in a little bit of some excitement from Mashu. I wonder how Necrox is feeling about our picks so far after this this lock in. T, what do you think about this matchup? The Tristana going up against the Samira.
Well, Tristana is a really good all-in AD carry in the sense that you pair it with an engaged support and she just exploded because of the bomb. But Samira works kind of in the same vein, especially if you pair him with an... Yeah, I love this because we were talking about how ISO Boomstar is such a good support engaging and going into fights. Pairing him up with a Samira, Mashu going with the Samira to go in and fight with ISO Boomstar, I think is the best way to go with, and I love them going for that, as well as this can just function so well in the team fights. If Samira gets ahead in lane, that it's not typical we see from Mashu, but it can happen. Then they can just go in team fights and just pile damage with the Samira and the Alistar, and I love these 2 picks. Interesting Galleon Victor answer.
Well, the Malzahar signature pick, T, right now it's getting hovered, and yes, Wiggy Wonka's going to get his signature pick.
Yeah, they left it open. I'm surprised it has been banned, I think, most of the series right now. He played 9 times, and I think the rest has been just banned. People don't like him going for that. And I think, well, if you're going for the Victor, then at least you have some kind of champion that can pop the shield really easily. But still, Malzahar, it's able to just neutralize almost any lane. And I think Wiggy Wonka just plays that champion to such a good level that just giving him over, I think you can ignore the Ornn ban or even the Tahm Kench ban to a degree to just get that Malzahar away from the team.
Yeah, keep in mind, it may be game 1, but pencil Ticonderoga consumption is on the line here. LeeSin To Your Heart, a friendly bet in the Discord. If it's a 3-0 sweep onto Rockport Esports, well, the MVP might be having himself a tasty little snack as the second, the 4th ban coming in really quick here. The top lane just getting absolutely shrinked here. Malphite Cho'Gath taken away, as well as Urgot Nocturne kind of a flex option.
Yeah, and not only is the top lane is the biggest affected lane from the bans because of how many champions are getting denied, but the Nocturne, the
Right.
Diana, and the Morgana in the jungle are also important champions getting banned. And going for the Jarvan, this is a shared pick for the two of them. And if Hecarim or Udyr are down in priority now, then Jarvan is the one that makes more sense. And I think going for team fights, this composition right now is really good. Sack answer, that is
Wow.
new.
Really interesting pick coming in here. Not something that popped up in the pre-show. I think that
Yeah.
means this is going to be Sean Bear's first time on the Zac. But thinking back all the way, T, we were leaning towards this jungler coming out with something interesting after the meta changes have been coming through.
Yeah, and Zac functions in kind of in the same vein as Jarvan in that he's a really good ganking jungler as well as a really good tank. Jarvan obviously can go for the damage route, but I think he prefers to go for the tank route. And the Zac, I think it's one of the first times we have seen in this league, so it's going to be interesting seeing Rockport play around the Zac and see if Schomburg can execute that with that champion. The Maokai, I think it's more standard. If the more of the tanks are banned, then the Maokai is the one that makes more sense. And the Poppy answer, I like that champion against Zac, against Tristana, against Galio, champions with dashes that you can just interrupt and put trouble on. I think it's a really good decision to go for that champion.
CK, we were talking about him being a huge threat in the top lane for not only just being consistent for LeeSin To Your Heart, but coming up with solo kills where you really wouldn't expect players to do so. He's been a monster, especially in the early game. But looking overall at these 5v5 compositions, the draft's concluded, T. Where do you think we're going to be seeing a lot of action this game on the Rift?
Looking at both lanes, I think they would like to fight, and I think the junglers are set up to also just go there. And we were talking about this in the pregame that I think, yeah, it was Necrox that was making this point that you should just go for the 4 TP's bot lane and just force fight there. And I think that's what's going to happen. The Samira, the Alistar, the Tristana, and the Galio, you just want to pile damage on top of them and go for a fight as soon as you can. And I think we're going to see that. And Necrox's prediction is going to come true, and we're going to see big fight bot lane.
Well, I really think that's going to be, I kind of agree with you, T, the overall flow of the game. You got these aggressive, dynamic bot laners looking to make a lot of action happen, especially in the early game. We'll have to see maybe if Jabberwocky can maybe take advantage of Mashu's early game tendencies to overextend on maybe perhaps a pick like Samira. Rockport Esports can maybe find some control in the bot lane, because something big that I noticed watching the VOD from LeeSin To Your Heart in the last series they played up against to make it to grand finals, it was the bot lane that they relied on to control the map, to be safe, to pick up early dragons. I'm curious, T, do you think they did a solid job in this draft, kind of playing to their strengths?
I think if they want to secure the Drakes, then having champions that can fight really well at the start, because Samira, it's probably not the strongest champ early game. She needs some time to ramp up to get a little bit of more oomph, but she has such good abilities to just provide damage from afar and be a threat. Even if it's not mad damage, you can just keep pumping the damage early on. And her passive is so good with Jarvan and with Alistar that you can put pressure on the Drake securing. So I think their idea is there. They have the correct idea going for these picks. I think they still will try to play around getting Drake control, around mid lane and bot lane, around getting fights in the mid game so that they can push their advantage forward. I think their identity is staying true with this composition as well.
And we've got a lot of teleports for the solo laners, 4 for 4T. Certainly kind of leaning towards our thoughts on this being a very heavy focus on the bot lane. But what I'm interested in is this mid lane matchup, specifically in the early game, you know, when the control mages don't have their full zoning potential online before Wiggy Wonka kind of just takes over the game. How do you think these players are going to be facing off in the mid lane early on, maybe looking for these small advantages that could really make a big impact when considering, well, if you're burning teleport off of Wiggy early on, he's not going to have that up for the bot lane.
Yeah, and I think hit by Wiggy Wonka, although he's really good playing the Malzahar, he can just execute really well on that champion. Hit Viper will have a lot of priority in that lane. Victor, I think I mentioned this before, but Victor can pop the shield from Malzahar so easily that you can
Yep.
just be so susceptible to ganks, especially from a Zac. If you pop the shield, you're just a sitting duck, being a Malzahar and a slow immobile mage, waiting there for the Zac to just get on top of you. So if you get your shield pop, you need to be careful about that. And I think Hit Viper will have complete control. But after the first bag, the Lost Chapter bag, that is the most crucial point, because after that bag, you with Malzahar, you just clear waves and that's it. You become just a clear bot and help your team around the map.
And holding down the fort in the mid lane, making sure nothing happens. Ladies and gentlemen, the champions are locked in. The stage is set. The players are loading in. And as our casters are ready and waiting, they're plugged in. They're getting charged up for the grand finals. It's Necrox and Shells laying it down to you guys on the mic tonight. Don't click out of that browser. Me and T will be back after the first game to go through draft and our post-game analysis afterwards. But for now, Necrox, Shells, I'm really looking forward to game number 1. I'll pass it over to you guys after this break.
I think I need therapy or just some more whiskey. I can't seem to understand how you do this to me. You've been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead. Saw you in the red dress. I can't seem to understand how you got all that finesse. Still been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead.
I've been drinking Kool-Aid cameras like I did when I was 9. Cause I like to pretend that I haven't lost the time. In the end, the nostalgia, though it tastes fine, I can only drink a couple cause it feels like a lie.
Hello all and welcome to the Rift. Tonight on May 2nd, Affliction will write its final chapter for the season. LeeSin To Your Heart takes on Rockport Esports in the grand final for the Gold League. It's been a long road for both these teams, a treacherous one through the losers bracket for LeeSin, thanks to none other than Rockport losing in a 3-1 fashion in Week 12. But none of that matters now, Shells. All bets are off. Now's the time to step up and make a difference. It's time to rewrite and scribe history and engrave your legacy in shiny Affliction stone. Ladies and gentlemen, let the finals begin.
Let the finals begin indeed, but we'll have to wait a few more seconds as we're seeing a 5-point standoff here. No cheeky starts here. Just going to put a ward in that top side pixel brush. We're not going to get any invades, any kind of information getting wards placed down on any buffs. So we're looking at opposite starts for these junglers. So Steve Tortilla on this Jarvan, able to get one of his picks he does play very often, starting at his red side camps, pathing bot side, and Sean Bear for Rockport, the favorites in this series on this Zac, this purple Zac. Oh my goodness, is going to be starting at his red buff as well, pathing top, maybe hoping to get a quick gank onto CK 2020, who the side of Rockport 4 champion banned out. If you can get him uncomfortable on his 5th pick, and you're able to get him behind early enough, I think Rockport understands that could potentially be their win con in this game, and we are off with game 1 of the championship series.
Indeed, and it's going to be a tale of two sides of the Rift here. Tortilla and Sean Bear not looking to go to the same crab, at least for the start of the game. Looking to get the Samir ahead, Mashu. We talked a lot about the bot lane in the pre-show. We talked a lot about this matchup and this champion in particular, but now is time to execute. Not an easy one to execute when things really start hitting the fan. There's so much crowd control on the enemy team. You have Zac, Maokai, Galio, even Victor, who can slow you up. Level 2 is in, though, for the bot lane. Hopping forward. The bomb is taking immediately. Flashed away with the taunt. Connects on Namashu, who will have to get chunked down to half HP. Jabberwockies and Northwolf already looking aggressive in the 2v2.
And that's that CC you're talking about. You couldn't even get down to the Galio in your list of champs with CC before you went ahead, and we saw Jabberwockies get the bomb on top of, is a bomb star? Hold up, though.
Playing top side, nice tackle into the wall. Top laner's looking aggressive, flash away from CK, but here comes the gank. It's level 3 Zac time, baby, and let's bounce and let's get first blood. Who other than Jabberwocky to get the first blood of the game? Make it a 2-for-0 deal.
I was completely wrong, Necrox. I said Sean Bear's going to start bot side path up, maybe get something on this Poppy. He says, no. I know what my win con is. As hold up, Steve Tortilla and Heat Viper passing the night.
Oh, that's a little awkward, Heat Viper. You're going to take a lot of damage over time here, my friend. It's a double buff. Flash away will be just fine. But man, oh man, the one person that I was going to get my mind changed on, it's this Tristana Jabberwocky. He's been incredible throughout all of Affliction, and now he's got first blood to work with.
When your jungler understands the win con and understand who the hard carry is, look on the map. There's a Maokai, you're a Zac, there's a Victor who needs some time to scale up and become that zoning threat, become that wave clear threat. Your real damage pumper is Tristana. And if you're able to get Jabberwockies online much quicker, he's already playing a champ that is completely broken, right? She's already a lane bully. Tristana is a hyperscaler, and her passive allows her to have even more range, which can work for her and against her, because sometimes you see Tristanas jump into melee range sometimes and not use that draw a bead passive, but still she's an extraordinarily strong champion as the game goes on, and enabling Jabberwockies on this pick is just going to be the strongest thing that Rockport Esports can do from a macro perspective, but also from just a plain champion perspective. There aren't many other options to go for. None of these other champs really need the kind of head start that Tristana can benefit from. So Rockport Esports is off to an amazing start.
Yeah, and the one spot our analyst didn't want to look at was jungler. It's already made such a big difference in looking to push it even further. The 2v2 is in again, and the resets to boot. Jabby has 2, man. He just can't be stopped.
And this fire is getting...
Here we go. Mid lane, Wiggy Wonka. Flash for himself, but pulled back all the same. The Aftershock's been procced. Here comes CK, looking to make a play, but it's bot side. That's the real trouble. And Mashu's been caught again. It's a 3-0 Tristana. This is a nightmare, Shells. This is the worst start that you could ask for. Rockport have found themselves at a tremendous advantage, and they're not stopping the party bus now. Choo choo, get on the Rockport train. We're going straight to the victory march.
Rockport is on the train to victory, and LeeSin To Your Heart is on a different train where the rails have not been maintained very well at all. Things look like they're coming off the tracks. We're only 5 minutes into this game. We have a 3-kill Tristana with the wave shoved under LeeSin To Your Heart's tower. Hold up, Sean Bear.
Oh my gosh, the man is just showing up in every lane. He's dead. Wiggy's dead. There's no way away. One more auto. There it is. 6-0 Shells in game number 1. If this isn't dominance, I couldn't define it for you.
And it looks like this isn't really a matchup between our number 1 seeded team and our number 2 seeded team. This looks like the side of LeeSin To Your Heart is that plucky underdog who came from the very depths, had to play their way through the losers bracket all the way through, barely made it to playoffs. They're playing like a team that really has no business being on the Rift at the same time as Rockport Esports, but we still do have some time left. It's only 6 minutes in. Yes, there is about a 3.5K gold lead over to Rockport Esports in half of the amount of time in minutes. But this game is not over. Although looking at Tristana in 7 minutes with Noon Quiver and Pickaxe going up against Samira with only 2 long swords, you're in a very difficult spot. And my mind really goes back to the spot that we didn't really want to talk about too much, but it's Steve Tortilla and Sean Bear. Steve Tortilla is on a champion he has played quite often, this Jarvan the Fourth. Sean Bear busting out the Zac has been extraordinarily impactful along the Rift. Here he is one more time.
Once again showing up, that Winwall does absolutely nothing for you, and it's a double kill for Jabba. 5-0-1 at 7.5 minutes. This is a glory start to the Tristana. There isn't a better start to a game you could ask for, and in grand finals of all series, they're whipping out the show here to watch in the bot lane.
And for some reason, Steve Tortilla shows up and says, I want to see what my teammates see. I want to know what the gray screen looks like. My young Mashu has seen it 3 times. Is a Bombshell seen it 3 times himself? Even Wiggy Wonka seen it twice. I haven't seen the gray screen yet tonight. Allow me the luxury, sirs. And Jay Walkie says, okay, well, for my 6th kill, watch my 6th trick. And he shows him, wave of his hand, you now see gray on your screen. And this is a Rockport Esports team who is just in a spot that, honestly, I said the game wasn't over before, but an almost 5K goal difference at 8.5 minutes, 9 kills to 0. You are in a terrible spot. This is Kraken Slayer Tristana at 8 minutes and 35 seconds.
Yeah, and I'm not sure how it's going to get any better. You have champions that need an early advantage. Samira playing from behind, especially into the crowd control that Rockport have. It just feels damn near impossible. CK's getting beat up on the top side. He doesn't really care, though. His job isn't to take this 1v1. It's merely to stay alive at this point in the game. Soleros really coming up big here, and Jabawaki's has just been a phenomenal star-studded player throughout the split, and now has really shown up when it mattered the most. It was time to write his chapter, and he's taken a pen to the page and just decimated the author here. And LeeSin is in shambles. They need a way back in, but Shells, now I gotta ask you the big question. What is it?
What is the way back in, Necrox?
Yeah, way back in. If you don't have one into the game, then one into the series.
Oh yeah, the way into the game, well, way back in. Look, this isn't even a fight. Honestly, a fight requires there to be 2 members on opposing teams actually hitting each other with meaningful blows. That's not what's happening here. The way back in is to go next fast. This is a game where the longer this game goes on, the more it's gonna hurt your mental. We saw what the game plan was for Rockport Esports: quadruple ban out CK 2020. Put him on a poppy, and then say, let's enable Jabberwockies on Tristana continuously, and it's worked to perfection. 6 kills on the Tristana, Look, this Maokai is up almost 30 CS on CK 2020. The jungle matchup is hard in favor of this Zach, and there's just not a lot to be all that happy about or hopeful about as far as Listen to Your Heart is concerned. But there may be something here.
Oh, flash suppression, and that may be a kill. There's a stopwatch to buy a little bit more time. The flag and drag not going to connect. There's a Cataclysm, and maybe the first kill, or it may just be your own death sentence. Flashing out of the Cataclysm now is Steve Tortilla, but the play's been thoroughly turned around, and now it's all going to be thrown into a Fiesta Jamble. There's just no way away. The flash smite from Sean Bear to get it, and it's disaster again. Wiggy Wonka is sentenced to death once again, and so Leros arrives with a TP in mid lane. It is over as over gets, Shells. LeeSin To Your Heart is crying tears of agony. They need to get out of this one and rethink their strategy entirely.
Necrox, I have a important question for you right now.
I'm ready.
Have you seen any good movies lately?
Oh, this is the favorite. Yeah, I've seen a movie where a team comes back from an impossible deficit. I can't remember exactly what it was called. They were up against all odds and against a team that certainly looked better than them, but I can't put my finger on the name just quite yet.
I can tell you for sure that this ain't that movie. This ain't that movie. Look at this right here, though.
Maybe it was a dream. I don't know. Maybe a long gone fairy tale as Izo just burns down to the Ignite from North Wolf, who will claim his first kill. Why not at this point give gold to the Galio? He deserves it too. And this will be first turret, no problem. Jabba and North Wolf thoroughly dominating this lane and one-shotting the enemy carry. It says godlike on your screen, but I can't emphasize it enough. Jabba is God amongst men in Affliction.
And if we just look at the bottom part of the screen here and you see the item, the inventories, there are 4 mythics completed for the side of Rockport Esports. And if you look to the right side of your screen, there is a very different number of mythics completed for the side of LeeSin To Your Heart. I'm in a spot right now where I'm looking at, if I'm on the side of LeeSin To Your Heart, I'm saying, look, guys, there's not much we can learn from this game. We're not going to be having a chance to even really, VOD review what went wrong. It's a very simple note. You say everything in big bold letters. Let's do something completely different next game. Maybe we do what Sean Bear did at level 1. He says, okay, what I'm going to do is start bot side full clear and then make a move to my bot side to gank there. And that seemed to work and get Jabberwockies in a very great position to start the hard carry. But it wasn't just the jungle interaction that allowed the Sultana to get ahead, because Jabberwockies and North Wolf in that 2v2, I was talking so much about is a bomb star, but I'm not quite so sure if Samira was the best R1 pickup here for the side of LeeSin To Your Heart. So we may see something a little bit different there. I would probably like to see a Kai'Sa. He played a lot of Kai'Sa this whole season. I think even in the playoffs, he was almost a Kai'Sa one trick. The Samira isn't bad. Not a bad champion. But when I think of Young Mashu, I'm looking at maybe a different champion here, or something. I mean, honestly, anything. Honestly, even if the side of Rockport doesn't quadruple ban out CK 2020, there can be a lane where there's some hope for proactivity. But as of right now, there is not.
Yeah, there's really not much hope left in the barrel here. They're scraping the bottom of it for sure, Shells. But I mean, I like this mirror. I talked about it in the picks, but man, you just have to not allow this much crowd control into a draft. And then on top of it, if the jungler can do something like Zach can and gank your lane level 3 without taking his top side, you have to be so wary. You either have to match that presence or you have to create some of your own. As Tortilla face checks into the brush, gets taunted up now, looking for the play back in the North Wolf. It could be the first kill if they get it. And Mashu has got the first one of the night for LeeSin To Your Heart.
Dare I say winnable? Dare I say winnable? At the 14th minute in the game, with 14 kills to the opposition, we do see LeeSin To Your Heart get their first kill. If that isn't serendipity, if that isn't some form of miscongeniality or something like that. Any kind of big word with lots of syllables.
No.
No, it
Yeah.
isn't. It isn't.
So Mashu got the only kill that wasn't a shutdown and then proceeded to just die again. Not the greatest idea to walk up. You really have to respect every brush, every corner of darkness at this point, but this one is really just heartbreaking to watch. And if you're gonna listen to your heart, you need to regain the mentals, regain control over a series after a schlacken like this one, Shells. But really, we're just waiting for the cow to sing because this game is all but wrapped up.
And the thing to focus on in these kind of games isn't really the numbers, isn't really this fight right here that might happen, but not really a real fight. But the big thing I look at when these kind of games happen in a 5-game series isn't just like what's happening on the screen, it's the mental of the team, right? Like this can be very, very discouraging for your teams, and losing it very, very hard in the first game of a championship series can have a big effect on how the team goes and reacts moving forward. See a flag directly away from that engage there. But I want to see if LeeSin To Your Heart can regain composure, can keep the mental on straight. This is a potential 5-game series. Steve Tortilla, smart move there. Wow.
Line drag straight in. Cataclysm's gonna lock him up. North Wolf, there's the headbutt pull. 2-man taunt, but can he escape? There's no flash. Remember using the top lane play. They throw everything in the kitchen sink, and finally they get him. 2 kills now onto the Samira. Not sure how much it means. A consolation prize for sure, but now's the time where you have to make something of it. That's not the right place, certainly. Nice win wall. What else can they do, though? Now having the rocket jump reset out. TP gonna be committed as well. Solaris and CK, that's gone a little bit too far. He's in the gray screen for the first time as well. Everyone now has joined the death train.
Whoa.
The dive may just come through. There it is. There's the stretching strike. Doesn't connect. Flash bounce. Wiggy Wonka had no spell shield and dropped indeed. And the sacrificial cow is turned to steak as this game is cooked.
And that is the right thing to have happened, because what happened before is a bomb star just died himself was he actually baited half his team with that headbutt pulverize on the, I think it was North Wolf right there at the tier 1 mid lane tower of Rockport Esports. CK2020 says, okay, I can go in there, maybe try to peel, maybe get this last hit on Tristana, dies for his sins, and his bomb star and Wiggy Wonka die from that just crazy engage from Sean Bear on this Zac. I'm sure they didn't have very much of a scouting report of Sean Bear playing this champion, because we've seen in our scouting report, he plays the broken Hecarim, Udyr, he plays some J4 and a bit of Olaf as well. We didn't see very many, if any, Zac games from Sean Bear, so that may have come as a surprise to LeeSin To Your Heart, but these engages are just immaculate. 18-2 in 18 minutes. There is a 10K gold lead. And look, I can keep saying numbers and whatnot. The plain fact is this game is all but over, except for the numbers.
Okay, all right, Jabberwocky, we get it. We know you are the MVP, and he just flexes his might over this bot lane and over the game and over the series so far, as tier 2 in the bot lane will drop to boot. Rockport Esports have cemented themselves so far in a dominating form, in a dominating fashion, in a dominating game, as we crest just nearly 20 minutes, not even Baron on the board yet. That'll be third. Drake picked up and secured. Now looking at Soul as yet another thing to go to the way of Rockport.
As we look across the map and we look at the number of items that are in the back pocket of these champions, of these summoners, we see the first thing that comes to my mind is Jabberwocky's. Once again, we're going to say his name a lot as long as this game continues, and it might not be very long, so we won't have to say his name too much more often. But he's 12-3 with 3 items at 19 minutes, has Lord Doms, Phantom Dancer, and the Kraken Slayer. Look, he's borderline gonna be one-shotting literally anybody on this side of LeeSin To Your Heart. There's no such thing as a tank anymore. You are not a tank. There's this Alistair doesn't even have an item yet, which is common for supports, but still no item there. This Poppy has a Sunfire but no boots, and he's gonna be building Merc Treads most likely. So even CK2020 isn't going to be able to withstand the kind of barrage that Jabberwockies can put onto him. His heal's coming up very, very soon, has flash already, so he's going to be able to stay very strong. Would not be surprised if we went ahead and saw a GA. I want to see Bloodthirster here from Jabberwockies, but look at this, though.
Here we go. There's the flash engage, but not the headbutt in the right direction. Now the team fight's going to break out. Lots of damage pouring through. Samir is spinning, but there's not much winning going on. Heat Viper's on a killing spree. He's dominated the fight, and it's 2-0. As quick as it started, it ends. And now the Rift Herald going to be summoned up in the mid lane. You could see the attempt. You could see the effort by Mashu and Izo trying to find something in the back end of the play. Here you go once more. But in the back end, it's Jabberwocky, of course. Now diving the base at 21 minutes in. They're going for the kill punch right now. And they've got Jabba. 1,000 gold shut down. Going to be passed on over to Wiggy, who's now in a lot of trouble. He will drop as well. An unofficial ace has come through for Rockport Esports. They'll leave Shelly to charge once more on her lonesome. It will not find the Nexus turrets, but the base is in shambles.
That base is absolutely cooked, and there are 3 pushing lanes right here. Top side is already at that tier 2 turret. Bot side is pushing that toward that inhibitor turret right now, and there's already a super minion wave coming up in the mid lane, which Samir will take care of right now. I mean, at this point, if you are Rockport, you just go ahead and look at trying to see this limit test, right? Right now, there are no limits. Honestly, what are the limits? When you have to be limited by something to limit test, there really is nothing here to limit this team at all. But at this point, if I'm Jabberwocky, I say, okay, I'm Malphite now. I'm jumping in. If W is available, I'm pressing W. I'm pressing the W button, and if I die, that's a very, very, very low risk situation that I think I'm willing to go ahead and risk. Everyone else enables Tristana. I mean, there's not a champion on this Rockport Esports roster right here that does not help Tristana if she just absolutely jumps in without warning. So there's not much hope of any peel, not much hope of any real counter engage going on, because Samira wants to go all the way in. And if she goes all the way in, she's getting taunted. She's getting pulled back by Zach. She's getting a gravity field put on top of her. I mean, there's just nothing that really, really works. Wiggy Wonka got the kill onto Jabberwockies earlier because it was basically a 2v1. He got the suppress off and was able to get that magic damage through there. But that's not going to happen too many more times without another unofficial ace coming through. There's just not a chance for LeeSin To Your Heart to actually win a straight 5v5 or even get a pick. I don't know who picks anyone on this team here.
And now it's time for Baron, my friend, already taken down and gone. And of course, it's Jabberwocky once again to secure it. Not even Sean Bear going to pick it up. Of course, he knows who the real carry of this team is. And Rockport Esports are looking with this Baron buff not only to knock down top tier 2, not only to put the finishing blows on this game, but to deliver a message to their opponents and everyone watching tonight that they are the team that deserves the title, and they are the team at the end of the night that will walk away with this Affliction trophy. As they group 4 members strong, it's Solaris whose job it is to push that bot wave in to sync up the 3 waves of minions. CK here in the front line. How much time can they buy? How longer can they hold their base?
If you're asking me, and not rhetorically, not much longer at all. I mean, they could have the option of 4-man top. Look at this right here. Sean Bear going in.
Oh, Sean Bear, there it is. There's the Galley over to the top. Willie's been deleted immediately. Wiggy's gonna go down along with the rest of the squad. It was only a matter of time, and finally, it is over. The inevitable suffering has concluded with a triple kill on over to Jabberwocky. Maybe hunt the Quadra. Here they go. Nice field. Will CK deliver the man his present in Grand Finals? No, it's back to the fountain time. But game number 1, in devastating fashion, Rockport Esports will slap down LeeSin To Your Heart.
Slap might be the nicest, most gracious way to describe what happened in this game. This was a beatdown. This was getting sucker punched, and then the whole gang jumped on top of you as well. 29 kills in 24 minutes, and that's just the side of Rockport Esports. Now, LeeSin To Your Heart had some moments where they showed something. 3 kills in this game, and yes, it was a 11.5K gold lead for Rockport Esports. But there is something that actually, no, there wasn't very much in this game that was very encouraging at all for LeeSin To Your Heart. They had just there was no advantages at any point in this game in any lane. The best thing to say is that CK 2020 on that Poppy played the lane pretty evenly, only died 3 times. That's the shining light in this game for LeeSin To Your Heart, that CK 2020 on his 5th best champ only died 3 times. Outside of that, there has to be a complete overhaul in either the draft or the way that LeeSin To Your Heart approaches this game, because game number 1 was just handily, easily, and very convincingly just in the hands of Rockport Esports. They played this game to perfection, and you will not find a more impactful duo, a more impactful pair of assets this side of a Gun Goddess Misfortune cosplay than Jabberwockies and Northwolf. These 2 guys are a perfect pair. They play this game so amazingly, so impactfully, and you have to do something against these guys. This is where you have to focus your attention. And if there's anything that LeeSin To Your Heart can do in game number 2, it might be to address what's going on in the bot lane.
Well, the ship may be sinking, but I'm staying on it for now. We got 3 gentlemen on the other side of this ready to break it down and give you exactly what needs to happen for this series to push into the later portions of the evening. Analyst Desk, boys, you got a lot of work ahead of you and hopefully a long night. Take it away.
The classic every time. How many times am I going to have to learn this lesson? I'm really not sure, but thank you guys so much for sticking with me. I was just saying, Necrox, I'm not too worried about staying up real late because that was absolute domination coming through from Rockport Esports. They came in with the aggressive mentality that they needed to really just take over. Toadstep, I'm coming to you first, my man. Where do you think it all went wrong for LeeSin To Your Heart?
You could see LeeSin To Your Heart really fell apart with the bot lane. It's pretty obvious seeing the end game stats from the Tristana, but how it actually fell apart was pretty interesting, because Sean Bear on the Zac, which is not seen at all, looking through his solo queue, through his past games, he has almost no experience, like, from the outside, maybe in some custom games that we can't see that is playing, but he decided to clear his bot lane, his red Raptors and Krugs, and instead of going to the top side camps like you would expect from a jungler, he just went and ganked bot lane and just got them ahead.
And then from there, what really stood out to me watching how Northwolf on this Galio really just did everything he wanted in this lane, getting back-to-back, what seemed like back-to-back kills constantly. T, what did you think about this early game from Rockport?
I trusted them. I wanted to believe in LeeSin To Your Heart. I thought they were going with a good game plan, but they didn't respect not only the fact that the Zac was in the game, because Zac was just ganking whenever he wanted. He went bot lane, got a kill. He went mid lane, got 2 kills, and the Malzahar never was really a factor, even though it's such a good champion for Wiggy Wonka. But it's just, I thought they were going to respect the Tristana and the Galio level 2 more. We know, I think almost everyone knows that at level 2, Tristana can jump in with any heavy engaged support and you will die. And I for some reason, I think LeeSin To Your Heart didn't. And that just went through the snowball. It just became such a huge snowball that I think it blew down a few houses in the block, because that was so huge.
Well, Toad, I'm curious to hear from you where in the world LeeSin To Your Heart could possibly consider going after a tough game like that one. Hopefully the mental is still going to be strong from them. They have before picked up games against Rockport Esports, so it's certainly possible for them to win on the Rift against these guys. They just got to find it within themselves. Toad, where do you think they're going to end up?
I'm not sure where the draft is going to be. I'm assuming that LeeSin To Your Heart will pick blue side, especially after seeing this game, because picking the Tristana is probably one of the biggest ways to stop this is just
Yep.
denying Jaywalkies from getting this pick. The other
Right.
thing that I was surprised to see was how the support matchup actually was played, because Galio kind of counterpicked himself. If you look traditionally, Alistar's really strong into Galio because he's
Mhm.
really easy to cancel his engage just with his W. Like, you just knock away the Galio and the Galio can't do anything. But
Correct.
you saw Northwolf just being able to walk up as much as he could. I'm really interested to see just how the support matchup is played and if they decide to pick the Tristana.
And what was kind of interesting for me to think about in terms of the side selection in that game, number one, and how it impacted things. LeeSin To Your Heart, they had the red 5. They decided to go Poppy to the bot lane, or the top lane, excuse me. And yes, we saw CK 2020 do his best job on the pick, but with saving that counter matchup until red 5, that's what you're kind of relying on outside of the bot lane to try to do something, to try to find an advantage. That was getting shut down. It was really tough to see that kind of fall apart for LeeSin To Your Heart. But I do really think that Wiki and Steve did have some glimpses of potential power, especially in that mid game, or at least trying to play aggressively, trying to make a comeback. We saw a mid game go wrong for them. T, what are you thinking for this mid lane jungle matchup potentially for game number 2?
I want to believe that they can get strong picks and go for things like that, but the problem is now that Sean Bear has shown this sack, it
Yeah.
just makes me believe that he probably has a couple more pocket picks that we haven't seen enough, and
Oh,
I don't believe Steve Tortilla can go for that as well. He prioritized the Jarvan after. After the Udiran Hecarim went down in priority, Bolivar wasn't even looked at. He went for the Jarvan, so I think he's just staying with comfort. He doesn't want to go for something that he doesn't know. And instead, Schomber is going for more picks that maybe we don't know about. Maybe he has put another champion in his champion pool that can affect the map in the same way that Zac does. And maybe through that point of pressure, if it's a ganking champion, then he can just take over the game like he did in game 1. And I'm not sure if Steve Tortilla has something to answer that.
it'll be really interesting to see. We're still waiting on draft to get started up. So, Toad, I go to you for one last question, potentially, maybe more if we're lucky enough. I'm keeping my fingers crossed. Nevertheless, I'm wondering who specifically, maybe from LeeSin To Your Heart, you're looking at to step up in game number 2, or possibly who they could draft around to maybe shine.
I think the only person to really think about drafting around is the ADC Young Mashu, because seeing how they decided to pick Poppy last, it doesn't look like counterpick for top lane is very important for them, other
Right.
than the obvious picking a strong top laner. But Wiggy Wonka choosing to pick Malzahar really shows that he's willing to play supportive style on the mid lane.
Yeah.
So I just want to see how they decide to push the lead bot lane with whatever pick they end up getting.
I'll be curious. I may be looking for the Aurelian Soul to make a reappearance, maybe make some early roams down to the bot lane, because we saw just last week, I believe, when LeeSin To Your Heart moved on to grand finals, it was actually them finding ways to get down to the bot lane, make 4-man dives happen, and it sounds like they're going to at least need the numbers advantage to take on Rockport down in that bot lane. T, I'm curious who else you're potentially looking at to step up here in game 2.
I think we need to see more of CK 2020 because, yeah, I agree with Toadstep in the fact that they may not have counter picks for him because at the last moment they went for Poppy. Even though Poppy is not a bad champ overall, I think you probably don't want to leave your last pick of the draft to just pick a Poppy. And I think if they don't go for that, then you can just send a traditional tank top lane. You don't need to ban every champion in the game against Solario. I think he can just go any tank, and you can just respond with that. And if he's able to get an equal matchup on a matchup that is not just going to, or a matchup that is just going to be neutrally at a neutral stage at every moment, then he can just go for TP bot lane, which I think they didn't do much. So if the bot lane can just stay stable and they have a good tank top lane, then they can just try and go for plays there as well.
Maybe even a Shen as a possible pick to get sent to CK. We saw it, I think, last week. So maybe could see some action. Toadstep always in the shadows, waiting, looking at the game, how it's going. Toadstep, do you have any final thoughts before heading into draft?
I just want to see this game go in the side of LeeSin To Your Heart. It's pretty hard to recuperate from 0-2, especially with how catastrophic that first game was. So
Oh, yeah.
I want to see them either bring it back or just tighten the buckle and just get ready for this reverse sweep.
Hey, what's huge now, potentially, LeeSin To Your Heart, they don't have to worry about the pencil bet anymore. You know, they got that weight off their shoulders. Now they're going to be feeling loose, rust off, getting ready for game number 2. Draft is starting up here, and the bans are coming through pretty quickly. Toadstep, thank you so much, my man, for joining us on the analyst desk. We'll catch you later after this game number 2. Now, T, getting into things right now, the Diana potentially getting first picked here, going over to Wiggy Wonka. He wants that pick, man. He's feeling aggressive.
Yeah, and Wiggy Wonka, he can go a little overboard with the Diana, but he showcased really good engages and good flanks as well. So giving this pick that can have more priority against certain champions and can burst out the enemy AD carry, so he can really easily kill JB Walkies in almost any champion that he wants to go. It's a good idea to go. I like the answer. The Galio Morgana to deny the Diana. Good.
What does he do?
He needs
What
to
does he
try
do
and do something. It's kind of hard looking at this as well because the Morgana pick, I love it so much because of how flexible it is, and the Galio still doesn't reveal where you're starting these champions. This can be mid lane, jungle, and even support. So really good flexes.
Well, the playoff Kaisa buff for Young Mashu is coming through once again here, T. That's going to be his pick for the bot lane ADC. Nocturne getting locked in. Another flex option, T. What do you think about Nocturne getting locked in here?
Like you said, a good flex option, but what I like the most about the Nocturne and the Kaisa going here is that they have the idea now to commit going into Rockport. So they are going to dive and try to delete Jabberwockies as fast as they can. With this, they will be able to if they get a good engage. The Silver response. Safe pick.
Very safe. Woo, excuse me. That is going to be a pretty solid option coming through. Jabberwockies, I feel like he's going to be getting his will once again in the bot lane. Complete control of the lane is exactly what you want for this MVP player coming in off of a very hot game number 1.
Yeah, and if he's able to dictate the way the bot lane is going once again, then you give him a super late game carry in the Sivir, one that can be really safe as well. And I think you lose a lot of chance to do whatever you want. But I still feel like the Nocturne and the Kaisa and the Diana as well. If you get on top of the Sivir, you can burst her out. Yeah, the Kaisa can deal a lot of damage, the Nocturne can deal a lot of damage, and the spell shield can just be effective against one of the 3 champions. So that's at least really good. And once again, they're going the Rockport banning CK 2020, and instead LeeSin To Your Heart banning the jungle champions. They banned the Sag and the Rek'Sai. Interesting respect showing to Schomburg, but I think he deserves it. And the Udyr at last.
Udyr ban getting hovered. The Rek'Sai pick, a huge comfort for Sean Bear. Has played it many a time here, even just in Affliction, not even considering solo queue. The man's pretty much a beast on it. The Udyr also getting taken off of the board. LeeSin To Your Heart want to give Steve Tortilla a better chance of cooking up something special here in game number 2. Right now, the Yuumi getting hovered. I think that's just big for us, T. I don't know where Galio would end up, so I'm just going to consider what the heck CK 2020 is supposed to be going in the top lane after losing 4 champs.
Yeah, and he's going blindly, so probably Rockport will try to go for a counter pick, but Nautilus is a good answer against the Alistar. I like it, and I like his how he played now to this last week. Even though
Yeah.
he hinted a little bit, he still was really good with engages, and I think it's the correct way to go for CK 2020. If you're not going to go for a risky matchup, pick a tank. I think you can just go for a tank. There's still a couple, so Poppy once again can work Maokai, and they go for Yorick. Okay.
I believe it is going to be Morgana jungle on the
Yeah.
side of Rockports, right, T? Okay, cool. Glad
Yeah,
I got
it's most
that
likely.
down. Some cool compositions coming through. This makes me really excited for game number 2, T, because I got to tell you, LeeSin To Your Heart, they have got a lot of carries involved in this scheme. It seems like possibly high risk, high reward. What are your thoughts?
For the side of the LeeSin To Your Heart, they don't really need a super early lead, but as soon as they hit level 6, especially in the side of the Nocturne, if they can go for plays, they should. Because if you are able to get picks with the Nocturne ultimate, you can have a lot of space in the map and then try and do whatever you want with that. You can have control of objectives, you can have control of the turrets, you can have control of what the enemy champions wants to do. The Yorick pick, it's a wild card for me, and especially the Urgot. I think with I didn't mention it much, but Urgot likes to go against a champion like Yorick because Yorick needs to go into you to fight, and Urgot just wants you to come into him so that he can just use his machine guns on top of you. But but one of the cool things about this matchup as well is that it can be a snowbally. So if one gets a huge an advantage early on, he can just dumpster the other one, and vice versa. So it's going to be interesting to watch. And one lane that I thought we weren't going to see much going to this game because of what happened on game 1 was sublane, and now I'm completely convinced it's going to be interesting to see.
Yeah, with the beautiful draft coming through, we're going to get a repeat of things once again. Hearts breaking for CK 2020 as we get to look at the entire top champion pool for him get taken off of the board. What's really interesting to me, T, with how these compositions match up is if LeeSin To Your Heart, if they have the right mentality now, if they've learned from game number 1, I feel like they might play really aggressively towards the bot lane. And this Nocturne pick, if he's ulting towards bot and it's Galio in the mid lane, he's not going to be able to roam really easily. He's possibly coming to that fight a little late.
Yeah. The Nocturne, once, like, I think almost anyone knows that the Paranoia is such a good ability, but most people keep it reserved most of the time instead of just trying to use it off cooldown. And the cooldown can be a little long, but I think using it off cooldown can give you more advantages than just keeping it safe and waiting for the perfect engage or the perfect things.
Right.
And I think they should go for those plays. The Galio can try and kind of respond to the Nocturne away, but I also think that because there's mixed damage on mid lane, on the duo in Diana and Nocturne, then Galio is at a risk of also getting the Paranoia ulted. So that's something he has to keep in consideration. And in terms of mentality, I think it was Shellytron that said, and I agree a lot with this point, the most important thing from the game 1 you need to take, it's not what you did wrong, it's not if you can correct anything, no, it's if you can come back for that into the game with a better mentality. And I think the early game is going to decide that, because if they just run it down, they can be aggressive, but if they just make plays out of tilt instead of out of good decision making, then I think the series is doomed at that point.
It'll be interesting to see if they're able to get on Jabberwockies and the rest of Rockport Esports. Really dynamic team fights coming to you in just a little bit. These team compositions have me so excited for game number 2. T, before we go to our break, something I'm looking at here, we have the summoner spells on stream. Wiggy Wonka is going the Ignite into Galio. How do you feel about Wonka into game number 2?
I think that's a good confidence boost. If you are going for the Ignite, I think you want to get the solo kill, and if he's able to get it, that may boost his confidence, his morale. Also the team can go up because of if he's able to get something like that, and I think that's a good bet to take. Even if the TP is the better choice most of the time, the most optimal one, I think the Ignite taking here, it's kind of a coin flip, in a sense that if you hit it in the way that you want, then you can just boost your team up and win the game through that. But if not, then it can be bad, but I think it's the best bet to make at this point.
Well, the champions are locked in. LeeSin To Your Heart, Rockport Esports. They're loaded onto the Rift. They're ready to keep the action going in the Affliction Esports Gold Finals. It's a best of 5 in Rockport. They took game number 1 decisively. Now it's time to see if LeeSin To Your Heart are going to be able to come back here in game number 2 and give us a series. Necrox and Shells are waiting on the Rift. Ladies and gentlemen, don't click out of that browser. We'll be right back.
Give me something to hold on to. I can't help how I think about you. You've moved on like I'm about to. 'Cause you don't really
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's game 2 time between Rockport Esports and LeeSin To Your Heart. Listen, it's practically the same thing, but what's not was the score lines from game number 1. Rockport rocked the house with LeeSin To Your Heart in game 1. Now is the time for revenge, or time to put it all on the line, or just fall over and die. I'm hoping it's the former, though, Shells.
Necrox, I like what you did there with the Rockport rock the house. Let me do you one worse. LeeSin To Your
Okay.
Heart was playing like LeeSin. Every move of the map was so blind that this game should be where they open their eyes and make a strong move. And Steve Tortilla makes the most aggressive move that LeeSin To Your Heart made in the past game, going ahead and getting a ward down just outside the Raptor camp. That is, I think, the most aggression that the team has shown so far in this matchup. But we are going to see a bit of a different look. Both of these junglers starting at their top side camps and making a move toward their bot side. I don't think we'll see Sean Bear full clear into a top side gank into York. I believe it's going to be a 4-man party, 3-man party, but potentially 4 into this bot side of the map, because this is where all the action is. We saw Jabberwockies go ahead and take the game over on that Tristana. Now the Sivert I like a whole lot less, but it's still a strong pick, not anywhere near as strong as Tristana. Doesn't have the same kind of carry potential, but it is still a strong carry for the side of Rockport Esports. But looking at LeeSin To Your Heart, they have a much better composition this time around. I like just about everything they have here. Like we heard T say on the desk, they have a comp that says, look, you want to go in, you want to dive, you want to make these moves, you have very aggressive moves post 6. Even pre 6 are a lot of good moves here, but CK 2020 is on a champ that actually does something in this game. You have a full dive comp with Steve Tortilla on the Nocturne, the Diana, the Kaisa, and the Nautilus, but CK 2020 can just run a 4-1. He can just split push and take turrets. That's what Yorick does. He's a split pushing turret taker. So while there is a fight going on in the middle of the map, maybe even at objectives, CK 2020 is playing PvE. He's hitting turrets, and he can do that very, very well as long as he doesn't die. And that could be a strong win con for the team.
Yeah, it really, really could be. I mean, if you're looking to kill the AD carry, get on to critical members in the back line, this is the composition to do it. If you need to kill Jabberwocky, you've got every resource in the damn book to get onto Jabberwocky this time around. It's still a level 2 advantage that did come in the bot lane. Sivers one of the best, at getting that level 2 advantage, but junglers now headed towards the bot side. Sean Bear only sitting at 16 creeps, and in a champion like Morgana with such effective clear, it's not ideal at that point, but will be first crab over to the Rockport jungler.
And that's a good advantage to have. Went ahead and skipped the Raptors and the Wolves, which is a bit strange, but there could be a gank coming right here.
Wow. This is going to be a double crab at least, if not just a straight up kill. Wiggy's going to have to flash. Ooh. Just kidding. He has hot feet, and the man's got his dancing shoes on. Will be just fine, but instead of going for the double scuttle angle, Sean Bear will retreat back into his own jungle for now. Maybe looking to pick up some farm. Kidding. He's headed towards bot lane with the wave pushing out. So indecisive. Maybe it's just me, though. Maybe that was a plan all along. With this wave pushing out, Shells, things could get very dangerous for Mashu and Izo once again.
It could, but now it looks like Sean Bear is going to go ahead and reset. Nope, actually stops the channel at the last second. This is valuable time being wasted. Sean Bear needs to do something here. Now the channel gets stopped again. This is a lot of waste. This is inefficient jungling right here. You are losing so much time for a gank that is not going to happen. A gank that was never going to happen right there. And you don't even have a sweeper. So you didn't even know if you're sitting on a ward or not the whole time. But he wasn't. Still, though, it was just a really, really weird waste of 45 seconds at the very least. And now we're looking at Steve Tortilla getting topside scuttle and able to take those level 1 Raptors for free.
Yeah. This is actually really not good. Morgana's one of the tempo junglers in the game right now. Really can put on the numbers with the power farm, but Sean Bear's begin to slip a little bit behind pace here, opting for a lighter clear, maybe looking to impact the bot lane that was so impactful earlier last game, but instead simply will lose out on the trade. Now going to go back around to clear the Krugs, but really going to walk into a mostly empty jungle is Sean Bear. And this was one of the matchups we didn't expect to impact the map all too much, but a nice word from Soleros. Get a little bit of vision in the top side, excuse me.
I think that actually missed Steve Tortilla on the Gromp, though. So he'll get vision if if Steve does come back to the top lane, don't expect to see that. Although Solaris is pushed up in this lane, this could have some decent gank potential right here. But I don't think it's going to happen at all. That ends up being not a very great ward. If he just had it even just on the blue ward, he would have definitely the blue camp. He would have definitely seen Steve. So decent idea while the wave was pushed, but did not work to fruition here.
Oh, wow.
And right now, just a little bit more trading in the bot lane, but still, Jabberwockies on this Sivir has the CS advantage, but he has not backed yet. So Young Mashu is a little bit stronger in lane right now.
He's got the CS advantage because of this freeze that's set up in bot lane. Look at that demonstrable minion wave that Mashu and Izo have trying to push in, but they just can't get it to push. They don't have the wave clear. You can see Mashu now stepping up, trying his hardest, but can't come in because Sean Bear has now arrived. This is the problem when you set up a freeze, and now's the engage, but North Wolf has thoroughly stuffed it. He doesn't combo correctly, and Mashu walks away.
That was, wait a minute, Ticket 2020, maybe get a 1v1, hold up.
Oh, whoa! The Maiden! CK 2020, First Blood Solaris in the top lane!
You don't need to unclog as long as CK 2020 is on a champ that actually does damage. He can get a solo kill in the top lane. I'm telling you, CK 2020 plays these annoying champions. Yes, they are weak side top laners. Yorick can actually get some jungle attention, but he is a solo kill maniac, and he just plays his champ so well. And I think he's actually one of the lowest elo players in this game. He's only silver 2. I think most players here are at least in gold. So him playing so well and so oppressively in the top side of the map is so impressive. It is so I think unexpected for what the numbers say he should be, but he is a very strong player for LeeSin To Your Heart. And now, for the first time in this series, they have something that resembles an advantage.
Say it loud, say it proud, Shells. LeeSin To Your Heart have something to work with in game 1. It's a small advantage. It's slight, but here they go in the bot lane, looking for the play with the paranoia. The flash out of Jabberwockies now is going to be the root onto North Wolf. Make it 2. All of a sudden, LeeSin To Your Heart pull the trigger and find their mark.
It's almost as if Young Mashu, when he plays a champ that he's played so often and so comfortable with, actually can do something. He played this Kai'Sa almost like a one trick throughout the playoffs, and now he's looking very, very good. Now, Steve Tortilla, hold up.
Whoa,
Ooh.
okay, my friend. I'm looking at you, Wiggy Wonka. He said top lane was getting attention, bot lane was getting worked on, and all of a sudden, it is 3-lane dominance here for LeeSin To Your Heart. CK looking for the play into the top turret. Once again, will not be able to find it for now, as Sean Bear is moving his way up, starting up the Rift Herald. Wait, oh my gosh, Solaris really underestimating the damage there, or maybe playing his numbers just quite perfectly, has the calculator in his back pocket. But I'm still stuck in the fact we got LeeSin To Your Heart right back in it, Shells, in game 2.
Yeah, 3-0 kill advantage for LeeSin To Your Heart. The 2 solo laners getting solo kills. That was very, very amazing. CK 2020, nothing new. When he plays a champion with damage, he can do that. Wiggy Wonka on his pick, on his Diana. This is what you can come to expect from Wiggy Wonka. Like I said, he's a very feast or famine player. Not the champions, but the way he plays the game. If he gets ahead, he can stay ahead. And Young Mashu on this Kai'Sa looks so good. Hold up.
Oh, that's a botched engage. The Dredge line only connects onto them. Jabberwockies can simply walk away. Now the Ignite is ticking down. No more damage follow-up as Young Mashu's there to support his support in going in. The heal going to be procced. So heal for Ignite and Flash. Well done there from the Rockport bot lane. But once again, it's Tortilla making a tasty trip down to the bot side. Has the paranoia. Do they want to go for the play, though? It appears not for now. The recall will be completed, and he was on a ward the entire time.
On a ward. Good of him not to go in there. They were very prepared for that. Off the map, though, we saw Sean Bear take that Rift Herald, and this next dragon will be up actually in 3 minutes. So he has quite a bit of time to go ahead and find a place to get a lane ahead. Maybe going for a lane gank, but decides against going for those L brushes. Hold up.
Here we go, engaged in the bot lane. There's the headbutt pull. The combo finally connects to Paranoia. Has found Jabberwocky, but the spell shield's gonna keep him alive from the fear. Doesn't run away in fear. Instead, charging back forward is Sean Bear. The TP's now gonna arrive, but it's a little bit too late. Steve Tortilla has already gone down. The valuable carries and keeping themselves alive. And CK's had his teleport interrupted in top lane. It's disaster for LeeSin To Your Heart. Rockport, fight right back.
I'm kind of confused because young Mashu had Killer Instinct available and did not jump in. Uses it now of all times. I don't understand why or who told him to do that. But the time to do that was when Steve Tortilla engaged in that tri-brush area, and you had all the chances to go ahead and get a kill there. I think Steve thought there would be some follow-up. He ended up going in alone, looking around, look left, look right. There's no one on his team in sight, and he dies for it. There was some help on the way that could have come, but like you said, the TP got interrupted, and that's going to be 2 plates over to the side of Rockport Esports with that Herald being dropped. Not the most efficient use of the Herald, but still a very, very good counter engage from Rockport, able to catch themselves back up in this game.
And getting themselves at least 1 kill and basically make that gold lead completely negligible. Most of that is due to the CS differential in the bot lane. There's one to be talked about in the jungle and top, but the one in bot cannot be ignored. The freeze that Jabberwocky and Northwolf set up was just devastating to Mashu and Izo. They get Dragon forward, of course, with the priority that they earned themselves, but they get punished on the gold department. Next Drake here, shells in about a minute. We may just see a full-on fight for this objective.
We may just see that. Look at all that vision from both teams in that bot side river. A lot of red, a whole lot of blue in the form of control wards. So both teams will know what's going on if anyone makes a move. Now Northwolf doing the smart thing, clearing out that vision, preparing that river for the take here. CK 2020 throwing out the maiden, which just sitting there. Right there outside the bush. It's a cat maiden. Looks really nice. Nice looking maiden. But yeah, just out there, just showing off the cat, just saying, hey, he's out here just chilling right now. Solaris waiting for the wave to come through. The other kittens attacking him. I love this skin so much, actually.
It's actually kind of sad. Is he throwing kittens at Solaris and then they die? Like, that's actually kind of depressing now that I think about it. I'm not sure that I'm in love with this Meowrick all too much, but Solaris is feeling the same kind of energy. That's a lot of damage once again. Solaris needs to be careful with the maiden. It's an ultimate, my friend. It's not just a normal ability. It will actually kill you, and that will be wave number 2 denied to Solaris as he has to back away from his turret from the threat of the kitty cat Meowrick.
And it's just as you say, backing away from the turret. And that's what we talked about at the beginning. CK 2020 on this Yorick is an exquisite turret taker. Already taking 3 plates already, but there is a dragon on the map right now. And there may be a 3v3.
Oh, we're getting a fight. We're getting a fight. The hook connects. There's a dredge line to the back line. There's a Paranoia on the valuable carries on the important targets. And Steve Tortilla is going to drop immediately. Ooh. Diana across the team. Wiggy Wonka gets absolutely everyone in the fight. But what does the rest of the damage look like? It's 2-for-1 so far. The damage is pouring through. Wiggy's still healthy, and LeeSin To Your Heart are gonna win themselves a critical team fight around the dragon with a swift entrance from the top side of the river. Wiggy Wonka turns it around.
The flash moonfall from Wiggy Wonka was extremely impactful there. Young Mashu not really pumping out giga damage, but when you have a Diana who has so much burst and then brings everyone in right on top so she can go ahead and pump out even more damage, she is so disgusting. This is why Wiggy Wonka has so many games in this champion. This is why this Diana gets banned against him so often. This is why the Diana was banned against him in game number 1. He is destructive on this pick. He is immaculate on this pick. Already has the Night Harvester in the back pocket, has the Sork Pin boots. He is going to be hitting very hard on this Diana. It went the dive that the side of Rockport Esports does have, or that LeeSin To Your Heart, does have. He's going to be extremely, extremely strong, and kind of forgotten in all this. We've seen CK 2020 take the first tower with really no answer at all. Just took first tower and is extraordinarily rich right now.
Double taunt from Heat Viper in the mid lane, but he's being chased down by an angry Nocturne. This is what nightmares are made of, my friend, and Heat Viper will fall. TP from Solaris is just not in time, and the rest of LeeSin To Your Heart walks away unscathed with a free pick in the mid lane. But Wiggy Wonka, man, I can't get over how good that play was in the jungle, in the river, excuse me. I can't get over what it takes to make that play with your backs up against the wall after a demonstrous loss in game 1, to have the courage, to have the heart to step up and make that heroic effort. It takes guts and it takes skill, and Wiggy Wonka's gotten both here as LeeSin To Your Heart's looking to fight back in this series in game 2. Rockport Esports are, of course, the favorites coming in, but now as we crest the 16.5-minute mark, we're looking at 2 Drakes to LeeSin To Your Heart and a nice gold lead to boot. This is a different story than game number 1. It's all because of that team coordination. And I got to say, Tortilla making a much bigger impact earlier on.
It's almost as if this is a huge draft diff from game number 1. I won't say that the draft was the only reason that LeeSin lost that first game, but it's a way better draft for the team. It actually has a real identity. It's 4 of us want to go in. One of us wants to make sure that if Rockport wants to make this a 5v4, then you lose everything on the other side of the map. Seeker 2020, don't join. Just sit where you are. Go where you are. Stay what you're doing in the top side of the map. Do what you're doing up there. Because if Solaris jumps in this fight and makes it a disadvantageous engage for us, then that's going to be Rockport's inhibitor turret going down instantly. Because he has a Sunder already, has the Tabbies. He's going to go back and get even stronger. So Rockport Esports has to make decisions here. Do we send Solaris to the fight on the opposite side of the map and give up all this pressure topside? Or do we just go ahead and say, let's make it a 4v4 and deal with Steve Tortilla on Nocturne and Wiggy Wonka? Wait, here it is.
I've seen plays like this before, and I've seen Heat Viper drop again. And this time, he goes down to the wombo between the jungle and mid duo. The return play in bot side was from Sean Bear. There's really not much there. They have to walk away empty-handed, and once again, it's LSYH that come up with a dub, come up with a kill under the column, and Rockport simply grab nothing. They go home empty-handed.
They go home with one thing in their pocket, and that is a gray screen to look at. And this is almost a complete reverse of the last game. Maybe a little bit more respectable of a deficit that these two teams find themselves in. But with the Dragon stacking squarely in the side of LeeSin To Your Heart, and with that Mountain Drake coming up in just about 1 minute, we will see another fight. Now, how many members from each team will we see in that fight? We'll have to find out. But this is definitely going to be a very impactful fight for both teams. You cannot let LeeSin To Your Heart get 3 dragons stacked up, because that forces you to fight every time the next 5 minutes. If you can buy yourself 5 minutes where LeeSin cannot get soul, you can maybe give yourself time to scale up. Jabberwockies on the Sivir may have some chances to get stronger. I mean, outside of that, I mean, Solaris, if he's in a team fight, he's allowing Seeker 2020 to just take the Nexus. If Sean Bear is going to be pumping out giga damage, he's mostly for setup. He's not like strong enough and fed enough to actually burn down with the Leandries right now. He's not doing a lot of the damage here. There's a lot of setup for Rockport, but not a ton of DPS for their team if Solaris doesn't show up. So LeeSin To Your Heart puts himself in a really great position here. They take this Mountain Dragon, and they are basically in the driver's seat for the rest of this game.
9 ultis up on the moment, almost 10. Jabberwockies waiting a couple more seconds, so that one is available. For now, it is river control to LeeSin To Your Heart. It would put themselves at Soul Point North. Wolf looking for a flash engage of the wall, fishing. What can he find? It's a full 5-on-5. There's the cage. Redline gonna go forward. The fight's gonna break out now. The taunt's gonna land into 4 members. It's absolutely critical. That knockup's gonna be huge as well. Diana onto the back line. They haven't found Jabberwockies just quite yet. The man still got flash. He's still got kills, and he's got damage to follow. The re-engage effort was enough from LeeSin To Your Heart, and Rockport show you why they're number 1. They flex their muscle in the river, and they win a big team fight.
Okay, so right here, I'm a little bit confused. Normally, if you see a team funnel into a... Hold up.
Young Mashu trying to outplay under the turret. Does he have the damage? He does. Look at that cheeky double. Young Mashu gets himself a prize in the end. It's a small one. They lose soul point. At least they get something. But man, that team fight was a big one to win. And now LeeSin To Your Heart. Maybe the smiles are starting to fade.
I was mentioning though, most teams love when the opposing team walks through a choke point, all 4 or 5 members sitting right there. But LeeSin To Your Heart's comp just walked into a Galio, Morgana, and Urgot. You don't want to do that, especially with Sivir free hitting from the back line. And this is an overstay from Galio. A bad overstay from Heat Viper. Gets immediately punished for it, and that's going to be a kill for Steve Tortilla. He's now 2, 3, and 4. That's a great little awareness play. That was pretty much given over. That wasn't an earned kill. That was a kill that was given over by Rockport Esports. But this is not the composition that LeeSin wants to walk into in a choke point. There's too much AoE. There's too much damage that comes out if they're all bunched together. You like to dive, but in a choke point, I'm not quite so sure you want to go all the way in there. And honestly, I'm thinking that maybe right there, I like the idea of getting the... Wait a minute. No. Actually, yes.
North Wolf's going to be hooked back, has the ulti popping, ticking. Not enough though. Wiggy wants to see the 1, but he's been trapped in the cage. The fear beyond death will grab 1. It's a 1-for-1. Wiggy for North trade. It's support for mid laner. Always going to be worth there, but man, this game is on a knife's edge now. It's LeeSin To Your Heart trying to press for more, trying to get every play they can, but you can feel the tension in the air. You could cut it with a knife, and really reflecting back on that last big team fight, it's a battle of spell shields, and Jabberwocky's staying alive somehow through all the engaged, through all the backline access is so critical. You have to be ready for a pinpoint engage. You have to hit everything if you want to kill Jabberwockies in this team fight. We've seen him outplay engages like those before, and he does it once again here in Game 2. Rockport and LeeSin. Man, these two teams deserve this chance. They deserve a best of 5, and that may be where we're headed. But for now, it's all about Baron control.
Yeah, clearing out at least 3 control wards is inside of Rockport Esports. Getting a lot of vision here. Look at all the wards. This is the 4th ward they have now cleared in this top side jungle. That's amazing. And if I'm LeeSin To Your Heart, I'm thinking to myself, maybe we do give next drag or try to fight 4v4 and see if CK2020 can push this top lane to the inhibitor turret. In that last fight, yes, you did have 2, and there was going to be a chance to get a clean soul point 3-0. But right here, at this point, you're not going to get soul in the next 5 minutes. You're not going to. You have to wait another 10 minutes, potentially, or 7ish, to get this next this soul. I would say you drafted Yorick for a reason, and Yorick's biggest value gives is side laning and pushing and split pushing these turrets. He's probably one of the best turret takers in the game. That's not a Tristana, honestly, or maybe even a Jinx, but or Ziggs. But still, his value comes in split pushing and taking turrets. I would say try to go for a 4v4 for the next dragon, or maybe even just posture and delay with a 4v5, but don't engage really, and see just how much position that CK2020 can get in the top side. Maybe Solaris doesn't come. Both have TP available, but maybe Solaris is so worried about this Yorick taking that tier 2 into the inhibitor turret that he stays there, and it's a 4v4, and you have a good chance of winning a 4v4 with no Urgot. I think that the shot call should be to try to bait a 4v4 at the next dragon and see if CK2020 can take a lot more space and create space in the top side of the map.
And now you got me thinking. I'm thinking of Philios with the right gun combos, Twisted Fate with Butchbane. They're all so good at taking turrets. There are so many champions in this game that can just destroy a side lane if they need. That Paranoia is very aggressive. They're looking for the pick in the bot lane. We've seen it before. Heat Viper may just go down. There's the killer and sink the top, but they keep autoing the right target. Heat Viper's going to go golden. He's keeping himself alive for a little bit longer. There's a flash away from the dredge line, but the team has a run. The Rainbows are here. It's utter darkness, and it's a nightmare indeed. Tortilla's going to be dragged down into fear beyond death, and now Mashu's in trouble trying to 1v1 an Urgot, but you don't win those, my friend. Mashu's gonna go down, Wonka's gonna go down, and now Izo will drop as well. A 4-for-0 fight with a beautiful Houdini-like escape from Viper. Yes, CK's pushing in top side, but yet another dragon will go the way of Rockport.
Why on earth are we using 2 ultimates on a Galio under turret? I don't understand why was the shot call to use the paranoia and the hold up, Secret 2020 they got caught here. But why was the shot call to go in on a Galio there before a dragon? That was such a strange shot call there. Hold up.
They're so slow at killing each other, it's almost comical. Finally, CK has to flash. Will lose that 5-minute cooldown, along with what was basically the rest of his team. The only flash available is Mashu at this point, and really, that's never going to be enough to win you a team fight. It feels like when we get into these fights, it's always going to be Rockport favored. They're willing to take fights. They're willing to take a skill check and win it. That one wasn't a fair one. It was a 4v5. They try to pull the trigger onto a bot lane play. They whiff out on it, and then they get turned around on. LeeSin To Your Heart had a phenomenal start to this game, Shells, but things just don't continue to go their way. We're right back to an advantage for Rockport.
And the even worse thing is that failed dive onto the Galio didn't have to end in a clean 4-0 for the side of Rockport Esports. I'm not even quite sure why Steve Tortilla face checked that river brush at half health. You could have just kept going down into your own side of the bot lane. Just face checking the brush as the half health squishy member maybe wasn't the best idea there. There was a couple of head scratcher moments in that 30-second span, but this game is not over by any stretch. Yes, there is a 1K gold lead to Rockport Esports, but the dragon stacking is basically even. I think that look at the individual gold here. There are some advantages in different lanes, but honestly, for the most part, it's basically even. There is a 2,000 gold lead for Jabberwockies on the Sivir, but outside of that, they're basically dead even everywhere else. This is still anyone's game here. I think shot calling is gonna be what wins this game. It happens to be the biggest thing in a lot of these competitive leagues here. But making the right move at the right time is going to be where the focus needs to be for both these squads.
Yeah, trying to get the right pick instead of any pick. You can see Viper, he had Stopwatch, now has converted that into Zanya. So that target's gone. You really can never look to make the play on the Galio ever again. Along with Sean Bear, who has Zanyas as well. They'll both buy so much time for their team to come reinforce. You can see trying Wiggy Wonka is to get that Zonias in, only has the broken hourglass for now. And the siege is on for CK. Has teleport over Soleros, who now has to maintain his topside posture, which is why the laning states are the way they are now. But this game has evolved. It's no longer about dragons. It's no longer about silly little river skirmishes. It's about big prizes like Baron Mashu has to ult away. What does the re-engage look like if there is any? The paranoia is popped just to deny a little bit of vision. Tortilla never commits to the fight, and both teams disengage. Ooh,
good zoning.
Just kidding.
Wait.
We're not disengaging just quite yet. Shells, we're going to find in their hand. North Wolf's going to be first to drop. It's support for support. Wiggy Wonka's going to go into the middle of everybody. Just doesn't kill absolutely anyone. And he falls as well. Every single time a team fight breaks out, they cannot convert. A triple kill on over to Jabberwockies. And another win for Rockport Esports. CK is trying his hardest to trade something back, man. But the kitty cats can only scratch at the turret for so long. The rest of the team is sieging down mid lane. They get inhibitor turret. They get inhibitor and take the base.
Okay, now it seems to me that this side of LeeSin To Your Heart has no shot at winning a 4v4 at all. Maybe CK 2020 has to go ahead and be a part of these fights. I'm also worried about Young Mashu's his mental right now. Why on earth at 1 HP are you flashing into Jabberwockies after he uses the boomerang the boomerang blade onto you? Flash in, try to get the Q off there. It was an isolated Q, good damage, you have a lot of items, but you are honestly at Jabberwockies' mercy there. Gives over his life as well as his flash and the heal for not much of a reason at all, especially when you allow Jabberwockies to go back to base with 300 extra gold right before the dragon spawns. He's now at 3 items plus the last whisper. This is going to be extraordinarily just a huge advantage for Jabberwockies on this Sivir, to the point where this is a very lopsided fight, and it has to be a 4v5. No,
It's going to be a 4v5 unless Solaris decides to TP in, but it's Rockport. They're a little bit too late to this one. Dragon's already gone down. Now the re-engage effort's going to be here. The engage onto the back line, onto the valuable carries once again. There's a Morgana ulti. It's just not enough. They can't get it off in time. Sean Bear's first to drop. What else can Wiggy Wonka and crew get? They're going real fast, and they get one more. 2-0 plus a dragon. An absolute bargain and a steal from LeeSin To Your Heart. They get away with everything they could have asked for. They get 2 members as well, looking for more. Jabberwockies! He's gone down. He's deleted immediately. They just step a little bit too far. Sure, you got Azanias, but there's no time for your team to help you out this time. Solaris is walking away as well. Call it an ace of 5-0 wipe somehow. LeeSin To Your Heart, after losing fight after fight, after getting pounded in the face, will win out 5-0 and claim a Baron.
and this is this is Rockport doing their best Tampa Bay Buccaneers impression, throwing this game to an epic proportion. You give over third Drake. Okay, whatever. It's gonna be, you're in a good spot there because Solaris is in the top side, taking that turret. He was able to push the wave and got some good value right there. But then you still try to engage 4v5, lose that fight. Then you see North Wolf and I believe it was Jabberwockies disrespect the amount of damage that can come out even after the fight, and they die in the mid lane. How do you get aced right after you give over the dragon for free? Just disengage. You're still in the league basically, and you have a good spot because your Urgot is pushing the wave. Now Solaris also disrespects the kind of damage that CK2020 has, and maybe he didn't know the teleport was up for the Yorick, but just put himself in a very, very bad spot. And it's a 500 gold shutdown was given over to Yorick, and now the game is extremely even. It's going back and forth. We're 32 minutes in, 32 kills, 5 dragons. We might see the maximum 7 dragons, or no. The maximum, 7 dragons in this game. This is going to be a banger of a game too.
And the siege is on, my friend. We're straight into the mid lane. TK had done his job. He'd shoved in the wave in top. Will now escort one more on over to that inhibitor turret. Meanwhile, there's still supers here to contest this mid lane. It's not like this one's an easy siege. They have to deal with the supers. You can see it takes them a little bit longer to siege this inhibitor. And now waiting for one more wave. Here you go. Finally, it piled in. Jabberwockies is top, though. He's the only one with enough wave clear to match the Yorick, and it's a mismatch at best. Trying to siege mid lane, but really, they just don't get much from it. It feels like wasted time.
This is exactly what the side of LeeSin To Your Heart wants, though. They can go in, clear the entire jungle, starve out Sean Bear, not allow him to have any kind of way to get back into this game, get any stronger. Has 2 items right now in the back pocket, and now we see Wiggy Wonka saying, okay, we have pressure top, we have 4 members in the mid lane. Let's go ahead and push this bot lane wave and use our Baron buff to its fullest potential. And you don't really think about Diana traditionally as a split pusher, but she won't split push here, but she just pushes the wave. But there's not a lot of members who can 1v1 Wiggy Wonka on this Diana, and now they send 4 members to answer the bot wave. Kind of an inefficient answer to what's happening on the map here, and there's a ton of vision in this blue side jungle of Rockport Esports. So if they come down near the bot side of the map, every member of LeeSin To Your Heart will know about it.
I got my timer set. Wait about 5 more seconds or so, shells, and there you go. The timer is now officially ticking. 60 seconds left on the clock here for Rockport to get into this pit, to get somewhere near this dragon. It's Mountain Soul as a prize here. LeeSin To Your Heart. They take their final resets as now they have to approach a dark jungle.
And we should look at the items right here, or maybe look at this death brush, that there are 5, count them, 5 members of LeeSin To Your Heart just waiting, just praying someone face checks. And Solaris, you
Oh
are the
my
lucky member.
gosh. Solero somehow gets away. The taunt's going to connect onto two. The Pandoria's been popped. There you go onto the back line. The knockup's only going to get a little bit of damage. Tortilla is going to be shielded for now, but he's just going to be killed. Fear beyond death. What can Maishu do? Can he do enough damage? Willy Wonka's going to go down as well. So is Tortilla. And the death brush just didn't do anything. It's 4-4-0. It's disaster. Maishu's now on the run, trying to get away, but he has been robbed of his life. A nice attempt turns into disaster for LeeSin To Your Heart. They had anything and everything they needed, but Rockport are now sieging straight down the mid lane. Inhibitor will fall. Do they push for any more? No, they'll back up. The death timers are too short. They will claim their 3rd dragon, and we're getting Max Drakes this game, number 7, coming up in 5 minutes.
Necrox, I'm no good at the classic sayings, the classic philosophical musings, but I believe it was Soldier Boy who said, "Pride cometh before the fall," and that was an act of hubris from the side of LeeSin To Your Heart, sitting in that brush, believing you had the damage, believing you had the setup, and I was convinced. They're playing so forward, had me thinking, well, maybe they do. Maybe they can do this. Maybe this is their spot to go ahead and set up this kill brush. It was not their spot, said the narrator, and this was a very, very easy Mountain Drake take for Rockport Esports. This is a seesaw game for our top 2 seeded teams in Affliction League. This is what we want to see. Now, game number 1 was not what you wanted to see, unless you're a Rockport fan. Game number 2, as a viewer, is exactly how you want to see a League of Legends game. 37 minutes in, 37 kills, 6 dragons taken, 1.5k gold lead, but at 40 minutes in, that's not really anything at all. We're reaching the point where we're going to be seeing these guys not quite at full build, but damn close to it. There is a lot at stake here. This could either be game point Rockport Esports, or it could be the game that evens up the series for LeeSin To Your Heart. We will find out exactly how this series will look in the next 3.5 minutes, or even perhaps in the next 5 seconds once Baron spawns on the map, and it has.
It is up now. Do they want to start it, though, is the real question. CK has TP. They should know that. But this turret will fall all the same, and it's gone down. Now it's been started up. This is the fight to determine the game. It's going to be game ending one way or another. CK still pushing. Finally now TPing. The paranoia has been popped onto the back line. It's been stolen by Tortilla. He's got the Baron, but does he have the fight? It's a 2-0 so far. Here comes the hero's entrance over the top. So much damage. Now into Wiki Wonka. Maishu has kept himself alive for a little bit longer, but he's the only one standing. His friend has arrived. CK is running as well. A nice cage will stop the end game. As 2020 may have been a bad year for CK, but 2021 is the year for Rockport. They don't need Baron. They don't need members. They just need to march straight down the mid lane. 2 members. It's Maishu. It's CK left to defend the base in a 2v4, but here come the reinforcements. The minions have arrived. It's 2v4 in the base. Do you believe in miracles? Do you believe in last stand base defenses? CK certainly does as he finds the first one. He doesn't care about the damage. He doesn't care about the stats. He wants to go for the end. He wants to go for the Nexus turrets. He wants to end this one now. He's going to go low. He's going to go down. But do they have the damage to end the game? Sean Barrett's going to timely take this one low. But they got it. They got the end. And a last minute steal. Rockport Esports will take us to match point.
Rockport Esports watches the early game go heavily in favor of LeeSin To Your Heart. Rockport Esports starts to see the dragon stacking going heavily toward the side of LeeSin To Your Heart, but they have a strong mental. A team without a coach. They know how to play the late game. They say, okay, they're going to give us one. They may even give us 2. And they were exactly correct. There were a couple calls where LeeSin To Your Heart just gave over extra gold, gave over shutdowns that allowed the side of Rockport Esports to stay in this game, and they had strong mentals and were able to make pivotal plays at pivotal moments. Sometimes they lost objectives, but they were able to go ahead and win fights. Other times they had a better sense of the macro and the map state. They were very strong, and there were other times where it just seemed like LeeSin To Your Heart maybe gave away some opportunities that they had the advantage in, and they just allowed Rockport to take advantage of a misstep or a miscalculation of what should be done in that situation. But no matter, one, this was a better game overall from both teams, but two, this is a very convincing way that Rockport has shown that they can get to match point. The first game was a hard stomp. Game two, they had to come back from a deficit. Those are the two ways you win the game of League of Legends. They've shown they can do both. Now it's up to LeeSin To Your Heart to show they can come back from a 2-0 deficit to potentially get a reverse sweep.
There are things to smile about in that game. There are things to hold your head high. But at the end of the day, you have two L's under your column, and LeeSin To Your Heart now have their backs pushed up against the wall. They have no room to breathe, and the pressure is on. It is Rockport who have dominated throughout the regular season, and who have now taken us to match point. Before we get into our final game, though, we have our analyst test to break down the banger that we just saw and the banger that I fully expect to see in Game 3 of Affliction Grand Finals. Take it away, boys.
Thank you so much, Netcrocs and Shells, for absolutely smurfing that crazy game. Toadstep TDS, a back and forth match on the Rift, ends up going the way of Rockport Esports. But LeeSin To Your Heart, they had the game plan going for them. Toad, I'll start with you, my guy. Where did it go wrong for LeeSin To Your Heart?
I think the biggest thing that lost in this game was the draft. I think that their draft was really interesting to see. The Nocturne and Diana flex, and you saw Rockport flex the Galio and the Morgana, and you see all these champions that are really good at team fighting. And then they picked Yorick, which I have to say, he did do pretty well early game in the lane, did get a few towers, but you see all these fights just fell apart because the Diana, the Nocturne, the Nautilus kept going in and getting these really good engages, but the Yorick was just standing there, like, hoping that his Maiden was providing as much power as the Urgot was.
Yeah. T, what were your thoughts on this game? As I mean, we saw LeeSin To Your Heart. Not only did they go out, but they also did find ways to come back. What were your overall thoughts after this one?
Yeah, LeeSin To Your Heart. I, on the contrary, like the composition. Yeah, the Yorick probably is the biggest incognita. I think it was good in the sense that if he just kept the split pushing and never joined the team, then maybe he could go that. But the overall problem for me with that pick particularly is that if your decision is to pick a Yorick, you cannot go for 4v5s as much as LeeSin To Your Heart did. I think there were at least 3 or 4 4v5s that they decided consciously to go into. And
Right.
when you have a team fight composition that can fight in that sense against your
Yeah.
four easily, it's kind of random. Why give them what they want to do instead of just focusing on of keeping position and allowing the Yorick to just keep pushing? And maybe that's the problem in the draft, in the sense that if you're not going to just play through that and instead going to try and go for fights, then pick a team fighter. CK 2020 is a really good team fighting top laner, and I think he can just do that. But I think I didn't mention this enough, but the Urgot came in clutch in most of those fights because of how much the LeeSin To Your Heart's team needed to go into them. And he got so much value out of his machine guns that it was so good to see, as well as the Fear Beyond Death.
I'm curious, after such a close game, Toad Step, who do you gotta give MVP honors for just game number 2, or at least who stood out to you in this banger one?
I think it's pretty hard to decide who was like the MVP of this game, because while Jay Milwaukee's was able to do a lot of work in that game, I
Yeah.
think a lot of it was up to the Morgana, the Galio, the Alistar just doing everything possible to keep him alive, and just the inherent just safety of Sivir and Morgana. I almost think that the Morgana was the one who was the MVP, even though she had a bit of a rough pathing in the beginning, maybe showing a little bit of an experience on the champion. I think just the spell shield and just like the CC that she provided was really helpful into just keeping Rockport alive whenever they tried to go in.
Yeah, T, who stood out for you either on the side of LeeSin To Your Heart or Rockport? Because really both teams in this game had their moments.
Yeah, if I kind of have two for each side, one for each side. In my mind, it was either Wiggy Wonka or Steve Tortilla, and I think Steve Tortilla played really well. He pathed correctly at the start. He kept up with the Morgana. It can be because Sean Bear didn't path correctly as well, but I think he played the way that he should in the early game, and I love that he went for engages with the Nocturne Ultimate. I think you need to force plays with the Paranoia. Paranoia is such a good ability to just pick off people, and I think you need to play off of that cooldown. And he tried. Obviously, there was some overstays that he shouldn't have gone for, but I overall like that he went for that. And in the side of from Rockport Esports, I really like Jebobokis. He wasn't really the standout, and like you said, he was really protected. But I feel like starting from the game, he got a really good freeze on bot lane. He took
Yep.
advantage of that. He got a big CS lead, and most of the fights when he was, even if he was trying to dive on, I think he played correctly, skirting around the team fights and applying
Yep.
as much damage as he could as Seaver. So I really like that from him.
And I really appreciate that you pointed out that brutal freeze in the bot lane. It seemed like from 5 to 10 minutes, it was really hard for Mashu and Isobomstar to get onto the wave, to really interact with it in any way, or to try to get any sort of pressure. And you consider that Rockport able to find dragons, get some sort of advantage, start the build up to survive the really tough team fights when it came down to it. They had some help going their way with the additional armor and magic resist. Toad, if you haven't gone into the void just yet, the cam's a little wonky, but no worries at all. I'm curious what you're going to be looking for from LeeSin To Your Heart to really kind of round out their game plan here, because they had something going for them in game number 2. What do you think for game number 3? They're on match point now. They have to win 3 in a row. What do you try to expect from them?
I think there's a few things, like I touched on before about just drafting a team in general that wants to work together. The Yorick seemed a little out of place here, but I also think that they could learn from the mistakes that they made and what they could have done to kind of push the lead or the situations that they were in. Like
Yeah.
touching on that freeze in the bot lane, it was very easy to sort of negate that freeze, and this is a pretty hard thing to spot if you're not used to looking for it. But instead of going bot lane with their team and having their Nocturne go top after the reset, they could have just gone straight to the dragon, because while they were holding the freeze bot lane, the Kaisa and Nautilus spent probably a combined 2,000 gold that Rockport just didn't have in their bot lanes. So if they were
Yeah.
to force like a dragon play where they get the ball rolling even faster than they did, I think they could have pushed the lead a lot quicker.
T, what are you thinking, trying to build off of kind of what Toadstep was saying? The mid game was really complicated with how these teams were trying to macro around. You were talking about the York a little earlier. Do you think CK 2020, do you place him on another split pusher and try to reorganize the rest of the comp, or maybe try to get him aligned more with the team fighting style he's kind of used to playing this season?
In the case of Sigi 2020, there's some split pushers that can also function as a team fighter. Like, for example, Camille, her ultimate is really good with certain team fighters, so you can go for that as well. But if not, I think you can just put him on a tank, and he can perform to the same level. I think his team
Yeah.
fighting as a tank is so good. The TK, we meme a lot, and it's being banned, but I think it was one of the best team fighting top laners I have seen in this league, because of how good he played around his carries and how good he played around his own tankiness. So I think they can just give him that, and he can still carry through the top lane with that. On the sense that what LeeSin To Your Heart should do overall, I think they had really good at standing early game. One of the things that I didn't like before from them is that they tend to lose early game and then focus on winning them mid game and late game. They got their early game part this time, so now they just need to recover their mid game and late game fighting. And if they can go and do that, then they can win this game. I think they have the pieces, and the mental seems to still be there. So I think they have at least a chance to win a game or two. and go for a reverse sweep maybe.
Maybe the brooms have just been hiding in the closet. They're ready to hopefully bring them out now. As Dory was saying in chat, everyone, if you want to get involved with the draft, the game, and everything that's going on the Rift, grab yourself a bingo card. See if you can get a little lucky. Drafts have been kind of wonky. Who knows if the standard stuff is going to be on there? We've got top Kench bands coming through. We've got tanks in the top lane, pretty much non-existing on the Rift for this series. 4 bans against CK 2020 has been the Rockport Esports game plan for the grand finals so far. Before we head into draft, any picks you maybe expect to come out, or maybe some adjustments you're expecting from LeeSin in draft? They're on blue side again, while Rockport's on red.
I'm hoping to actually see a top pick in the first three picks of their draft, because it's really easy to just gravitate towards the classic get jungle, get a bot laner, get mid or support. But with how Rockport's banning like almost every top laner that CK plays, I think that a really easy adjustment is just picking like an Ornn or like one of those champions that CK is really comfortable on, and for the team fighting, just picking that.
Well, Toad, we'll have to see if that comes to fruition. Draft is starting right now. Toad will catch you possibly after game 3. We'll see where the series goes after this one. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 3, picks and bans starting now. Rockport Esports up 2-0 in this best of 5 series, and we are making quick work to the start of this draft. Sion and Vel'Koz and Zach immediately taken off of the board away from Rockport, while they're once again targeting the CK 2020 in the top lane.
Yeah, I think this will. If LeeSin To Your Heart is able to win another game, then I think this will just keep occurring when they are going to ban CK 2020's top lane pool, and that's why I think that going for a champion at the start of the rotation is the correct idea. I think maybe they can just leave up the Sion and first pick of themselves, because that's a good option to have. The Sion can just be first picked here. And looking at it, they want to go for the Galio. The Galio has been really good for the side of Rockport. They have flexed it as well, and in teamfights, it has been so fundamental in how they play them.
Yep, absolutely. In game number 1, we saw North Wolf dominate the bot lane on Galio support, getting pretty much every single taunt he wanted onto the likes of Mashu and Izzo Bombstar. This time, I think it's going to be Izzo Bombstar rocking the Galio pick T. I feel like with the way Wiggy Wonka was playing in game number 2, you got to put him on another big carry.
And with Diana being still able, Diana Galio is a really good combo to run, and I think Wiggy Wonka with the Galio can go in even easier. So I think that's also a good option to have. Jarvan 4 being picked up. I thought they were going to go for the Morgana again. I think they played well around her, but maybe this Jarvan it's a counter towards the Galio in the sense that you will try to keep him there. And I like the adaptation. They are going for the Morgana, so maybe this is a Jarvan support. It's maybe the Morgana jungle Jarvan support. You can run it. It's kind of random, but it can work.
That will be interesting to see, T. I'm here for it. I'll be honest.
Yeah.
Game number 2 was absolutely nuts. In game number 3, with how things are going, it seems like Necrox really might have to go to the oxygen tank, because he's got to be fully octaned up for the crazy team fights that are coming later on. I'm for sure. Diana now locked in. We were talking about Wonka getting his hands on a carry, and this Diana pick, he really took over some of those fights, team.
Yeah, and I overall, honestly, like that this is small adaptation. The Nautilus really wasn't that much of a problem. It's not like he didn't do enough. But I think if you're going for Diana Nocturne, having a Galio to even boost your dive in that sense, it's so good, and he can just go on top of the enemy champions and follow up the Diana Nocturne really easily. And now the answer for Rockport, I think they need something that can keep them within a distance. So Morgana already serves that purpose. The Sivir is also a good option. I think the Spell Shoot is still valuable, and the On the Hunt is a good ultimate to try and run away and then re-engage.
And not to mention that I think this duo in the bot lane T would just be absolutely brutal to try to go up against. The range between Morgana's Dark Binding and Sivir's Boomerang Blade, well, that is all they need to try to separate themselves from the likes of Izzo Bombstar on this Galio support pick, which is what we're thinking right now. What are the odds? Miss CK 2020, I don't think is going to be rocking the Galio top. That would kind of blow my mind.
Maybe.
But Samira is going to be the first ban on the red side. Kind of thinking the same thing, but Urgot right now getting hovered. I really like this adaptation of trying to take away the Urgot from Solaris, who was really solid last game.
Yeah, and I also feel like this is the correct adaptation. The Urgot was really problematic for not really maybe the Yorick, but mainly the Diana and the Nocturne that were trying to dive in. It's what negated so much of their damage and so much of their teamfight, and I like that as adaptation, banning that champion out and just still focusing on your idea of just going in and killing the Walkies as fast as you can. The Victor ban, it's kind of interesting. I think Victor, it's one of the more safe AP champions, but you can just go for Oriana in that sense, and she kind of serve the same purpose, and her ball can go a long distance, so that also still exists here in the draft.
He got a ball delivery system in J4 in potentially the jungle, or again, I'd be really intrigued to see T. We're gonna have the final pick get locked in as Lulu, another flex champion. We've seen Lulu top and Lulu mid potentially as well. Rockport Esports, they're putting LeeSin To Your Heart kind of on their toes for this draft. Coach is gonna have to come up big here.
Yeah, and one of the things good for Listen to Your Heart's Listen to Your Heart's composition is that you really don't need to try and think anything fancy. Just focus on the theme of your composition and go for it. The Misfortune can follow up on the damage from the dive. Oh, Yorick again.
Oh. How many times are we gonna have to teach him the lesson, T? I don't know. It's being hovered right now. We heard you and Toad talking about how the Yorick pick was somewhat mismanaged, right? And especially in the team fights, wasn't able to break through the big defense that Rockport was able to put together for themselves. Do you think it has a better chance of succeeding against the draft they have right now?
I think he had a good chance of succeeding before, and he still will have if they play around the fact that he's going to be a split pusher. Shen is a good champion to put Yorick up because Yorick can win that matchup and he will win the split push. But the Shen goes with the idea that Rockport I think has always had, that is go to fights, be 5 men strong and win that. And Listen to Your Heart needs to understand that you will most likely fight 4v5 more than not. So please don't try and force the fights. You don't need that. If they go for picks like 3v1s, 3v2s, those picks can work. Even if the Shen responds, those can work. But 4v5s are just detrimental to your own composition, and the Journey cannot respond as well as a Shen right now. And I think we didn't touch on this, but the Morgana is going mid lane. So kind of another flex that we didn't think could come through, but it came.
We were worried about Morgana versus Jarvan support, that the secret Lulu tech, Necrox, is cheering right now. He's so excited. His fortune ball was right on the money here. Lulu in a pretty decent position, and it's going to be a challenging poke lane for the LeeSin To Your Heart bot lane to try to go up against. As I mentioned, the Boomerang Blade, huge range on the Sivir, and the wave clear out the wazoo. How do you think LeeSin To Your Heart try to operate in this game?
So I think they need to do kind of what they did before, try and survive the first 6 levels and focus on Diana and Nocturne being able to use their ultimates. Diana got a solo kill last time. I think she can dive and kill the Morgana as well if the Dark Binding goes amiss, so it's going to work. She can still go for those plays, and then Nocturne especially needs to be able to get good use of the Paranoia. The Paranoia is going to be so instrumental, and if they are able to get a lead, there are more squishy champions this time around. The Galio is not here, so team fighting is not going to be as hard for the side of Listen To Your Heart. And if they Lulu, Morgana, and Sivir are champions that you can burst out. These are champions that if you get on top of them, they can die quickly. So they have options, and I think if they are able to get picks, not full on fights, but picks, then they should be able to get advantages.
What is particularly spicy is before in the previous draft, T, I mentioned how you have Nocturne going up against Galio, while the Paranoia can shut off that hero's entrance. But now, my man, they're being combined, and it's like a Predator missile heading straight for the back line. I like your point mentioning Sivir, Morgana, Lulu potentially going to get exploded, while LeeSin To Your Heart, they're got to use maybe their death streaks now to rock this Predator missile into the back line.
Yeah, and what the great thing about that is that because it can be so effective if it's done correctly. So if you get on top of them, there's going to be a big explosion. Maybe not literally, but in the game we're going to see someone just evaporate from the map, and that is something good to see. But that also works as a double-edged sword in the sense that if at first they don't succeed, then the disengage and the re-engage from the side of Rockport can just destroy them. If you go in, fail your engage, and then just stay there thinking, "What am I here?" You're going to instantly get killed by the Sivir and the response from the Rockport side.
But again, thinking about how Rockport Esports managed to come back in game number 2, it's going to be down to the team fights. Are LeeSin To Your Heart going to be able to learn from last game's mistakes in order to execute a very similar style composition a little bit better in game number 3? Game number 2, they had the early advantage. They were popping off in all 3 lanes. But then when it came down to it, the numbers advantage, the 5v4 fights, even the 5v5 team fights, it was really hard to handle. And thinking about the MVP of the season, Jabberwockies on the Sivir pick once again, and who knows, with the double range advantage, I wonder if we're going to be seeing even more freezes, even more lane advantages going the way of Rockport.
Yeah, and I think going into the lane kingdom idea is also good because I think Young Mushu and I saw Storm are two players that although can play well together, they don't win lane a lot. They don't typically win lane. They try to survive as much as they can and maybe go around the map and play through their teammates. So if giving Jabberwockies and Northwold the ability to just win lane through whatever their methods they want to do, I think it's the best. It's the best option they can go for.
And we're going to be looking at Solaris to be watching the mini-map more than his top lane a little bit, because these Stand Uniteds, T, if he blinks, he might miss Jabberwockies or Northwolf getting taken down. Yeah. But ladies and gentlemen, the champions are locked in, the compositions are set, the teams are ready to go. LeeSin To Your Heart, with their back now really up against the wall, they're down to match point. Rockport Esports up 2-0 after dominating in game 1, and after coming back in game number 2, they're feeling good about their play in the Affliction Esports Gold Finals. Summoners, don't click out of that browser. We'll be on the Rift with game number 3. Necrox and Shells absolutely destroying this cast. You won't want to miss it.
Your attention, I'm running out your mind. Don't know the direction to your side. Got the wrong impression. I thought that we were fine, but now it's turned to ice. So you decide, and I just wait. I don't get you, I don't chase. So you decide, and I'll just save my time. We'll never know, but don't say that you're sorry. Don't say that you're sorry, girl. 'Cause we came almost too close, but don't say that you're sorry. You don't really want me, girl. just need to have faith. Keep me from keeping me down. Even me out. Free me, so I'm not afraid. Gotta let it go. Let it flutter. Let it flutter. Gotta let it go. Let it flutter. Let it flutter. I'm over catching butterflies. Let it flutter. Let it flutter. I'm over catching So what if I make a fool? My ego can only bruise. It's nothing that I can't take. It's better than being numb, waiting for sleep to come, so I can dream about change. Gotta let it go. Let it flutter. Let it flutter. Gotta let it go. Let it flutter. Let it flutter. I'm over catching butterflies. I'm over catching butterflies. Let it flutter. Let it flutter. Gotta let it go. Let it flutter. Let it flutter. Gotta let it go. Let it flutter. Let it flutter. I'm over catching butterflies. Let it flutter. Let it flutter. I'm over catching
Welcome back, one and all, to Game 3 to match point here for Affliction Gold League Finals. I am Necrox, joined once again by Shells, and right now we're sitting at a 2-0 lead for Rockport Esports. They have taken a dominating win in Game 1, a comeback victory in Game 2, and now looking to close out the series, but LeeSin To Your Heart backs up against the wall. It's everything on the line, do or die.
And when you're in a 2-0 situation, you already are telling the other team, saying, look, we are better than you. We are up 2 games in a 5-game series. First to 3 games wins the whole thing. But when you pick a comp like this, Shin, Jarvan, Morgana mid, and you have a Lulu support with a Sivir as your AD carry, you're saying that if we win this game, listen to your heart. If we win this game, we are just outright better than you. We have no business ever winning this game this hard. We're to protect the Sivir composition, and our only real damage is the Sivir. The only real DPS is the Sivir. This is a Mr. Obama get down composition, protect Jabberwockies completely. And listen to your heart, they got the message. They said, okay, we understand you have a protect the Sivir composition, so what we're going to do is we're going to throw a Conqueror Misfortune your way. And I gotta see this in the build because I am not quite convinced that Conqueror Misfortune is quite what is on the board for a winning matchup here. Misfortune, not quite a very strong champ in the meta right now, but I do love her. I gotta say that I'm a big fan of Misfortune. Maybe not in a 2-0, in an 0-2 situation where we're down and we're facing elimination in the championship game.
Yeah, you would like to see players, go back to comfort and really strive for meta comfort in particular, but Jabberwockies has taken that note here on the Sivir, is going right back to one of his most played and on a successful champion as well. Just came off of an incredible performance and is right back to it. This time around, though, it's a little different for young Mashu with a 0.3% presence rate. It's really just not all that common. The Conquer MF, that is, and could opt for a couple different routes, but instead we're going to get the Conquer. Won't want to tunnel vision on it too much, but we'll keep an eye on the Conquer and how it stacks up against the rest of the Rockport squad. For now, though, jungle pathing just about common for both of these junglers. Sean Bear going to clear his wolves as well, so it'll be a 4-camp clear for him, as Tortilla has now made his way onto his Raptors, looking towards to clear that bot side. But both junglers down, looking for bot crab.
I don't know about you, Necrox, but I am all about the business of results-based analysis. So call me a spelunker. I am tunnel vision on this Conqueror Misfortune. If it wins, this is the build. That's how it works. That's how the numbers work. If it wins, Conqueror is the build. But now we're looking at these junglers actually forego that bot side Scuttle Crab. We saw Sean Bear reset, and we saw Steve Tortilla now on his Krugs. With push in the bot lane, he should go ahead and make a move for the Scuttle Crab, but we'll see exactly what the pathing is, what the mindset is of a Nocturne player, but CK 2020 getting pretty low.
CK getting pretty chunked out there. Tortilla doesn't know that this bot crab hasn't been taken yet, but with the priority that his bot lane has now accomplished, he's willing to take a meander towards that crab, and what do you know, it's been left up ever so generously by Sean Bear, so he'll be able to secure that one. Should be a handshake of crabs. If that one's not secured, the top one's got to be secured, right? So we'll just be a 1-for-1, so a nice even start to the game so far. Everyone's playing this one safe and out, but I gotta ask you, Shells, we saw Tortilla on the Nocturne, we saw Wiggy Wonka on the Diana, we saw CK on the Yorick. We just haven't seen the bot lane. That's the only thing that's different here for LeeSin. Is it enough? Is it enough to overcome the difference that Jabberwocky Sivir has just thrown at you in the past game?
Is it enough? I believe it has to be enough. I mean, it's going to have to be enough in this match. There are no do-overs. There's no mulligans. This is the last chance for LeeSin To Your Heart to extend the series. Now, I will say it again, Misfortune is not very strong in the meta right now. There's a couple ways you can build her, but the fact does remain that she's not in the best of spots at the moment. But Wiggy Wonka and Steve Tortilla and even CK 2020 played their champions very, very well. The problem was LeeSin To Your Heart didn't actually either understand or play around the kind of win con you have when you have a Yorick. I believe the win con when you have a Yorick and a decent enough fighting composition is to allow Yorick to split push. You may have to give up some objectives once or twice. You may have to bait and engage and then back off of it. You may even have to sacrifice one member of your team. But if you allow CK 2020 on the Yorick to go ahead and split push heavily, and you're willing to give up one or two objectives, you have such a strong chance of creating so much pressure in a different lane that it forces a 4v5, it forces 4v4s for perpetuity in the game, because now you have an open lane where Solar says, okay, I'm on this Shin now. Shin's biggest strength in the game is leaving lane and assisting other players on his team, protecting other players, and with a free lane, Yorick has free roam to go ahead and say, this is now my turret. He takes turrets extraordinarily well, and this is actually a great matchup for him, because if Shin doesn't leave, that's fine. He's not doing this. Hold up.
All in the mid lane, the root connects, but remember there's no ignite, so no real kill threat, but regardless, the Stand United is used. That's a really long cooldown to be thrown away willy-nilly, and massive stuff there from Wiggy Wonka, off to an aggressive start in mid.
Wiggy Wonka off to a great start, and yes, Heat Viper does survive with his life, but he does not survive with his flash. That is a flash gone. No ignite, so no death. But that's just the flash gone, Solaris' teleport gone, and the Stand United gone all in one chunk. Now, he doesn't lose very much in the top side. He's actually still ahead in the CS, but that's not a very good situation for the mid laner. And with Dragon up, and there might be priority pushing in this bot side with Young Mashu and Is a Bomb Star, this is looking like a pretty clean potential Dragon take for the side of LeeSin To Your Heart, both jungles on the top side of the map, that's not going to come anytime soon.
That's what I wanted. A point I was hoping to get to at some point is you really need to start stacking up dragons, especially if you want this York to stick into a side lane and not really contest critical objectives. As here comes the maiden again. Solaris has this flash, but so does CK. This one could get a little bit dicey as health bars go low. Solaris will barely walk away, losing a significant chunk of the health bar, but the maiden is now active in the lane. As yet again, something Solaris has to think about. He remembers the nightmares of lanes past from this maiden just doing DPS over time. It is so frustrating as the attempt in bot lane does not go the way, so Tortilla will back off of that one. And here, finally, we may see a dragon.
We might just see that as the bot wave does push out and Heat Viper is dealing with a wave pushing in the mid lane. But instead, it might just be a combination of ultimates used by Steve Tortilla and Wiggy Wonka here on this Morgana. Maybe not, actually, as the chance to take dragon very cleanly is right there. It's right now. They can do it right now, but the trigger is not being pulled, and we're kind of wasting time where there are some pretty efficient things to do here. But Steve Tree he's actually seen on the ward on his Raptors, so the side of Rockport Esports, they know exactly what's going on in the jungle.
They have advantage in bot, they had an advantage in mid, but instead of going for the dragon, they simply play this one back. They call out, play safe, and really just let this game progress naturally instead of pressing any sort of issue or really any objective at all. Once again, going to chop the recall there in top lane. Here comes the first maybe successful gank of the game. Flash going to be burned, but here comes the TP from Wiggy Wonka. Has the Moonfall if they need. Here comes reinforcements from the jungle as well. Wiggy Wonka doesn't get much with the ulti. It was the Sivir ult used in response just to simply kite away. Wiggy is low. There are lots of members here if they want to force a dive. Jabba's so incredibly low. They won't get anything. Everyone escapes with their life.
Sean Bear's solo gets to reset right now, and Steve Tortilla with push will know his bot lane has to leave right now as well. He's just going to enter this mid lane. That was such a weird situation for the side of LeeSin To Your Heart. They had so many opportunities to take that dragon and decided against it. Sean Bear staying in the area, not going to go ahead and reset their art. Well, there actually is fruit just outside of this dragon pit, but he's going to go back while he can. Let Jabberwockies and Northwolf reset as well and get stronger for this next dragon fight, the first dragon fight. And at this point, first drag has less value to me than taking Herald. I would rather get Herald and maybe try to get Wiggy Wonka ahead, maybe get Young Marshall ahead. If I'm LeeSin To Your Heart, if I'm Rockport Esports, the onus is on you to get some dragon stack, and you can't trade Herald for drag because you have one member on your team who's a hard carry. Yes, this Morgana can get more gold and can get that damage over time down with the double mask build, but you really need to buy yourself time and insurance with dragons, and that's not going to come here with this first dragon as it goes over to the side of LeeSin To Your Heart.
LeeSin To Your Heart going to grab first objective of the game for themselves. It started off this way last game as well, but didn't end maybe as they thought it should. Wiggy Wonka will get bound up in mid lane, take a pretty even trade in the back end of all things being said and done, but it's a slower start to the game, and I like to see it from LeeSin To Your Heart. Slow things down, grab control over what was a series that feels a little bit out of hand at the end of game 2. Game 1 was certainly out of any control of their own, and then game 2 slipping away towards the end. Wiggy Wonka as the flash immediately gets away. The binding as well, miscommunication. Here come the soul shackles. The outplay from Heat Viper solo killed Wiggy Wonka in mid.
And this is why Wiggy Wonka was third team all Affliction League, because that play right there is, hold up, maybe answer here, but no. That play was a total disrespect of Heat Viper and the Soul Shackles. You have to go ahead and concede and go the big...
Whoa, flash taunt. Whoa.
Kill.
Okay. All right. I'm not sure that was the most well-advised play I've ever seen. Steve Tortilla gets away somehow with a 1-for-1 after all the dust settles.
And what that does is give CK2020 the first tower in less than 13 minutes. It's exactly what I was talking about. Solaris, when you have a Shin, you have to leave the lane. The biggest thing is you have to leave lane to assist other members. He is 0 for 2 on even acceptable stand by me, not stand by me, but stand by United in this game. And now the first turret's already gone. CK2020 is absolutely rich. He's gonna go back with first item right now. Has 2,000 gold in the back pocket, and now you're in such a bad spot.
Nice engage in the bot lane. The wild growth will keep Jabberwockies alive for now. Ignite was ticking to negate some of the extra health that could come through. Bullet time was committed as well, so a nice long cooldown being expended, but some life being breathed into the bot lane here by LeeSin To Your Heart. They look, they don't get, but still a nice CS lead. You can see the dominance that they're trying to exert, but the real difference here is in the top lane. That entire turret soloed by CK, and now he's on Sean Bear's Krugs, saying the turret's mine, the lane's mine, your jungle's mine, everything on this map belongs to the Meowric.
This looks a lot like when I tried the first time Gwen in the top lane when I'm an 80 carry in jungle main. I just got so stomped, the top laner just started taking my jungler's Krugs, just took tower very quickly. I was like, no, don't take my tower, don't take my jungler's Krugs. I'm just trying my rollout for the first time, don't do this to me. And CK2020 is taking these things like it's his. This whole lane is his. The top side jungle is his if he wants it. He can play some deep wards here. He can do whatever he wants. This is how you play around a Yorick. You say, Solaris, you can leave if you want to. Your whole kit is based around you leaving and protecting your other champs in their lanes. But if you do that, you're only enabling me on this Yorick. Look how long this lane is. This is troublesome at best.
Here comes the engage into the bot lane, the flash away so many times that Cataclysm has gotten a flash. A nice double up there to tag North Wolf on the back end. But again, if you're not really pushing, the issue here on the flash is if you're not revisiting these lanes, a flash is only a 5-minute cooldown. It'll respawn. It'll come back up. You can get gold. That's permanent, but flashes are not. Here comes Rift-Tailed in mid to get a little bit more map pressure as we get our second dragon of the game. Here at 14.5 minutes. It won't be able to quite crack the turret, but not the best use of Rift-Tailed I've ever seen. Shells, but, you know, it's something. Some more damage.
Yeah, a bit strange because one, that Herald could have been used before the 14-minute mark when the plates go down, and two, Diana isn't the best champion for sieging. We listed off a few champions that are good at sieging in the previous game. Diana is squarely not on that list. And even if you weren't going to go for plates, once plates were down, it wasn't like the Herald was dying right then. You had enough time to maybe even path topside and say, hey, CK2020, you go ahead and you take this next, you take tier 2 turret right now. We take Dragon, and then we're gonna put you in the bot lane right now. You push this bot side, and we have our bot lane in the mid lane with turret still up, and we can make moves like that. But they're still in a good spot. A 2.5k gold lead, full side LeeSin To Your Heart. We saw them with an advantage in the last game, the last matchup, and that was not working out. It ended up working out at the end, but they may have a better shot in this matchup right here. As
Sean Bear has no Cataclysm. There's no way to keep all the members locked in. He's trying to steal it away, but he just can't secure it. It's Wiggy Wonka of all members to grab that one. Jabberwocky with a nice spell shield will keep himself alive from the taunt. Here comes the Sand United. Meishu's in a little bit of trouble. Here comes the Galley ulti, but it's not in the right spot. He's only reinforcing the back end of the fight. It's Mashu to fall. The binding as well from Viper. The burn. It hurt so damn much, but Viper keeping himself alive with a broken stopwatch. Somehow, Wiggy Wonka is alive as well. Burning, ticking, dying, keeping himself alive. Somehow, in that fight, Shells, we get one for Dragon when it feels like 9 members were present.
It absolutely did. Only young Mashu on the misfortune goes down, does burn both the flash and the heal. Solaris had his Stand United actually interrupted, so he was not able to make a move down there, and actually that was probably for the best, because Rockport Esports would have had not only their tier 2 top taken away, but if Solaris had gone, he probably would be looking at the inhibitor turret also gone, but there isn't engaged in the top side right now. Nope, just going to be Sean Bear taking this wave, and CK2020 is so huge. He's so strong. Jabberwockies may have to be a little
Outside?
safer here.
Ooh, I thought they'd actually go there, but they don't have the paranoia, so no real way to close that gap on the Jabberwockies and North Wolf, who are looking to just, well, hang out under their tier 1 in the bot lane. Don't want to channel the recalls as this wave is crashing in. They want every last bit of gold possible, and this bot lane matchup is going so much better for Meishu and Izo. You remember Jabberwockies and North Wolf really dominating game 1 and 2. This time around, it's a little bit different. Still a kill to not for Meishu and Izo, but here comes the bot lane dive. The Shirley has been popped, and the damage is so easy. The TP, double TP has arrived. Surprise! Meishu's going to go down to a nice taunt on the turn, making a 2-for-1 trade. Heat Viper's going to go low, but will he die? The polymorph is in time. The dash, the slash. He's fighting his way for one more kill. Wonka will fall 2 for 3 in the end. North Wolf barely survives. Blow for blow in the fight, but so much expended for Rockport.
So much expended for Rockport. There are no flashes available, no teleports available, and CK2020 is able to do what he does best, and that is play PvE, chunking away at this turret here. He is going to get this turret, but there are 3 members of Rockport coming up right now.
Taunt onto CK. Nice cage, but he's already about 40% HP.
Double
Here comes
flash.
the damage, and it's inevitable. CK can't flash over the wall in time, and he will just die. A nice taunt to set it up there from Solero. He's been performing on the Shen all game, and it feels like that is exactly what you pick it for. Not the lane, not the matchup into Yorick, but instead just getting around the map, landing nice taunts, and then proceeding to win critical fights. But for now, Shells, the fighting has dissipated. We are now waiting, patiently awaiting this turret to drop in bot. There you go. And one more objective on the board soon, as it's Jabba and North Wolf to try and trade this one away in top.
Yep, that was going to be a saving of the tier 2 top for the sacrifice of the tier 1 bot. Now, this could be a trade for this tier 1 top side as well, and it will be. This is going to be the first real infusion of gold into the bot side of Rockport Esports, as the gold lead has shrunk a bit to a 1k gold lead for the side of LeeSin To Your Heart. And with Dragon spawning in just over 1 minute, and with Rift Herald still on the board, but not really a real objective on the map, honestly, we're looking at a situation where this vision has been set up for LeeSin To Your Heart to get this potential soul point for them. Now, their members have reset, but they're making their way back into this bot side river. They have the insight track on this objective. If they're able to actually succeed this time and take soul point, they're going to be in a such good advantageous spot moving forward. They bought themselves so much time. They can sack the next dragon if they want to and have CK2020 just push, and they can be in a very, very strong spot moving forward in this game.
Feels like we've been in this position before. Shells, LeeSin To Your Heart with an advantage, or at least priority for now in the river with third Drake on the board, but this team fight didn't go their way last time we were here. This time, looking to rewrite the books. Our LeeSin To Your Heart. Keep an eye on the valuable carries. Keep your eye on Jabberwockies in this fight. The composition is designed to dive, designed to pick off this Sivir. Flash is available. There's your 2-man Cataclysm. The fight's gonna break out now. There's Azani's bullet time, gonna keep a little bit of damage, but not a lot. The Galio ulti over the top now is gonna find 2 members, but it's a 1-for-1 trade. Jungler for support for now. The taunt's gonna connect on to Steve Tortilla, who will drop. Double kill now on over to Heat Viper. One more binding to boot, and CK will fall as Jabberwocky sends boomerangs back to sender as they get another team fight win in the river and will deny soul point to LeeSin.
Rockport Esports take a bow. This is their bread and butter. This is what they do the best. It is find themselves in a disadvantageous situation and turn it into a win. They have no business winning this fight. They have no business checking into that river. They have no business really being being able to actually win in this situation, but they come in there and absolutely wipe the floor with LeeSin To Your Heart, leaving only 2 members alive, and there is no real counter play to get there. You don't trade the dragon for anything. Your members die. I don't think there are any real shutdowns there, but a double kill for Morgana, an actual carry Morgana, is huge. That is absolutely huge for Heat Viper, who doesn't normally play this kind of champion. But like I said at the top, if Rockport Esports wins on this comp in a 3-0 fashion, this is them saying to LeeSin To Your Heart, we are just better. We are absolutely better. This is a Jabberwockies protect the carry composition where only one real member does actual serious damage. Everyone else is here to tank or to be, just a frontline, a meat shield for Jabberwockies. This is a please get Jabberwockies MVP of not just the regular season, but of the championship game itself. And they are well on their way to completing their goal.
Well on their way and only one stop short now of making the full trip here to the MVP winner's circle. They are just barely behind in gold for now, but it's still LeeSin To Your Heart who maintain a slight advantage, mostly due to CS in the bot and top lanes. But really, you need to get onto Jabberwockies. It's so hard, it feels like, to get through the shielding and the health that a Lulu can provide, but you have to do it. That's what your composition is built for. Bullet time, even there to do a little bit of extra damage over the top. And Rockport have just denied every opportunity to LeeSin To Your Heart on to their critical carry. Jabberwockies has just been incredible to watch as an AD carry player, and now is the Baron. You can see Meishu doing his best to clear out as much vision as possible. Even a sweeper going to be popped from Izo now to get a little bit of extra priority in this river. Could be a game-determining, series-determining, and championship team-determining fight in the upcoming minutes.
We could see that in the next 2 minutes when Dragon comes up. We could see that fight coming very, very soon as Baron is on the board. And there are 4 members of each team in this top side river. There could be an engage, but with Wiggy Wonka going ahead and resetting right here with teleport up, we are just going to see vision being set up and then a disengage, maybe trying to get some priority in the mid lane. But with Yorick just laning versus Shin, it looks like the bot lane of Rockport Esports is trying to get a bit of a flank here, but very smartly, CK2020 understands they're not on vision. They must be coming down to meet me. I have to assume that's the case. He backs up and is just going to sit here, wait for the wave to push back to him. And there's probably not going to be a play onto Baron. I don't think either one of these teams can really start Baron and look to turn in a very confident manner. We're probably just posturing, probably just getting vision and waiting for this next dragon to pop up. It is Infernal Drake, and it is going to be the potential soul point for LeeSin To Your Heart. We will see if they can actually win this next engage and get themselves stacked with 3 dragons.
Quick check-in for itemization for what could be a final fight here for these 2 teams. Mythics completed for absolutely everyone. A Bloodthirster is in for Meishu, and the parts of a Lichbane are in for Wiggy Wonka. 2 items completed for Tortilla as well. On the other end of the coin, Rockport Esports have locked in a solid lineup in terms of items. They've got 2.5 on Jabberwockies. They've got 2 and some pieces for Viper, and a extra Tiamat for some wave clear for Solaris so we can survive in the side lane against the likes of CK. Priority once again to LeeSin. They are here once again early on, but it does not feel like this series that the early bird has gotten much of the worm or any dragons. Or team fight wins 2-1 in terms of those drakes for now as Heat Viper makes his way to this fight. One more shot for LeeSin to bring us the series we want and need.
Kraken Slayer into Bloodthirster Conqueror MF has me thonking right now. Is this the build? We'll have to wait and see if the team is able to win this fight before I can give my results-based analysis on it. My first assumption is, of course not. This isn't the build, but this might be something to put in the books as a very
my gosh. Look at
Wait,
the damage,
huh?
but here comes the paranoia. I thought it was defensive. It's more going to be an offensive approach. The bullet time only doing a little bit of damage. Can they find Jabberwocky in the fight? No, everyone's going to drop. Jabberwocky flashing over the wall to safety. CK, one of the only members left alive. Wiggy now flashing away. CK's on the chase, but he's been bounded up on the back end of the fight. Wiggy now looking for the 1v1. They've got Jabba. CK is 1v9 in the fight. One-on-one Shells Heat Viper versus Wiggy Wonka. Wiggy's low, but he has TP. No one wins the fight, but everyone dies except for the mid laner. Somehow, Jabby went down the back end of the fight. What a play from Steve Tortilla. A heroic effort onto the back line, and they go blow for blow.
He jumps in there with a paranoia with almost little to no actual follow-up there. Heat Viper able to go ahead and disengage with that Dark Binding. Very smart move, but just kind of quietly kept is that this Morgana is 7-1-3. Going for the Hourglass second build and going for Morello's third, I would like to see a double mask out of this Morgana. Be a little bit more aggressive. You are 7-1-3. Show a little. Hey, look, you're doing good. You're actually playing this game very, very well. Getting the last hit. Hey, go ahead and pick up that Dark Seal right now. Go ahead and maybe even pick up that other mask item. Go ahead and do that, and you may be able to kind of hard carry this game. You have two tanks going for to have Sunfire Aegis already on the board, and Lulu has the Moonstone in the back pocket. Lulu actually has the Shirelia's Battle Song. Does not go for the newly buffed Moonstone build here for Lulu. Now Shirelia's isn't a bad item, but when Lulu and Moonstone both get buffed, I'm a bit concerned about this itemization.
Yeah, concerned about itemization and concerned about Baron. They have no vision of it. They have absolutely no clue. Is Dragon taken by LeeSin? But here we go. The fight's going to break out. Can it be thrown away again? No way! He's done it twice! Flashing over the wall! And the Stand United is just too late! Do you believe in miracles? Steve Tortilla, highway robbery on the Rift.
Yeah, and that is just disgusting. You take away their vision, you take away their Baron, and now they have the answer. Everyone has to go to this bot lane where you see CK 2020 hard pushing this wave. Now, he's going to be able to get here. Maybe can't really siege it, but Solaris is now stuck to answer this wave of Baron up minions. CK 2020 is going to sit here and say, hey, here's a second wave of Baron up minions for you to take care of. And now when Jabberwocky shows up, we may see this Yorick back up and say, okay, now I'm gone. You've committed 2 members here. Now the other 4 members of my team are in the mid lane. You have 2 in the top. You have 2 in the bot lane. Your Morgana's reset, and now I have 4 members sieging this mid lane turret. This is exactly how you play with a Yorick on your team. This is just way better shot calling, way better. Hold up, what do you want?
Wiggy has no flash, but Soleros has none either. He's gonna be one shot, and here comes the paranoia over the top. A 3-man taunt. One's been spell shielded. Sean Baron and all the time, but they got Jabba with the ulti all the same. Double killing over to Meishu. And production staff, you better stop talking about MVP candidates. The game is not over. The series is not over. We're going the distance. Game 4 on the horizon. It's Inhibitor going to go down. I'm not sure they can end it here. It would be a heroic base effort for sure, and a base defense is necessary now for Rockport. Inhibitor number 2 gonna go down. Nexus turret number 1 going down. Nexus turret number 2 under fire. And Heat Viper stands no chance. LeeSin To Your Heart. Take one off of Rockport and are not done yet.
26 kills in 31 minutes. LeeSin To Your Heart finds a game where they're able to get the advantage early and hold on to it. This was a much better game, playing around their comp, understanding what their composition does well and how to play around it. CK 2020 was given the space to play his role perfectly, and Wiggy Wonka and Steve Tortilla were as aggressive as ever and were able to use that to their advantage a little bit better than in game number 2. And young Mashu has turned me into a believer. Conqueror Misfortune Kraken Slayer into Bloodthirster is absolutely the build. 80 carry players out there watching on both Twitch and YouTube. If you play 80 carry, I don't even care if you've never played a game of Misfortune in your life playing League of Legends. Play Misfortune, take Conqueror, follow this build. It just won in a championship series game down 0-2. This is what Young Mashu brought out onto the Rift. This is what wins games. This is what carries teams to victory. You cannot deny the numbers. They're right there in front of you. Open your eyes. I am a Misfortune Conqueror truther from this moment on. LeeSin To Your Heart. You are back in this series. Can you close out with a reverse sweep? Show it to me.
You said it. I can't believe you said it. It feels like a cursed phrase at this point. We're only one step there, but there's so much to go. It feels like the tunnel is so long. Look at the gold chart. It was always theirs, but it feels like it was never theirs. I just don't know. This series has been absolutely incredible to watch, and we're not done yet. We have one more segment of Analyst Desk at least to break down what just happened and how LeeSin To Your Heart needs to pull this one out in the incredible but unspoken reverse sweep.
Muted.
Every time I'm muted, guys, there's going to be a meme now. But nevertheless, thank you so much, Netcrocs and Shells, for bringing us that banger of a game. LeeSin To Your Heart have made this a series in the grand finals. They are able to take game number 3 and force us to game 4, gentlemen. Toadstep, besides the miracle worker, Steve, who really stood out to you in this game from LeeSin To Your Heart?
I'm really surprised with, honestly, their whole team about figuring out how to play with the Yorick, because last time they seemed sort of a little clueless on how to play around the split push of the Yorick, but seeing him get ahead and just push the lead and just set Sean as far behind as he really could and set Solaros as well behind and just get those towers for his team just really showed how well they were able to improve.
And T, we talked during the draft about the adjustments that were made by LeeSin To Your Heart. The Galio coming through blue 1, it made a huge difference, as in this one, the team fights a little bit closer and they find the picks. They also kind of have the counter engage when they tend to get caught out. What really stood out to you most in those team fights?
Well, I spoke about the fact that when they need to go in and they are able to get it on top of a target, they can explode it, but the counter engage would be bad. But I think they played well around that as well, because even when they went in, the counter engage from Rockport was able to be denied to a certain extent by LeeSin To Your Heart, and the Yorick, I think, once or twice was able to come down to fights, even if he was pushing, and then clean up. I think that's also a good adaptation to it. Maybe Yorick doesn't need to be at the start of the fight, but he's a good cleanup champion in that sense. And I think he killed the Sivir alone in one of the fights for the Drakes and left the team with just one member each. But that was still an okay situation, especially because they were still with minion waves pushing in certain parts of the map. But I think what the most important point and the breaking point from the game, for me at least, was the Baron steal. I don't know how he did it. I don't know how it happened. But Steve Tortilla has stolen twice the Baron already this series. Maybe he can go for a third time in the next game, but it's amazing that it has happened.
Absolutely. I wonder now, Toadstep, do you think these really powerful picks that are coming through, the Diana, the Nocturne, the Galio, making a lot of noise, if you're in Rockport Esports' shoes, do you take one or maybe multiple of these champions off of the board?
I think it really depends on how LeeSin ends up banning, especially if LeeSin is on the red side this game, which it seems they are. Because Tristana has been a really priority pick. It's been banned since Rockport has gotten on red side. So I'm really interested to see what other bans they decide to throw now that they don't have to have the Tristana as their ban, as well as being able to expect LeeSin to lose a ban pretty much.
Yeah. And T, we talked about a little bit in game number 1 during the post-game analysis how when LeeSin To Your Heart was on the red side. They used that red 5 pick for the Poppy. What do you think they could maybe do here in game number 4 to maybe take advantage or set themselves up more for success on the red side?
I think the Yorick pick coming as it has come, it is a really good counter pick. I think Rockport will probably ban it because if the Urgot is taken away, there's not very much good counters that I think Solaris can play. If he could play things like the Irelia or things like the Fiora, then maybe he could go for those, but I'm not sure if he can play that. And on the side of LeeSin To Your Heart, if the Yorick is banned away, I think that can open up one of the champions that Siki 2020 wants to play more. So it's still a good opportunity to actually open up his pool and be an even more important factor in the series.
And as Necrox kind of threw out to us during one of those last team fights, we were kind of considering which players have had the biggest impact on the series so far. In Toad, we were kind of thinking Heat Viper has kind of gone under the radar for what he's been doing so far through the first 3 games.
Yeah, Heat Viper has been performing really well in these control mages, and it really doesn't it feels bad for Heat Viper actually that he plays control mages because they just they just get swept under the rug every time. You see the Jarvan, you see the Shannon gauges, you see the Diana and the Nocturne going in, but what you don't see is the Morgana getting the black shields, countering the
Right.
engages with their ultimate. You're seeing the Victor doing a bunch of damage in these team fights, and it just Heat Viper's been playing as fantastic as anyone else on Rockport, really.
As well as Jabal, obviously a big man, the ADC, actually getting a little targeted in those last team fights for game number 3. It seemed like finally LeeSin To Your Heart was able to lock down the slippery ADC and find a way into the back line with the Predator missile. They got all the kills, and picking up a huge win is exactly what they needed. Now 2 more games is what LeeSin To Your Heart needs in order to come back and complete the reverse sweep. I see the broom peeking out of the closet a little bit. T, what are you looking in game number 4 from LeeSin To Your Heart to really get us hype for game number 5 and to force us there in the first place?
Well, I feel like they're not going to get their hand once again on certain champions. Maybe they take away the Diana or the Nocturne. I feel the Nocturne has been a bigger problem, and I think that Steve Tortilla has piloted that champion really well. So I think we're going to see a ban, or at least they're going to take away that champion for themselves. But I want LeeSin To Your Heart to stick with that identity, stick with the idea to just go in and get not fully team fights, but picks. Go for a composition that needs to get on top of Jabberwockies and can delete him from the game so that you can just focus, win the game more easily through that. And I hope they stick to that idea. If not, it's going to be harder, but I can see them still going for a full team fight composition. And young Mashu, I think if he's not in a huge deficit in the early game, can fight through the early carry. The misfortune with Conqueror still doesn't convince me, but maybe I can be a believer if another win comes through with that.
And I wonder, Toadstep, I'm kind of thinking it was an interesting game from North Wolf on the Lulu support pick. Necrox was happy with it. No, he was cheering on the sidelines when that one was locked in. But on the Rift, it was a little out of character for him. Not the Alistar and the Galio that he was used to rocking with. Do you maybe put him back on the same style of champion as that if you're Rockport here in game 4?
Yeah, I think I would. A lot of Rockport's success has been off of these 3 engage comps and 2 hyper carry champions. So
Yeah.
as soon as you put him on the Lulu, you see that while it's technically easier to keep the Sivir alive, it's actually harder because you have less chaos happening in these fights with
Right.
instead of having 3 people on top of your team, you only have 2. And especially with LeeSin tripling down on this just get on to Jabberwockies, the Lulu just felt really like useless after just having 5 people jump onto the one person you're trying to protect.
And T, I kind of want to get your perspective a little bit on this jungle matchup. We've had Steve show out really, really nicely on the Nocturne pick so far, and Sean struggling a little bit, doing pretty solid on the Jarvan, doing his job. Do you think Rockport Esports again? Do they go full on with the engage or maybe try to pull up another trick?
I think Schomburg should stick with Engage. I think that has been like his most comfortable thing. The Morgana was also a good pick in game 2. I was surprised watching going to this game that they decided to go for the Jarvan and put such an emphasis on that champion, especially when they knew that Nocturne was going to come through if they picked the Jarvan either way because Nocturne was still open. And the Morgana, I think, could have just gone jungle and put another champion mid lane. So I'm kind of surprised in that sense. I think Sean Bear doesn't really need to go out of his way to get an special pick or something like that. If he goes for champions that can go for picks or the Morgana still, then I think Rockport will still have a comfortable jungle matchup. On the side of LeeSin To Your Heart, Steve Tortilla, I think the Nocturne pick from him really surprised me on how good he played with that champion. And if he gets banned with that, I'm not sure if he can get execute on the same level with a Jarvan or another champion unless he has another pocket pick that he's really comfortable with.
Right, exactly. Toadstep T, before this draft gets started up, I'm curious, starting with you, Toad, do you have any surprise hot takes for us heading into game number 4? What are you expecting to see from both of these teams?
I'm expecting some other random, really interesting engaged champion mid lane. I don't know what he's gonna pull out, but I think the Diana's gonna get banned. I'm hoping to see like a Silas, a Pantheon, some weird champion that does not get seen in the mid lane, but is gonna just dive with the rest of the team. And that's what I'm hoping for.
T, what are you feeling? What do you think is gonna hit the rift in this one? Any surprise takes? We've seen the Lulu come out. We saw Zach in game number 1. Draft is starting now. The bench is once again with the Kench. But outside of that, what are you feeling?
Surprise picks that could come through. Maybe Aso can make his way back. I think the champion, even though it's not that dive on top of you, he's still a really good champion to create a space, and I think he kind of works in a similar manner to Diana. Not that he can just dive in, but with the spheres are a lot of damage that you just don't take into account, as well as his promoter burst. So it's kind of a champion that I would love to see. In terms of just full engage, maybe even an Akali can come through. An assassin like that can go in and engage with it with the dive. It's really good.
We see the Sion and the Zac taken off of the board by LeeSin To Your Heart, taking away tools from both Solaris and Sean Pear. Do you want to give a special shout out, Toadstep? Thank you so much for being on the analyst desk. We'll catch you after this game. But for the draft, Rockport Esports taking their time with their third ban, and the Galio is gone, T.
Yeah, and I thought then they would maybe go for the first pick, but now that they are blue side, maybe they don't think LeeSin To Your Heart with Bandit Tristana. Okay, no, they will. I thought maybe they will leave it open, and if they do, then you can just pick that up. But taking away the Galio and the Diana, I think it's okay. But this opens up even more of the champion pool that we were talking about for CK 2020. Right. Now Diorn is open. He can now just go for that champion that he has been so good on. I don't know. They take Diorn. Okay, I eat my words.
But I wonder now the Cho'Gath is still open. Yeah. CK 2020, this time, he has before on red side picked into the tank champion he knows of, right? Before in game number 1, the last time we had this Rift setup, it was Rockport Esports locking in the Maokai, and the best answer from CK 2020 was the Poppy, but he's dealing with less bans this time around. It's only the Kench and the Ornn that's been taken away from him, and the Sion as well. LOL, it is only 3 champions, but I'm feeling the Cho'Gath. T, are you agreeing with me? What do you think?
I can feel the Cho'Gath, and I think Cho'Gath is one of those great neutralizing champions that if he's against a Bruiser, he can just survive really easily. If he's against a tank, he can win that matchup. I think we've recently seen a Sion against Cho'Gath matchup where the Sion just destroyed the Cho'Gath. The Cho'Gath destroyed the Sion so easily. And looking into the picks now, the Nocturne is open, so I like them going into the Nocturne. I thought it was going to get banned, but finally we see the Jinx. We were talking about how this champion wasn't neither picked or banned, and I like that they are finally giving that hyper carry to Jabel Wogis so that he can just pop off in the game, and the Vel'Koz pick as well.
They are going maximum effort in this one. The Vel'Koz, I believe, previously banned away. It was in game 3, game 2, and even in game number 1, T. I tell you what, Heat Viper, he's been waiting to get on his style of control mage. This is what we were talking about right after game number 3. Maybe he's on fire. Maybe he's ready to pop off and Jabberwocky on one of his signature champions as well. Rockport Esports got to be feeling good through the first half of this draft. Izzo Bombstar going to be getting his hands on the Nautilus, one of the more comfort champions for him, banning away the Morgana. But we talked about this a bit before. CK 2020, his champion pool more open before, but top lane not locked in. Nocturne and Victor were the first 2 picks on the red side. Rockport Esports T, they're going to decide to take away the Yorick first.
Yeah, and I feel like that's the safer choice to ban away. Maybe this time around CK 2020 can go for the Urgot because it's still open and I think he can play if he can play Yorick as well. But looking at that, I like that this time around they're not focusing on CK 2020. I think it's kind of hard to just focus one person in the draft. And I think the Ornn and the Vel'Koz pick already, without the Yorick now that can just split push to dead, if you're going for a full 5v5, having the Ornn, the Jinx, and the Vel'Koz in a full 5v5 is going to be so beautiful for the side of Rockport. And they banned the Malphite as well, so heavy engaged champion now taking away from top lane. The Cho'Gath can come through, but he's going to have kind of a hard time trying to get into the backline with through the Ornn and maybe another big beefy support or jungler.
Let's see what it's going to be for LeeSin To Your Heart. An important pick. The Kai'Sa for Young Mashu is going to be the ADC. And once again, T, the strategy not switching up. It's going to be top lane red 5. Let's see what Rockport Esports decide to do for their support in jungle pick. They got a lot of options, but they're putting their eggs in the Heat Wacky basket. They're 2 hyper carry styles. I'm expecting some sort of support and some engage to help them out. The Leona coming through is going to be perfect for just that.
Yeah, and I was feeling more the Alistar because I think he can not only disengage the Nocturne but also re-engage really easily. But I like the Leona if they're going to try and commit for a play. That way you can just try and focus a certain target and blow it up with the Vel'Koz on the Jinx. Or she can just CC to death the Nocturne if he tries to go on top of the Jinx, which is also an okay strategy. And finally, for the jungle, I'm not sure what they're going to go through. Maybe as a Johnny. Rek'Sai, we forgot about the champion, actually. Now that I think about it, the Rek'Sai was just left open, and it's one of the champions that Sean Bear has played a lot, and he likes to path with that champion. So early game with that champion can put the advantage on Jabberwockies that you want to see him get.
Rockport Esports are feeling themselves in this Game 4 draft. Back on the blue side, they couldn't be better. Jinx in the hands of Jabberwocky. Sean Bear getting his signature Rek'Sai, and my crystal ball right on the money with the top lane, CK 2020. I see you clearly, Cho'Gath for the top lane. What do you think he's going to be doing against the rest of this Rockport composition?
One of the things that Cho'Gath is really good at is being able to secure kills and objectives, so I think they have a clear path through that. But there's 2 champions that want to go in really heavily with the Nocturne and the Kai'Sa. The Cho'Gath kind of is, it's not so much in between, but he kind of wants to create a space, be able to take control of an area and fight through that, but he cannot follow up the Nocturne, the Kai'Sa, or the Nautilus as easily, and the victory is mostly to be able to put out a lot of damage from a distance. But if he goes really far forward, he can get caught out and just die immediately. So I think there was the idea to go for the dive, but there was no good replacement for the Diana from the side of LeeSin To Your Heart. So I think it's going to be harder for them to execute this way. But maybe they have an answer that I cannot see, because I think overall Rockport Esports has a more solid composition. Even if the Rek'Sai kind of seems a little bit out of place, the other 4 champions are just overall perfect for what they want to do. And if they get the chance, the Vel'Koz can erase everyone, the Jinx can erase everyone, and the Ornn is going to be even further them with items that nobody else will get.
Right, exactly. And I gotta thank Heat Viper on his signature champion, Wiggy Wonka, on a pick that we haven't really seen too much from the Victor. It's going to be Control Mage on Control Mage. Wonka stepping into Viper's zone. What do you kind of need to see from this Victor T if Wonka's going to be coming out on top?
One of the this is a matchup that I haven't seen enough because Belkos is typically not a champion that a lot of people want to play or like to play even. I don't
Yeah.
know why that like the true damage is so good and his laser beam from afar it's just so gratifying to get kills with. But I think he should be able to push with the same pace that Victor can because at level his W at level 3 as well with AP will delete minion waves easily and he's really good to get picks with. He can delete tanks as well. So I think the idea behind the Vel'Koz is a really good one, and he can answer the Victor in kind of the same vein that
Yep.
he answered the Azir a couple of years ago. He was a pick that was emerging as an Azir counter, and I think he can work in the same way.
I gotta say, T, the only thing I'm worried about for LeeSin To Your Heart's composition is that it reminds me a lot more of game number 2 versus their success in game number 3. Steve Tortilla is going to have to be careful with the paranoia because there's no Galio follow-up coming in for backup. Now we see really Mashu's the only one who's going to have easy access to the backline with them. What are you kind of expecting, I guess, from these team fights, really, for them? Is it all focus on Jabal and Heat Viper? Are they looking for the picks or something else? How is Cho'Gath, CK 2020, really supposed to get involved in these fights?
If I'm listening to your heart with this composition, what I would think to do is Steve Tortilla is a sacrificial lamb. He goes in to get the Jinx and the Vel'Koz to focus on something else so that the Kai'Sa and the Cho'Gath can kill the front line. The Cho'Gath can, with the Devour, can just destroy the front line really easily. So I think they can focus on that champion and then move forward with that. But Nocturne will have a really hard time trying being able to kill the Jinx and the Vel'Koz alone, especially because I think the Kai'Sa should never follow up on that. If she goes in, what I thought was going to happen to the Nocturne will happen to her instead. She will get insta-CC'd and die. So I hope she never follows that. But apart from that, I think the clear plan is just to try and fight through the front line and then see if you can kill their front line first so that you can get on top of the Jinx and the Vel'Koz.
Well, T, thank you so much for helping me break down the draft for game number 4. The players are loading onto the Rift. The casters are all charged up and ready to go. Ladies and gentlemen, Rockport Esports still on match point, but the reverse sweep is possible. LeeSin To Your Heart winning game 3 are looking to make it a pair here in game number 4. Don't click out of that browser. We'll be on the Rift in just a bit.
can rock with a rhythm. We can rock, rock, rock. We can rock with a rhythm. We can rock, rock, rock.
Come on.
Welcome back, everyone. Here it's time for game 4. As Mac Dewey would say, we are geared up and ready to go, sprinting our way towards the battle lines. LeeSin To Your Heart take on Rockport Esports and look them dead in the eye at match point and say, no, our fight does not stop. Here we have at least one more game in us, and that is game 4, Shells.
We are squarely into game 4, and the fourth time we will see a 5-man line of scrimmage. I would love to see some kind of level 1 shenanigans, but this is not the composition for that. We're going to have these guys just looking across Rift, waiting for something to happen. Won't see much of any action at all, just some wards in the top side river as we're going to watch Sean Bear on the rec side move toward his bot side camp, going to be the red camp here. And once again, just like game number 1, Steve Tortilla on his top side camp and Sean Bear on his bot side camp. We might see these two junglers move toward opposite side of the maps, or we could see Sean Bear repeat what he did earlier and full clear this bottom side and go for a gank for Jabberwockies in North Wolf.
Or, instead of all of that logical gameplay, we could sprint into the enemy jungle and go for a late invade. This is pretty clever, but does it actually give them what they want is the real question. Steve Tortilla will have no problem at all tracking on back to the enemy blue buff, so should be able to take away Sean Bear's blue. So we'll just be vertical jungling at this point. The question is, how long do they stick around for each of these junglers' camps? You can see Sean Bear grabbing a Gromp. Do they go for a full vertical? Indeed, he's going.
Ooh. But will Steve Tortilla actually go for these wolves? He has a very clear path to take this blue buff and the Gromp. I want to see him take both of these at the same time because he has the passive there to do that. Smites the blue buff, but he will go for the wolves as well. And I think that this is actually a pretty good strategy for Sean Bear to introduce, because it will give him a chance to go ahead and potentially go for a dive under this tower. I'm not quite sure if that's the best option, as he does go ahead and say, hold up, Victor, you're out of position here.
In the mid lane, Wiggy Wonka has the flash, but can he get it off in time? Oh, wow. That was so incredibly well played. Wiggy can't escape the long-range snipe from Heat Viper, and Rockport start early.
Well, my, we see this guy, Sean Bear, able to flash engage onto Victor. He's a champ that needs CS, needs farm, needs to go ahead and scale up to become the champion he's going to be in this game. And we see that Sean Bear is able to acknowledge that. He diagnoses that and says, hold up, you're not going to have the quickest game, the most, hold up, wait a minute, the top laners, bit of kill pressure here potentially.
Solaris has flash, so if he really needs to,
There it is.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. You know, every time I look at top laners and they're going back and forth with their grass trades and they're feeling themselves, I was like, no, this doesn't kill, right? They got flash, they can get away, and then there's like a grasp plus an ability auto combination. It just does way too much damage. And this time, the solo lane differential goes to CK. Wiggy Wonka goes down, but his top laner makes up for it. So we are right back to even.
And this is what happens when you disrespect CK 2020 by only triple banning him out and pick bans. You have to quadruple ban CK 2020 out, or he is liable to get a solo kill in the first 4 minutes of the game. On Cho'Gath, he had 3 bans his way, and he still got the solo kill onto an Ornn, by the way. He solo killed an Ornn, down 10 CS, but he does not care. He is a carry player. I tried to say it before this series even started. CK 2020 didn't play too many games for LeeSin To Your Heart, but he plays these weak side top laners like they're lane bully hyper carries. He is a solo kill master, and he's going to be in a very good spot right now as Solaris has to go ahead and get out of the way of that with the jungler in the proximity, and that's just going to be more priority for this Cho'Gath in the top lane.
Yeah, the vertical jungling paying off so far for CK 2020. Probably wasn't too upset about the idea of having his jungler permanently on the top side of the rift, but it has done also well for Sean Baron. Not paying necessarily as much attention to bot lane, but getting that gank off mid will reap rewards as now TP is in from Heat Viper. That is what you get for ganking mid. It is a TP advantage into first dragon. This is where LeeSin To Your Heart basically won out last game in their early Drakes. This time around, it's Rockport gonna grab themselves Ocean Drake #1.
They get Ocean Drake #1, but Wiggy Wonka has a pretty good hold of this wave closer to his side of the mid lane. And with Steve Tortilla at level 5, is he close? No, not even really close to taking number to level 6 just yet. He this wave is gonna push. Mid lane's gonna go ahead and push sometime very soon. So we won't see kill pressure here in the mid lane, but the wave was being held for quite a bit for Wiggy Wonka. There was pressure to make a move there. We'll see how that comes out for him. But yes, the Dragon does go over to Rockport Esports. They have the advantage right now in that case. But this game is this is anyone's game still at this point. I am looking squarely at this 2v2 in the bot lane. Jabberwocky's able to get his Jinx, his hyper carry champion. This is a champ we've seen so often. Kai'Sa with the cleanse is still a strong champion, but has fallen out of favor in terms of priority. This is not the same kind of Kai'Sa as 11.2, 11.3. This is not the same kind of champion as a Jinx can be in a game. I am looking at the priority that these bot laners can have and control of the dragon stacking in this game and how strong they can become, because the game is going to come down to them. They are definitely the places to look forward to. There's no real split pushers on the map in the top lane, at least for these two teams. So I'm just square looking at these bot laners and seeing which one will carry. This has MVP. This has MVP. Just implications for how these two guys play.
Yeah, I mean, Jabberwockies and Mashu have been going at it all night. They've really been trying to push their advantages. Here you go in the bot lane as we speak of it. Flash is used by Izo to root up Sean Bear, protecting his AD carry, but there was no flash on the Rex side, but of course it was really close timing, so you don't blame him for expending that summoner, but that's all Sean Bear was hoping to get, and that's what he's got, as Steve Tortilla's now going to rotate onto the bot side, and he has level 6 under his belt.
Yeah, and with level 6, that gives you a lot of pressure, especially on this Nocturne, and with no real dive potential for the side of LeeSin To Your Heart in this bot lane. I don't think it's going to be used just yet, but there is a potential lane gank setting up.
No flash, but here comes the paranoia. It was always a bait. There's the Void Rush. Can it be enough? Steve Tortilla flashes out. Now the TPs are coming in a little bit late from CK. There's really not much party left to be had. The lights have turned off, and everyone's gone home. Oh, that dredge line could have been a 2-0, but instead, LeeSin To Your Heart take one and walk away.
They do take one. Obviously, no dragon available for the team, but that is going to be a very pivotal kill. Onto the jungler, Sean Bear. So that gets him off his tempo. He's already 15 CS behind this Nocturne. He's not going to feel very good about that. He was trying to stay in this bot side to help North Wolf and Jabberwockies, but ends up losing his life and is able to get his top side camps. But with this Herald up right now, and with the wave squarely on the side, kind of pushed toward the side of Rockport Esports, this could be a potential move for the jungler.
Interesting. Oh, Meishu's actually going into the bot lane. Here you go. Mid lane was close, but Jabberwocky's gone down. Meanwhile, 1-for-1 in the mid lane as Wiggy falls, but so does Sean Bear in the gank effort. Here's the hook forward. North Wolf cannot survive. He will fall as well. LeeSin To Your Heart is crying tears of joy now. They find themselves 5-2 in match point game 4.
And each member of LeeSin To Your Heart has a kill. Now, 3 of those members don't even have an assist to their name, so they got solo kills just by themselves. But these guys are actually going absolutely nuts right here. They understand what's at stake. They understand that their championship lives are on the line here in game number 4. They are going all out, and these are champs that they are very, very comfortable on. Wiggy Walk on the Victor is no stranger. Young Mashu was borderline Kai'Sa one trick for much of the playoffs, but hold up here.
CK 2020 may get ulted here by Slayers, but doesn't think he has the damage or does not want to expend the ult as at critical objectives like dragons are spawning. That TP is just about online, should be there as dragons spawn, so will come up. And it will be a 4v5 if they want to take it. But here you go. Slayers is now looking for the 1v1. A nicely timed silence. Knock up under the turret. And so Eros may just fall in the 1v1 with an almost godlike outplay from CK. Meanwhile, bot side river time shells. We got a fight brewing as everyone else is arriving. Slayers has TP. CK does not. He cannot arrive to the fight. It's still a 4v5. He is recalled and can TP into this one if required.
He can TP in, but without the Call of the Forge God, that Ornhorn, he doesn't have that much of a real engagement outside of just sprinting into the composition. So I don't expect to see this Ornn actually move into this fight here. The wave is shoved into the turret. It's not a cannon wave, so it will, I think, about half this wave should go ahead and die to the turret right here as Ornn does walk in here. Just under half the turret. But hold up.
Paranoia. Once again, Jabberwockies flashes away from the fear. The dredge line doesn't connect either. It's a failed engage, a failed effort in the bot lane. And that is an ulti, probably the most important ulti in a team fight you could ask for. That Paranoia is now on cooldown, and Dragon, my friend, is still available, and that is going to ring bells for Heat Viper to get his way on down here. Get the priority you need to secure this streak.
That's going to ring the bell, but you do see Steve Tortilla reset right there. He has to understand this Dragon is now gone. It's just 4 members of Rockport Esports are right here on the Dragon. Trade this for the... Ooh. Okay, but trade this for the Rift Herald here. All those members are all there in the bot side of the map. You don't have priority in the top lane, but Slars is not going to face check this Rift Herald. I believe you have a very solid chance at getting this Rift Herald if you really, really want to go for it. The the blast plant is in, the blast cone's in, and Steve will most likely take this Herald by himself. So you do trade objectives. Dragon stacking is on the boards for Rockport, 2 dragons to none. We will be seeing a Cloud Rift for this potential series clinching matchup for Rockport Esports. But with Rift Herald on the board and with only a minute left of plates left, you can see both mid and top getting the fusion of gold soon.
Meishu has Flash, has Cleanse, and ulti. This one's going to be turned around. There's the ulti to deny a little bit of time, but that one was a little overzealous. The TP arrived, but they'll take that one, Shells. LeeSin To Your Heart get away with murder for whacking on that turret for just way too long, and they get one back for it. That was so lucky to be able to get away with that, and meanwhile, the top lane is just getting decimated.
Yeah, so you go ahead and trade the double kill onto Young Monster as a bomb star for the first Drake of the game, or the first tower of the game. Now, Jabberwockies and Northwolf will be sharing some plates in the bot side, but this is going to be a complete decimation of the tier 1 top turret for LeeSin To Your Heart. So you're feeling really good there. Bot side will go down as well, so Northwolf and Jabberwockies will feel pretty good about themselves. Actually, no, that won't go down. They won't get that last plate and that turret kill gold just yet. That's not quite an advantage for LeeSin To Your Heart, but that was a pretty good chunk of gold, just sacrificing your bot lane. Yes, Young Mashu is on Kaisa and needs to carry, but CK 2020 has shown that with a mythic already in his back pocket, he can be a very strong champion in this game, Dredgeline.
There's one. Solar Flare's going to come down, but the junglers arrived. It was a lane gank effort now under the turret. Is this Rek'Sai? But look at the play. It's going to be returned now. There's Steve Tortilla on the back line. The fear's going to land, but Jabberwockies is fine. He'll walk away. Has enough life to give at this point. 1-for-1 as Izo fell into the turret, but here comes CK. Won't really have much of an engage effort. Turret will fall, and now CK actually is in some trouble. There's the Flash Zenith Blade. Knock up life disintegration ray will burn him down. Heat Viper's on a killing spree as he finds himself 3-0.
You allow Heat Viper to get onto his pocket pick, his most played, this Vel'Koz. He is now 3-0-2 with 350 gold upon his head top in a bounty right here, and he is popping off right now. He is honestly one of the only members who's having a very, very strong early game right now as we do transition to the mid game. But Sean Bear, who has been very, very highly touted as one of the best junglers in the game, some might even call him the best jungler in Affliction League so far, has died far too many times. He's now 20 CS down in this jungle matchup, not even a level down though yet, so that's a very, very good sign for him right here. Steve Tortilla, he does have the advantage though. I think he has a very, very strong advantage with Stridebreaker on the books for him right here. Northwolf gonna be okay on this Leona, but we're looking at trying to establish some vision control as this next dragon, potentially Soul Point for Rockport Esports, will be spawning in the next 50 seconds.
And if we could quickly toggle the individual goal just to see how much Heat Viper has in his own pocket, it's 6,200, significantly ahead of what Heat Viper has. And the rest of the members aren't too far behind either. It's really Steve Tortilla that has found a significant advantage over his counterpart. Sean Bear has died quite a few times. Here we go in the mid lane. Jabberwocky has the flash, immediately forced to use it. The knockup, the solar flare. Everything's going to be committed to the fight. Can they find Jabberwocky? He's killed. Here comes the rest of the fight. They don't want to commit onto Northwolf. They're fine with their initial pick. They get the AD carry and Jabberwocky, and now they get the Drake.
Able to go ahead and stop the dragon stacking from the side of Rockport Esports. This dragon will spawn in the next 5 seconds. Be a very clean take if the side of CK, the side of LeeSin To Your Heart is able to pull this dragon out of the pit. There will be an ensuing engage, potentially, maybe a bit of poking, but as this Drake does go ahead and go down, you will see the dragon goes 2-1 toward the side of LeeSin To Your Heart. Ornn is pushing in the top side, piloted by Solaris. So this tier 2 top turret might get some more pressure here, but I think Solaris is going to disengage here, allow CK2020 to watch his wave die to the turret and try to clear this next one out for him. He has a almost 50 CS lead in this top side matchup, but if all be told, CK2020 on this Cho'Gath has had more of an impact on the map as a whole. We'll see how that impacts the rest of the game. But as we stand right now, 2 Dragons to 1, advantage Rockport Esports, and the gold is basically even across the board.
Now everything's back to null, back to square one. And if you're Rockport, you need to go back to square one. You need to recover the fundamentals here. Jabberwocky can't be that far up when Nocturne exists. When he's on the Rift and has the paranoia, Northwolf has one direction and it's forward. He really can't peel for you. Yeah, he can stun, he can drop Solar Flare, but not ever really going to be able to get a Kaisa, Nocturne, Nautilus off your back, even with CK on the flank as well. Everything was pointing to Jabberwocky's death, and really, it's 2 members here that matter. It's Jabba and Heat. I fully expect the next engage to go straight back onto Jabberwocky. You would expect, hey, let's get this shutdown off the Vel'Koz. But there's no flash on Jabberwocky for the next 2.5, 2 3/4 minutes. And if they do want to fight, it's going to be on that 80 carry. Tortilla's walking his way down here. Maybe thinking about pulling that trigger once again. But for now, we're straight back to null. As LeeSin To Your Heart have really begun to turn the story and turn the tides of this series.
And they're going to have to do it starting very, very soon if you want to turn this into a Game 5. If you want to turn this into a Silver Scrapes. If you want to go ahead and show that you can come back. You have the mental. You have the macro. You have the... Hold up here. It's a bomb star.
Nice hook. North Flash... Oh, excuse me, North Wolf has flash, if you will, and it will escape over the wall. 5-minute cooldown is gone. Not good, but not the worst thing in the world. Will just be the flashless Leona, but of course, you're never going to pull the trigger on that target anyway. Just won't have that in case of emergencies. As Meishu does recall, gets the Zeal, won't have his evolve just quite yet for Z. Should have the Q evolve with the Acathian right now, but Solaris, Jabba, Northwolf, and Sean Bear, all 4 members will group up in mid and drop the tier 1.
Dropping that tier 1 mid turret opens the map significantly. Now, there is no real objective to take right now. 2 minutes on this Cloud Drake, but you're able to establish some vision in this bot side river. Maybe even if you're feeling a little bit froggy, you're able to go ahead and push forward and get some deep vision into this blue side jungle of LeeSin To Your Heart. But that's not gonna happen. Just taking this tier 1 turret mid and disengaging here, going back and basing, and that's just fine here with nothing really to really take. You don't need that vision. You don't need the side of LeeSin To Your Heart sweeping your wards right now. Get that vision in the next 30 seconds when there is a dragon up in about a minute's time. Both these mid laners are in the top lane. Both have teleport available, but I don't expect to see them use teleport to get to this dragon. We'll probably see them push this wave. Yeah, we're going to see Wiki Wonka let that wave push. Maybe we'll reset and then walk down to this dragon. You don't want to use that summoner spell just to get to the dragon right now. Walk down, reset, go ahead and get your item, and save that summoner spell. We're going to be seeing a 5v5 for what could be potentially a soul point dragon for the side of Rockport Esports.
And critically, Jabby's flash is just about up. So we'll have that one. There you go. It is now completed. The cooldown is done. So we'll be able to flash out of the Nocturne engage if it does come his way. Heat Viper has a stopwatch as well. So these carries are going to be really hard to kill in the upcoming fights, especially Heat with that extra bit of Safety from Lasagnas. That's so much
Wow.
damage. Flashing away, almost dead. The rocket from downtown will find the mark, and Javin's going to be excited now. Here comes the Orange Horn. It's going to be called. It's only going to hit one. A knock-up onto Steve. Tortilla's not going to do very much for the fight as North Wolf's running away, trying to get himself back to safety. Tortilla's going to go low, going to be burning down to the night, barely going to keep himself alive for now. Remember, it's a 1-for-0 trade. Izo dropped in the beginning of this fight. There's the Prowler's call on to Wiggy Walker, trying to keep himself alive once again. The Void rushes on the back line, but Sean Bear's gone a little bit too far. He's now going to be punished. 2-for-1, make it 3. Jungler not alive, but it does not matter. The team fight was good enough, and Rockport Esports will take another Drake and put themselves at soul point.
And that's exactly what you do when you disrespect what a Vel'Koz can do with that life form disintegration ray. I'm not going to call it that ever again. I'm calling it that laser beam from hell. Heat Viper is just so strong. He knows exactly when to pull the trigger and just melts CK 2020 trying to face check right there. And when you get rid of the front line and the carry also dies, there's nothing you can really do if you listen to your heart. Rockport Esports knows exactly what to do. It seems like these Soul Point Dragons consistently in this series, they've been on point. They know how to fight when it really matters. They know how to fight when it really counts. And that Banshee's Veil that Heat Viper does have also protects from that first ability that's done to him. So he has a little bit of leeway. He has a much wider, much broader, what's the phrase called? He has a much broader. I guess we call it leeway. We call it leeway right now. But he's able to stand there and take the first ability, and it does not affect him at all. And the side of Rockport Esports has shown they know how to team fight when it really, really does matter. Now they're able to establish some vision right here in the topside river, to destroy some vision in the Baron pit, and maybe even threaten an earlier Baron than we've seen in our earlier games. And they're definitely in the driver's seat right now in this series at 2-1. This might just be the 3-1 if they're able to take this Baron.
Yeah, it's looking rough now for LeeSin. They certainly need an angle back in, but they have the possibility to do it. We've seen Tortilla make those kind of plays before. There's the flash over the wall. One more time. Gonna flash away. Try to break to safety. Knock up will do a little bit of damage. What can Meishu do in the back end? There's the re-engage from Tortilla, and they've got Sean Bear. Now in a 4v5, the depth charge will find 3. Tortilla has to recall. He's just too low to continue any sort of fight. It was an aggressive maneuver from Wolf, trying to flash over, catching out Tortilla, but he had a flash of his own, ready on the trigger, getting away from the initial engage and then flying right back in to make it happen once again here for LeeSin To His Heart. He's such a critical member, and he comes up big once again.
Comes up very big, and another kill onto Sean Bear, the jungler. He now has 6 kills. That is 3 times as many as the next highest killed member of his team, Jabberwockies. He has not had the best of games so far in this series. He has been very effective in other games, but on this Rex side, which has been a pocket pick for him so far in this league, he's just not showing the same kind of prowess as he has in earlier weeks. But that's not a big problem for Rockport Esports, because once again, we see Jabberwockies on this Jinx 4-2-2 on that pocket pick. Heat Viper, Vel'Koz on this pick 3-0-4, trying to get to that third item right now. He's very strong as well, and Solaris is playing very well on the Ornn. Level 14 right now has already given out the first upgrade. It's going to be to that Kraken Slayer for Jabberwockies. It's now the Wormfallen Sacrifice. Don't love the names of the Ornn upgrades this year,
Yeah,
but hey, it is what it is. Strange names, but they do giga damage. It's still very effective. So we're looking at a situation where Rockport Esports doesn't really need their jungler to be as effective as they have had in the earlier games in this series. They're doing just fine with the jungler going 1-6 so far. As long as Rek'Sai has Smite, he is very effective, and he's not down a level. So a Smite fight is still very even. He's doing just fine right now. His team's making up for any insufficiencies he may have. And with Dragon coming up in less than a minute, they're going to need Sean Bear to play very, very strongly here, because with this Cho'Gath, with his Feast, and with Steve Tortilla's Smite, there is 2 things to fight against here in a 5v5. And we're looking at another team fight coming up very, very soon.
Very soon indeed. 40 seconds only left on the clock. It feels like just a minute ago we had the last dragon fight. Welcome to everyone who is now watching from Upsurge. I hope you all had a fantastic night on your stream. This is Affliction Grand Finals powered by Excellency, and now the Baron has been started up by Rockport, the favorites to win this series. They lost last game, but it is game 4 time, and they have made the call. Baron is it. CK has the flash if he can get over with a feast, but they're pulling away for now. Rockport don't feel comfortable stepping up to finish that one off. So for now, it's Shadow Bear trying to get the engage in. The hook will bring him right back in, and he's dead once again. Now it's time for the Oran Horn, not going to be sent back to the team. It's a big play being made by LeeSin. They're going to win the team fight. Jabba still left alive. It's a 3-man squad left standing. North, Jabba, and Soleros all on the run. LeeSin To Your Heart. Take a good fight. Take a good win. And will now take Drake.
That is a great fight and a great win, because now you deny the Soul Dragon away from Rockport Esports. You buy yourself 5 more minutes. And now you're able to, as Steve Tortilla, get a bigger lead in this jungle matchup. He's now level 13 to Sean Bear's 12. This Smite fight is now uneven. Allow him to get these camps here. As the carry, you want to camps from your jungler. But if you're able to get an even bigger advantage in the jungle, these Smite fights, with you being level up and with the Cho'Gath having the feast, you have a significant advantage if a fight is ever even. And this pick comp from LeeSin To Your Heart that wants to dive, that wants to take away the carries, that wants to take away Sean Bear and Heat Viper. Once those two are gone, you have tanks and Jabberwockies on this Jinx. You have such a strong advantage. You're able to get kills. You're able to get onto these objectives very, very cleanly. This is the win con for LeeSin To Your Heart. This is the way you extend this game. That you were the series from what was an 0-2. You were 0-2 down. You're now at 2-1. You can take this to game number 5. This is the championship series. LeeSin To Your Heart is now in the driver's seat. They are the masters of their own fate. They can take this to game 5 and give us the series we deserve. It can all happen, and we may see it happen. The deciding fight coming up very, very soon with Baron on the map right now.
And it feels like in a series that LeeSin To Your Heart should have never had control over, they now finally can feel some sort of confidence. They can finally push forward for some vision as they are scrounging in their own jungle to collect anything they can. But Rockport have really shown what they can do in these late game team fights, even when at a deficit, even when behind. And this game is still even, mind you. They can come up big. Jabberwockies can be a hero, and everyone on this team can make critical plays to win out late game fights. But for now, we'll have to wait a little bit longer as we have a quick itemization check-in. Now, Tortilla has picked up a stopwatch, which can buy a lot of time for the rest of his team could get to that back line if they're looking on a specific target, like Viper or Jabby.
Oh, for sure. And on the other side, we just saw that Solaris was able to get that second Ornn upgrade in, turns that Leandri's Torment into Leandri's Lament here. So this Vel'Koz will be hitting even heavier. We have seen Heat Viper play a much, much stronger carry role in this game. That ultimate is so, so strong. And with this Dragon up in the next 2 minutes, we're not really looking to posture for this bot side river. Both these teams should be looking to establish vision and maybe even deny vision in this top side river over and over again, because both these teams have a very strong Baron take. These two teams can take it in an instant, and they can both turn very easily as well. Both these teams can start Baron and then turn they get engaged on. There is a ton of explosive damage in this game as we cross the 31-minute mark. We are definitely in the late game here, and anything can happen at any objective.
Indeed, and both objectives will be available quite soon, or at least in about 90 seconds left. Meishu here going to clear out the mid wave, waiting for that time to fight. Recalls have already been channeled here. It's so early that Rockport have set themselves up for this dragon. They have double TP if they do need to recall once more, but this time it's Rockport that sit in the brush. Last time LeeSin tried this, it didn't work out well at all. It ended up in an ace for Rockport. This time, They'll now rotate back on out. They don't want the Death Rush. Instead, they're going to take the fair siege in mid, push in one more wave, and grab that ever so critical river priority.
And all flashes are up. All ultimates are up. We'll see the full kits available for both these teams when this dragon spawns in the next minute. We'll probably see these teams stop trying to posture for this topside river. The Baron is much less important than this Cloud Drake. We understand that Cloud Soul is not the strongest of souls, but some of these champs do love it. Hold up.
There's a lot of damage, but not really much to be seen on enemies. Young Mishu gets chunked out a little bit, but will be just fine for now. Still looking at Dragon here in 30 seconds. Again, river priorities on the menu. Here's the engage. There's the flash over the wall. The Horn is going to be channeled in. Wiggy has to get away with a one-shot angle. May just come through. The ulti is pixel perfect. Wiggy's on a rampage, though. He's going to get the jungler as Ezo drops. CK now has to run. So much damage. It's lots of long range from the Jinx. Jabby's on the chase, still looking for it, but a flash away will not allow any further engage. 2 seconds left on the Drake. They can still contest this. Rockport do not have rights to this. There is no jungler, but it is LeeSin that hesitate. It is LeeSin that don't feel comfortable stepping back forward, and they will give up yet another dragon.
They will give up another dragon, which will turn into the Soul Drake that is Cloud Soul, given over to Rockport Esports, but the side of LeeSin To Your Heart can really push this mid-wave out, and with Jinx going ahead and resetting right now, this is the time to go ahead and say, let's coin flip, let's take this Baron right now. We can really do it. Jabberwocky's in a very bad spot here.
Jabberwocky's has flash, feared up anyway, now flash away from Tortilla from the Zenith Blade. The zap doesn't connect either. It was a close call, but flash for flash in the end. If they can get onto that backline carry, Jabby absolutely has no safety now. Has a heal, but at this point in the game, it's really just for movement speed. As now it's river priority to LeeSin To Your Heart. They're gathering themselves around the Baron, which they know is the most critical objective for the next 5 minutes. Elder then would be on the board, but they now back away. It is now vision control to Rockport. These two teams in their river priority, it feels like they've always been so ready at any point to pick up and get as much vision as necessary. Supports have been doing a lot of the groundwork in that regard.
Oh, for sure. 78 and 83 vision score for the two junglers, respectively, going from blue side to red. But we are looking at CK 2020 saying, okay, we see the 4v5, the posturing in the top side river. I'm going to go ahead and take this bot side tier 1 turret and force you guys to try to answer it. And if you don't...
Ooh, Tortilla! He's going to try to get over the wall just with the ulti, and now has to go golden. He's going to drop, knocked up by the searing charge. He's going to go down. That means the jungler's not available around for any more smites. Here comes the damage onto Jabberwocky, so he's shut down by Meishu. What a critical pick in the fight. It's 1 for 1, but now Ezo has to run. It's Solaris in the front line along with Norm Wolf. Sean Bear looking to charge forward, looking to find something with some sort of engage. Meishu still run away with the red buff, has a little bit of extra movement speed with that supercharger. Again, these two teams going neck and neck in the fight, but Jabberwocky going down is the most critical thing, Shells, that you could ask for. Sean Bear into the pit. Don't think they can start this one up, but LeeSin To Your Heart, lucky to get away with one. Steve Tortilla caught out, but the rest of the team was there in time.
Yeah, the jungle goes down for the side of LeeSin To Your Heart, but the AD carry goes down for Rockport Esports. So neither of these teams feel like they have real pressure to take this Baron right now. The name of the game is going to be getting deep vision if you are LeeSin To Your Heart right now, as we do cross that 36-minute mark. Elder Drake is on the map in about 3 minutes time. Hold up. CK.
Lots of damage. CK's just dead. I don't think he can get out of this one. Has one more auto left in him and he'll drop. Solaris gets another kill, and that is costly. Your main frontliner, your main man of the team fight to soak up that damage is no longer around for 38 seconds, plus the time it takes to get back to the pit. They don't start up Baron, though. Rockport are not interested. They just want to siege straight down mid lane. Jabby can auto that one from a mile away. And remember, he gets excited off this, but a gravity field to safety from Wiggy barely keeps himself alive. But Baron was never the thought here, was merely an afterthought. Here's the Paranoia, used defensively this time, hook forward. There's the knock up, so much damage from over the wall. They've got one. It's North Wolf gonna go down. Jabby's still free firing for the back line. He's gonna get Tortilla now as he slides, looking for more damage at the team fight. His detail's gonna drop as well. Like Disintegration Ray, just to make sure the kill goes through. Super Mega Death Rocket not able to find the mark, but it is 3v4 in the base. Inhibitor turret will drop. Now Inhibitor turret number under fire. They will walk away. That's all they needed. Inhibitor down at 37.5 minutes will cause so much pressure over these critical objectives.
That is a ton of pressure. A 2v1 advantage to Rockport Esports. Still not feeling all too confident to actually take the Baron. They don't have enough damage to take it before any kind of re-engage can happen. It can come through from LeeSin To Your Heart. But they do get that inhibitor that is very, very strong. And there are notably a couple of, well, just now one flank ward right here that also dies as I'm speaking. So no more flank wards on the top side of the map. But with Elder Drake coming through in about just over a minute's time, the huge priority is to establish vision in this bot side river. And if you can, if you're feeling very lucky, maybe as LeeSin To Your Heart, you want to go ahead and take some of this, some deep vision in this red side jungle of Rockport Esports. This Elder Drake fight will be everything in this game. The winner will definitely, I mean, you'll have most of the kills here, and then anyone still remaining is going to die instantly. You can take the Elder into Baron and just completely take full advantage in the game. But with super minions coming through in the mid lane for Rockport Esports, there could be a lot of pressure in the mid lane as well.
Guardian Angel is completed for Tortilla, so even if he loses his life on the initial fly through with the Paranoia, will be able to resurrect eventually. Just a question of, can the team fight last that long, or does Jabberwockies just melt everyone in an excited state from the initial kill? LeeSin To Your Heart trying their hardest to strangle up some priority here, but it's really just a full-on 5v5. Steve Tortilla sitting on the flank. Keep your eyes on that Nocturne. Could get a big ulti off. Has a ward to use as well in the river. Super Mega Death Rocket going to do a little bit more to chunk out Wiggy. He has TP if he needs to recall and rejoin this fight.
He'll be just fine too. Yeah, to go ahead and recall right now. TP at this ward in the blue side jungle. He'll be just fine. Hold up. Horn.
That's perfect timing. The moment the recall comes through, they pull the trigger. 1-for-1 jungler dead again. Sean Bear overextends just a little bit, and he pays the ultimate price. Here's the Solar Flare on the back end of the fight, trying to find the damage into Wiggy. It's CK gonna go down. North Wolf Bear to keep himself alive. Wiggy now in a 1v3, trying to do as much damage as he can. Gonna go golden with his Zonius. Can he survive? No, the shutdown to Solaris. He Vipers on the run. Tortillas on the chase. There's the Acathian raid as Meishu goes unstoppable. Somehow Tortilla is alive as well, but supers are pouring into the base.
Supers are at the Nexus right now, so if you are any member of LeeSin To Your Heart, you have to prioritize getting back to base as soon as possible. This dragon may go down, but there is still potential from Steve Tortilla at 1 HP. Just trying to stall out. There's only two members here, but they both can one-shot you. Oh my goodness.
Oh, that is not what you want to see. There's the Guardian Angel. Elder's already down to about 3k. Here comes Meishu. It may just be a 50-50, or Java's gonna drop to an isolated Acathian raid. This is gonna be LeeSin To Your Heart. Turn it around. The Elder stolen away by Sean. He's the one to secure it. Not many members to have it, but can they win the rest of the fight? It's only CK and Ezo. Triple kill to Solaris. Sean Bear cleans up the last. Now the TP's into the mid lane. It's only Wiggy to defend against Elder, Buff, and the rest of the squad. What a steal from Sean, and Rockport with the most immeasurable comeback you've ever seen. Finally, they just have their championship. Finally, may be able to claim their trophy. Will ace LeeSin to end it out in the most banger series we've ever covered. An Affliction Finals, your grand champion, Rockport Esports.
And 23 kills to Rockport Esports, 19 kills for the side of LeeSin To Your Heart in a 41-minute game. Quick math, that looks to me like a 42 to kill game. And the only thing you can say, if you're a Sean Bear on this 2, 9, and 10 rec side, you type /all jungle diff. You didn't hit very many smites. You didn't have very good positioning. Your shot calling and your engages weren't on point, but when you needed to. The point of the game, when you absolutely had to buckle down and make a play, you made a play, and that's all your team needs for you. When you just need to make one play. Jabwalkies is going crazy. Northwolf has been very, very good on the Leona, and Solaris on the Ornn 11-1-5 on an Ornn. This is a disgusting KDA from that player himself, but Sean Bear, you need to make one play. One big play. His team said, please, get this one play for us. We will do the rest. We have done the rest. Sean Bear said, I got you. At the 40-minute mark, Sean Bear makes the one play of the game, steals the Elder Drake, and he watches his team allow him to go ahead and move forward to take the Nexus. 41-minute game, and in a 3-1 fashion, we see Rockport Esports, who was the number 1 seeded team in Affliction, all split long. Barely dropped any games at all, only dropped one singular series the whole split. Take the championship matchup, and they are your Affliction champions for the fall split. For the spring split, excuse me.
There was dents in the armor, there was fights to be had, but at the end, it is your number 1 seed that stands tall. You have to give credit to LeeSin To Your Heart. They did so much against a team that everyone expected to blow them out of the water. But in the end, indeed, of course, it was Rockport Esports to take the trophy home. It was an honor casting. I'm so glad I got to do it with you, Shells. An absolute incredible series. A big thank you to Affliction for letting me on. With that, I will be sending it off from myself for the evening, but we still do have an analyst set to throw it to and an interview as well. I will see you all soon, but analysts, what a game.
Thank you so much, Necrox. What a game. What a series as Rockport Esports take the finals in 3-1 fashion. T, we were talking about that Ornn first pick, and boy, oh boy, did Solaris come up huge. A huge shout out to the entire team of Rockport Esports and LeeSin To Your Heart. True competitors to the very end. And even shout out to LeeSin Heart. It was a tough game 1. Who would have thought we ended up here, team?
Yeah. After game 1, I think everyone thought that it was going to be a quick 3-0, 2 more stumps and we were going home. But
yeah,
full credit to LeeSin To Your Heart. I even thought this game was going to go their way. They were fighting. They were fighting on equal ground with Rockport for so much of this game that I thought they were going to be able to take it. And if they took the game 4, I think they would be able to pull off the reverse sweep. Sadly, it didn't happen, but I want to give a quick shout out to Schomber. 1-7 in the game, or 1-8, I don't remember, but he got the steal that mattered. It doesn't matter if you die 8 times. If you get the Elder Drake, that's it. That's game over. Good for you.
And Toadstep, we were talking about before we hopped onto the analyst desk for this post-series breakdown about the MVP of the game, of really the series. Who stood out to you most, especially in this critical game 4?
I think it was Heat Viper. We talked about Heat Viper a little earlier on about being kind of unnoticeable on these control mages. And then he picked his Vel'Koz, and you could see how comfortable he was on this champion, catching out countless players right before key fights, like at the Dragon, and just really just took control of the series with his Vel'Koz, just extremely a surprisingly flashy play. Even the level 3 or 4 gank mid that happened, that he got that really early kill. That was really close to not succeeding for them, but still even being able to pull that off.
Sean Bear in chat, glad you were able to have your moment on stream, my man. Hopefully someone was able to clip that for you. The Elder Drake steal to secure the series, to take over and finish off LeeSin To Your Heart. A worthy competitor in this grand finals matchup. And I mentioned it earlier, game one was not looking good. It kind of reminded me of a middle school French horn player, just not playing very well. But they turned it around. And in game number 4, what did you see go right for LeeSin To Your Heart?
Well, for me, I think it was, apart from keeping the mentality there throughout the games, they were certainly always here to play, even if whatever happened on game one,
Yeah.
they were always there to be a contender, and I think they showed that through gameplay. One of the things that I also liked in adaptation towards the drop was the Nocturne. Even if they lost this game, I think Nocturne still was such a crucial champion from there. Steve Tortilla played the game how he should have played, and I think if not for a little bit of misplays here and there with certain team fights, I think he could have carried the team. He went for so good plays, but he got cut out a little bit of times in game 4, and I think they were close to the finish line. They could have done it. Sadly, it didn't happen, but I think they could have done it, and I loved seeing them throughout the series. I think they gave a better fight than when we thought at the start of the series.
And really thinking about the series as a whole, game number 3, game number 2, and really this final one, very similar drafts coming through from LeeSin To Your Heart. But Rockport Esports, they go back to the comfort in game number 4. The Jinx, the Vel'Koz, the Rek'Sai. Sean will give you credit for the steal, my guy. The Rek'Sai, a little questionable through that early portion of the game, but someone who really popped up, someone I kind of want to put a spotlight on here, Solaros in game 4, Toadstep, 11 kills on the tank Ornn.
I mean, you just gotta throw it back to Captain Flowers. I think in 2020, maybe it was 2019, with the tank assassin, bruiser, mage, everything Ornn. Ornn just does everything, and you can really see why it was a priority ban for Rockport, and then them finally deciding to pull it out when they knew that they wanted to save that ban for something else. It just did everything they really needed. Being able to force these fights at the very vital times, like at the Elder Dragon, even if those fights didn't completely go their way, the Ornn Horn, all the CC, and just being able to take all the damage that you could like ever see and ever want in a tank, really just turned almost every fight into their favor.
Yeah, Northwolf in chat, bro. I see all the analysts doubted him. He took it personally, guys. He's bringing home the championship. We have an interview set up with some of the players here. Don't click out of that browser just yet. Affliction Esports Gold Finals post coverage is going to continue here in right now.
Welcome back. We have crowned our champion for the Affliction League in the spring split of 2021. Congratulations to Rockport Esports. We will be having and conducting several interviews right now in the post-game show. But first and foremost, we want to go ahead and get an interview with not the winner, but a player who played very, very well for LeeSin To Your Heart, the jungler, Steve Tortilla. If we are able to go ahead and get him into the channel, we definitely want to speak to him. He had several very, very good games in this series. We want to know what his mental's like right now, how he did, and a couple of things about how these games played out for him. He was extremely consequential to the games that LeeSin To Your Heart had right now. And we do have him here. Steve Tortilla, welcome to the show.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey man, look, you had a very, very good series today. You had we saw you good on your champions that you've had plenty of games on, and a couple games where you played champs that you hadn't played too much of in this league. The back 3 games, you're on the Nocturne. Let me know a little bit about how your strategy changed from game 1 to games 2 through 4, where the comp seemed to be more about dive almost exclusively.
Well, I'm not gonna lie. The first game it was kind of an end. Like we just never had a winning lane. All of our lanes lost, so we're just thinking like maybe like Jarvan just not the way to go, and we wanted something where we could like just hard win bot, just camp bot or something, because we saw that's what Rockport was doing. Like literally, the first game, I remember our bot lane was kind of tilted because their jungler literally just did a bot side clear. They just came bot, so they just kind of wanted me to just sit bot with them on Nocturne. So yeah.
Yeah, when you have a guy like Jabberwockies in the bot lane, that can be a pretty oppressive and a tall order to actually go ahead and win that matchup. And we do understand that Rockport Esports, their game plan is, and it has been for a while, to camp the bot lane and enable Jabberwockies. Now, walk me through a little bit more about so you went to that path for the back 3 games. So was there ever any kind of thought of, well, maybe we don't want to go with a dive comp? We saw the Nocturne Diana Galio. We saw the Nocturne the Nocturne Nautilus. We saw the Kaisa. Was the dive comp just the only thing you thought could work, or you thought it was the best chance for you guys? Was it a desperation thing, or was it more of a, this is our best shot at winning bot and turning that into objectives? What was the mindset as to why you kept going into dive compositions?
I mean, I feel like that's just what our team was like better at. I just feel like we're more comfortable on like a dive comp. Like I remember a while ago we like experimented with like kind of more like peeling comps and stuff, and like it just didn't work out. It just didn't feel right. So yeah, our comfort has always just been like diving comps.
Yeah, you did a really good job, really pressuring the dive comps, getting the champions that you needed for the dive comps, and just executing your comfort. Another big part of the series was your numerous steals of objectives, specifically the 2 Barons. The first one not really meaning a whole lot to the series, but the second one definitely keeping the game into your favor. How do you how exciting was it for you? Like, how hyped were you when you got those, especially the second Baron, and to see you having a huge impact on just winning that 3rd game?
Yeah, like I don't know, man. Like that Baron is just supposed to be mine, you know. Like I don't know what Rockport's trying to do. Just trying to do it like under like while I'm still up. That's just their problem. Yeah, that's just their problem. But yeah, the first one, I'm pretty sure that was like at the end of the game, and like I died afterwards. I thought, I got it, and I was like, oh okay, but like my team's dead. So like, yeah, I was kind of bummed out about that. The second one though, I got it, I got out safely. Everyone lived, and like we kind of won the game after that. And yeah, I don't know, I'm just really happy about that.
Yeah, and on top of those Baron steals that you decided really quickly, choosing targets, especially in that last game when both the Vel'Koz and the Jinx were really strong. Coming from a jungler who doesn't really play Nocturne, which is myself, how fast do you make a decision on who to jump on, and how hard is it for you to make those decisions?
Most of the time, it's like before the fight, I kind of like kind of just have like a predetermined target because in most situations, either like the mid lane or the ADC, like usually only one of them is like really far ahead. And in that case, I think you're talking about like a fight mid where I had a chance to either jump on the Jinx or jump on the Vel'Koz, and I chose the Vel'Koz just because at that point, the Vel'Koz was 3-1 or 3-0 or something. He had a bounty on him, while Jinx was, I think, had an even score line. So I just thought that, getting rid of Vel'Koz, like just making sure he can't ult the rest of my team and like belt them. I just thought that was the better choice there.
Yeah, makes sense.
Understandable.
Um,
I think we'll get one more question from you before we go over to our next interviewer and interviewee. And I want to know this because this is, I think, the biggest question that's been on people's minds. I guess it may have maybe drifted from people's minds, but in the first game, like you mentioned, it was just a not great matchup. It's a dead game. Basically, from about 5 minutes in, what were the comms like? What was your mental like? How did you bounce back from that first game and just tell yourselves, hey guys, look, we need to get our mental straight again. You had a much better game number 2. What were the comms like in game, post game, in the pick ban after that? Was it mostly positive? Was there a little bit of argument that was, I guess, constructive criticism? What did it sound like in the comms once game 1 was spiraling out of control and you saw yourselves in the post game just trying to reel back and come back from that loss?
Yeah, man. Yeah, so like after the first few kills in the first game, like we did kind of realize it's kind of doomed. Just like a Fed Tristana is really really hard to deal with. So like at, it was like around like 6 or 7 minutes, we were like already calling for a 15. And then but we were like thinking, no, that's not right. Let's just play this through. Let's see how it goes. And I mean, I don't know. It just went worse and worse. And I remember my ADC specifically saying that, like, like the longer this game goes on, the worse his mental is gonna get. So yeah, but like afterwards, after that game, I just felt like we bounced back pretty well. We just decided like Tristana, like we just can't give them that. It's a priority pick apparently. So and we can't deal with Zach. So that was like what our game plan was from there on, because we realized that like Zach, the first game at least, we were like, yeah, we literally just don't know how to play against that. So I feel like after that first game, we just adapted really well, and because of that, our mental was, it was fine.
Very, very understandable. Well, we do want to say we thank you for coming on. You had like I said, you had a very good, impactful games in this series. A 3-1 loss, but nonetheless, you definitely did play very, very well for the team. We hope to see you again in our summer split for Affliction that will be starting around, I think it's early mid August. So we hope to see LeeSin To Your Heart come back through. You are one of our strongest teams, the seed number 2 in this split. So we definitely want to see you come back again. Thank you once more, Steve Tortilla.
Hey, thank you so much.
So next we will be getting a or maybe even 2 players from the side of our winning team, Rockport Esports. So right now, we do have them in here very quickly. We have the mid laner, Heat Viper, and we do have the man, the myth, the legend, the 80 carry, Jabberwock. He's here with us. Congratulations, guys, on the 3-1 victory and becoming the Affliction Esports Spring Split champions. How do you guys feel right now?
You go first, Bill. It feels good. I feel really excited about it. I mean, we worked really hard for this, and I'm tired. I'm exhausted. I'm old, and I'm ready for bed. But I'm really excited. So yeah, it just feels really good to win with this group of guys. There's a lot of labor over this, and spending a lot of time, a lot of arguing, a lot of heated exchanges, and it's all led us to this point. So it feels really good.
Specifically asking here, Viper, I think you were kind of the better player in the behind the scenes, not really shown as much. I think you executed really well in the series, and especially I like the pick on the Vel'Koz. Do you typically play that champion against anyone, or just pick it up because you want to play that?
For For Vel'Koz, I think he's kind of underrated in at least like for gold competitive leagues, just because he has so much range. And when people play like squishy like supports or champions like that, he can just like Q ult like a Lulu or a Seraphine and just kill them. He has a good laning phase against a lot of regular control mages that are more meta. You're not seeing a lot of Zeds or Talons or people that really screw him in these league matches. So I think he's actually pretty good into a lot of the control mages that are out there. Like Victor, he has a 50. At least the last time I checked, he had a 56% win rate into Victor. So it's kind of like, and I don't know. Ever since I played the trigonometry, it just kind of made sense to me for whatever reason. But but yeah, I just it worked out for that.
Yeah, and I had a specific question about the Morgana pick. How long have you been really willing to flex that Morgana, and how strong do you feel that pick is for both mid lane, which is actually probably the least seen of it right now, and then how do you feel about how often and when you would flex it to the jungle, which I think you guys did in game 2
Right.
or 3,
2,
and
yeah.
even support if Northwolf would be wanting to play it.
Right. Yeah, we have we have like kind of like a Hall of Fame, or I guess more like a Hall of Pain of like champions that have always kind of screwed us over. And Morgana is like other champions like Veigar always screws us, Olaf always screws us. Jarvan, we've had a lot of trouble against. Galio, we've had a lot of trouble against. And she's always just the spell shield and the bind. It's just like such like it just stops you so hard from like any kind of like pushing the pedal to the gas and all that, trying to make engages like we try. That we kind of like if you can't beat it, join it. So I kind of started picking up mid lane. I think it's okay mid lane. It's probably better jungle or support right now, but even if it's not like necessarily that good win rate rise, it's just the power of the Black Shield and the bind, and it's just really, I think, really underrated in at least our level of play, and that's why we try to prioritize. We don't want to go against it. We don't really want to ban it. So in that case, usually we end up picking it.
Yeah.
So,
go ahead. No, you go.
Oh, all right. Well, I'm going to ask you both this question. So I'm going to start with Heat Viper. I asked a similar question to Steve Tortilla. Quite different, I think the answer might be. But let me know, what were the comms like? What was the mindset like game number one? I have to hear about it from both sides of the matchup. Game number one, you're 5-0-7 on the Victor and Jabberwockies. I want to know from you two as well, because you were a huge and pivotal member in how game number one worked out. I mean, bot lane was actually just crazy for you. But for you, Heat Viper, how are you feeling? What were the comms like in game one once the early game basically exploded in your advantage and you noticed that there was really no shot at all? You could have thrown 4 times in a row and there was no way the game would be lost. How were the comms feeling, and what was your thought process going into game two after such a strong victory?
Right. Quickly, I would really want to shout out LeeSin To Your Heart. I thought they were an exemplary team this whole season. They played with a lot of class. They never, they always were respectful, and they played hard, and they made the league worthwhile because they would practice, they would try out new things. Like I give them a lot of credit for like bringing out the Nocturne pick, which like just basically screwed us this whole series. And that was a development over this last week of their practice. So I really want to give them a lot of credit, and they definitely had a great season and deservedly deserve the praise that they've gotten. As far as game one goes, yeah, I mean we're getting like to 10-0 or whatever, and we have the Tristana. We have just a lot of picks that are just going to be able to continue to snowball, like Zach, Alistar, Tristana. So we felt really good, but we knew that this team was not going to lay down. They were going to come back really hard in game two. So we were prepared for that. We did kind of prepare that we were going to have to leave Diana open. So we did kind of have in mind that we would play Galio mid into that. Laning phase was tough. He's a really good Diana player. He's supposed to play champion. So he took me to task there with the Ignite and all that. So well played to him. But at the end of the day, when the 5v5 started, we got Morgana, we got Galio, we got Alistar. We just got a massive team fight that's hard for Nocturne or Diana to do much in. So, and we got the Urgot doing a bunch of damage. So, we were definitely not. We definitely were not overconfident after that game one. I think
they made a big mistake giving Trist up. I think their draft in the first game was a little tough, but we were definitely not overconfident.
Well, I actually want to switch gears a little bit and ask specifically about the Elder Dragon Steel, and I just want to see what was the atmosphere, what were comms like in that particular scenario? Because obviously that was one of the more hype moments of the entire series. So I just want to see, like, was it a little chaotic, or were you guys a lot more relaxed?
Go ahead, Jabal.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it was kind of a bummer. That game ended 13-13 in kills, and so we kind of felt like we had the better scaling comp, and we had a lot of things going our way. And then we saw that they had somebody bot, and we started the Baron maybe a little bit too early there. We should have stopped damaging it, but anyway, we let Nocturne get in there and get that Baron, and it was kind of a bit of a bummer, but I think we recovered from it pretty well. We knew, like, we have confidence in our players, we have confidence in our drafts. We knew getting over to blue side, we had a big advantage, and so one of the benefits of playing on a team with a bunch of full-grown adults is that when stuff like that happens, we usually handle it like full-grown adults. And so we had a discussion about it, what went wrong there, what we needed to change and adapt going into game 4. And we have a lot of faith in Sean to hit his smites. I know he had a rough series, but he has a long history of clutching games up and coming through at the right time, and he does really well in the 50-50 smite fights. And we just keep taking them, and then sure enough, there in the end of the game, game 4, he pulled through. So our mental was pretty good, except for that we're tired and we're old. So that's all.
Now, Jabberwockies, I sense a lot of humility. I sense a lot of of that things I can see out of a team player, a guy who likes to boost his teammates and show a lot of respect to his opponents. But right now, I need you to start feeling yourself, because those first 2 games of the season of the series, where you went so strong, 16-1-8 on Tristana, and then on the Sivir, which took a little bit of time to get moving in game number 2. That was a much more heavily contested game. You were 9-2-5 with 100% kill participation there. You played extremely well, extraordinarily well. Talk to me a little bit about the strategy and the mindset of a Rockport Esports, and enabling you, how it feels to have like a role where the team feels like it's kind of the win con is enabling you early on in the bot lane, and how that balloons into you snowballing your advantages in lane into becoming just a hyper carry at objectives and in team fights. What does it feel like, I guess, to know that your teammates have your back at all times, and that you are maybe not, I guess I want to say the word centerpiece, but how you play is kind of how the team goes. And what does that do? And how does that, I guess, affect you moving forward, and how the team works in these games?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely it's really nice to have the team kind of have my back and be able to consistently pick these scaling comps, weak side top laners, and have Sean living in the bot lane. We always have a 3v2 lane at a minimum, and so pretty much all TPs that are used on our team are used to go to the bot side. We typically play a bot side focused game, and I'm very thankful that the team trusts me to do that. I do of the team, I do play the most League of Legends. And addicted, and I can't get over it. And so I'm able to kind of keep up with the meta, put a lot of reps in, and through that they put some faith in me. But really, like they it's all the work that they do. Like getting the peel every game, getting people to play no fun champions like Morgana mid every game, and then like North Wolf, like he joined the team as the top laner, and we put him on weak side top laners for half the season. And then he transitions to bot lane, and we put him on no fun bot lane supports, and he's embraced that role, and he carries and does everything he needs to do. I know going into game 1, he was like he took it personal that he was considered across the desk to be the weaker support, and he kind of came through with that. So I think we've been playing together for a long time, me, Heat Viper, and Sean Bear, and for the last 3.5 years of playing competitive, we've always kind of played a very similar play style where we carry through the 80 carry role as long as it's meta. We pick tanks, couple forms of engage, and we just do team fights around objectives. And I'm thankful that the team has trusted me to do that, and we've been able to build a pretty good track record playing with that very boring one-dimensional playstyle.
Yeah, and to follow up on the trust that you have from your teammates, someone you might not have had the trust in was our new casters, Necrox and Mac, who've done a wonderful job casting the series and who have quickly changed their opinions on you. Um, who might have made a slight misstep in saying that you were the least, the low, the not favored ADC in this game. Did you feel like you had to prove yourself, or were you just dead set on just knowing that you were the best ADC in the league?
I think being the best ADC in a gold league isn't something that I'm going to put on my resume anyway. It's not exactly, the most pinnacle of my life. So I try not to get too caught up in that. But I actually going into our series, I think I told Steven or Heat Viper that I kind of hope I don't get MVP because it'll put this chip on my shoulder. And we played a series in a different league pretty recently where we're kind of disrespected, and more specifically, I was disrespected as a player. And I went into that series and played one of the best series I played in the last year or so. And so kind of definitely seeing that the casters were split between me and Mashu. And the thing is Mashu's very good. He's a very, very good player. And I think if LeeSin gets more reps with that roster, they're going to be a very high level team and at this level of play. But not getting the respect of like I've worked my butt off all season. The stats show it, the win rates show it, our record shows it, and then that Northwolf was also not getting the recognition. I mean, we went against LeeSin To Your Heart 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, and it was the same bot lane. It was me and Northwolf against Mashu and Izo, and we took it to them pretty hard. And then here we are 3 weeks later, kind of getting the short end of the stick, and kind of having to hear that we're gonna have a hard time matching up against them. So yeah, we definitely went in with a chip on our shoulder, but it worked out really well. We took it personally, and we played well with that.
Yeah, and I think you really showed up this not only that game, but the whole series. I think you really executed really well. But one of the things that really caught my attention was that you guys banned out CK 2020 a lot. I think you put a lot of focus on how he played the game, and I think I'm kind of interested in knowing if you were worried about him as a player or about his specific picks, the Tam Kench obviously, but any other pick that you had in mind that he can do. Maybe you were afraid that he could carry the game like he did with the Jorik or something else.
Yeah, I think he's a really interesting player. He has a lot of different champs that he could play. Like he could play Ornn, he could play Tom Kench, he could play Yorick. So that's like in and of itself like three different style of champions. And like Bill mentioned or Jabo mentioned, we don't really, weak side. We're playing weak side top lane, so we don't want to have our top lane in a matchup to where he's not only is he going to lose in lane, but also like in top lane, like Tom Kench, like he just kind of beats up on every melee top laner. Ornn, as we all saw, is just a freaking broken god. And then Yorick was giving us trouble. So I mean, even with the two bans that we threw at him, he was still finding a way to give us trouble, and he's a good player. And we expected that as much. But yeah, so we definitely tried to target him. Everyone else had. We felt like a few too many champs to ban consistently. So we definitely tried to focus, especially Ornn and Tom Kench, because they just kind of throw off everything that we want to do as a team with objective fights and stuff like that.
So I get the feeling from your response from a couple questions ago that you do better. You perform better when you are the underdog. You perform better when you're disrespected. You use the quote that we heard a lot from The Last Dance from Michael Jordan, and I took that personally. And I 100% feel that. I can understand how you would feel about that. So let me ask you straight up. Would you or would you not prefer us to vote you as the MVP of this series?
Is this for this is for Japo, I'm sure, right?
Yes, for Diamond. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it doesn't matter to me. I mean, I got what I wanted, which was to win a championship with a couple of my best friends and some guys we've been playing league with for a little while. So winning finals MVP or not, if y'all think that I'm the most worthy or Sam or Solaros or Jeff, Sean, doesn't really matter to me personally if I get that or not. My feelings won't be hurt if I lose Finals MVP to one of my teammates. My feelings would be hurt if I lost League MVP to somebody on a different roster. But as far as winning Finals MVP, I'd be more than happy to see one of my teammates get it.
Spoken like a true MVP, gotta say.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, I mean, I would vote for him. He's definitely like you said. He puts a lot of work in. He plays the most out of us. And yeah, I mean, we rely on him. We lean on him to be this, big part of the biggest part of our team. So I mean, in my eyes, he is. So
Okay, well, I think we have all we need to talk about here. I'm not quite sure what the direction is. I think we can go ahead and maybe live vote on MVP, not getting any direction from my producer. So I think the show is all ours right here. Do you want to go left to right, fellas, and go ahead and vote on who we believe should be the MVP of this championship series?
Of the series itself, that's pretty hard, honestly. You guys, it's definitely hard to choose between almost all of the Rockport players, if not all of them. Even if some of you had a little rougher of a series than other players on your team, it's definitely like you guys showed huge control of the series. Even in that loss, you still put up a huge fight, and I just really enjoyed watching all of you guys play. And
thank you, man.
wow, you're welcome. And thank you for pulling out this huge banger of a series. Even though it didn't go to 5 games, it was still probably the best finals that we could have expected, especially with how close the games were. And for me, I'll say the series MVP that at least I think of is Heat Viper.
I feel the same way as Todd, honestly. In both the sentiment that this series was really good to watch and that I think it was the best we could go. There was such a roller coaster of emotions going from the first game that was such a sum into the next games that were so contested. I think this delivered in the way that we thought it could. Maybe not at the start, but after that, I think everyone wanted it to deliver, and it did. And in the sentiment of the MVP, I really think, for me at least, Hit Viper also is the MVP of the series. I think he delivered in every matchup that he went into. He died a couple of times, but I think he played really well. And Yabawakis is close behind. I cannot say he isn't really close to MVP as well.
Yeah, consistency is very key, and honestly, like it's one of the reasons Jabberwockies was given MVP is that no matter what kind of champion you put him on, you could take a bet and reasonably expect that he's going to win his lane and that he's probably going to be the top damage dealer, if not the top 2 for Rockport in any given comp. So I think for that reason, I actually would throw my vote to Jabba.
This was very, very tough. I liked Heat Viper a lot in this series. He played very, very well. Obviously, Jabberwockies is an absolute just destructive force on the map. We saw him in game number 1 where he absolutely smurfed. Saw him in game number 2 on the Sivir, which I didn't really believe in all that much. I was not a big fan of the Sivir. Still am not a big fan of the Sivir as a champion itself, but he did have 100% KP in that game. And even game 4 on the Jinx played extremely well. I have to say, I love the mentality of Sean Bear. Game number 1 on Zach, you heard from the opposing jungler himself. You heard from Steve Tortilla. They did not know what to do with that Zach. We saw him diving left, right, and center. That miraculous dive in the mid lane where he one-shot 2 different champions and was able to get both the tier 1 tower and then turn that to tier 2 and get an objective after that. I think Sean Bear played extraordinarily well. And the mental to absolutely, and I'll say it, I'll be real about it, absolutely feed his brains out in game number 4. Game number 4 was not very impressive on that Rex side. It was a pocket pick. It felt like a pick that was like, if we beat you on this composition, if I beat you on this Rex side, I'm just better. And it wasn't a very strong performance, but to be able to get that steal, to be able to get that last objective, to be able to go ahead and say, my team needs this. My team has played so strongly so far, and it's been enabling me to be able to come to this moment and go ahead and make a move. The one move I can make in a positive manner in this game. His mental stayed strong, and he performed when his team absolutely needed him to. I respect that out of junglers. My mind says that it should be Jabberwockies, and the stats show it too. If you look at KDA, you look at how the games just rotate, and they're all gravitated toward what Jabberwockies does. The team comp, the way they've played this whole season has been centered around Jabberwockies. I have to say that I have the performance from Sean Bear in this series has been so strong. Even the Morgana game when he was the jungler, he was kind of behind a little bit, but was able to come back. I have to say that for me, the way he bounced back from being one of the Giga carries in game number 1 to being very far behind in game number 4, but being able to turn that around and get that steal on Elder. I love a good little turnaround. I love a good comeback story. Sean Bear might be the pick for me in this matchup. But it seems like we have a 2-1 decision here. I believe if only our votes are to be counted, Heat Viper is the Affliction Spring Split MVP of the championship series.
Finals MVP.
Wow.
Sounds like someone deserves a role.
Thank you so much, guys. I mean, yeah, like Jabel said, like we're all be happy to share this with the teammates, but I definitely, I appreciate you guys looking at that and noticing, even if I'm playing Morgana mid or Galio mid, that there's still some value in that, and I appreciate that, guys. Thank you very much.
And there you have it. The spring split has concluded. Rockport Esports, our number 1 seeded team throughout the season. Only one singular series dropped throughout the whole split. A very strong performance throughout the whole playoffs. Comes through here and gets a very clean 3-1 victory over LeeSin To Your Heart. Like they said as well, a very big shout out to LeeSin To Your Heart. They played very well this season as well. The number 2 seed. These guys played extraordinarily well. These guys are very, very great. I want to give also a quick thank you to Excellency for having us on the channel. We have a lot of guys in chat right now, guys. The people who are viewing at home, thank you to you guys for watching. Our producers, Dory K, making sure we're looking very good. He's on the 1 and 2s. We're just talking out here. He's making sure the stream is crisp, going through everything you see on your screen right now. Without Dory, this wouldn't be possible. I want to thank Heat Viper and Jabberwockies for coming through for the interviews. Steve Tortilla for the losers interview. He played very well in this game as well. Thank you to everyone here on the analyst desk, to Necrox, my play-by-play caster, everyone here for making Affliction what it was today. And I want to go ahead and throw it over to the founders. They have a lot to say to you guys right now. Some announcements and whatnot. They are going to be taking over right now. Just one more quick thank you to everyone here for making Affliction what it was this split. Thank you. Without you guys, we wouldn't be here.
It was a banger of a first split, I gotta admit.
It really was. And thank you to Shellatron T, to all the casters we've had all season. We've got a laundry list that have thrown their hat into the ring, recently or not, and I'm blown away by how fantastic this first season has gone.
Yeah. I mean, oh, go ahead, sorry.
Well, being the person who originally decided to throw this idea to you guys, I didn't expect it to get as big as getting a 500 viewer raid on our finals and having so many people watch us just finish off this great series of finals that might not have even happened if I didn't ask the right person.
Yeah, I think that's a high for all of the tournaments, actually. Correct me if I'm wrong.
It's pretty high up there. I don't know what Upsurge was doing when they raided, but thank you so much. Thank you so much. Excellency will surely appreciate it. Granted, the YouTube channel does still exist. We're down to 5 concurrent viewers. Hello to all 5 of you. I'm pretty sure it's the 4 of us and Punch at this point.
Yeah,
what's up, Punch?
I've been watching on YouTube.
Enjoy, enjoy your band from far away, Punch.
Oh no. But no, honestly, I couldn't have pictured this going any better. I remember just how many late nights we kind of spent, especially like in November and December, panicking, trying to get all of it together. Me trying, like, practically dragging teams down to come play here. And honestly, I'd say worth. I wouldn't have traded the last couple months or the last 4 months for anything, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, I think it's I think this was so worth it. I'm just so happy with how everything went, and to be honest, there were some hiccups. Like, obviously I've got my own list of notes that I have to take about what I need to fix for season 2. But luckily you guys did see throughout the stream I did fix it in the in-game stream a couple times. We are powered by Excellency now. You can see us on the Excellency channel. There's a lot more viewers there now. We're still holding on to 167 viewers, so thank all of you for staying up at midnight Eastern Standard Time to actually watch the end of this and watch a bunch of talking heads try not to have an ego about everything.
Yep.
Thank you, Shellatron. Yes, I have to fix everything.
Yeah, we'll start with you, Shellatron.
Oh no.
Thank you for staying up till midnight Esports Standard Time. That's what we'll go by now.
All right, the
EST.
Esports Standard Time.
So I guess we could go over some of the announcements that we could do for next season, or do we want to talk about anything else we are missing left for this season?
My biggest thing is, like, there are a lot of holes in the production. Like, I know you guys keep saying, yeah, it was great, but I honestly think, like, the production teams, the casters, are really knowledgeable. I think Shellatron was incredibly knowledgeable about the league and the players, and it became very, like, ingrained to be able to discuss them as people, not just as champions on the screen. And I think having an entire team like that for both of our leagues next season, oops, spoilers, well, I think having two teams that are well ingrained in the leagues that they cover will really shine. All of you who are watching here on Excellency who have seen Light, Mid, and Heavy League know fully well that Necrox and MacDewey have already been part of teams that know their leagues inside and out. They know the players. They're friends with the players. They'll goof around in chats with their players throughout the week. Shellatron's, again, did a fantastic job with us this season, and he's participating in Light League on Tuesdays this season. So I really want to be part of that, because ever since I've joined Excellency, I've been really envious of the quality that they put out every season.
Yeah, I mean, you're saying that there were gaps in the production, but you being a producer and Ibram as well, definitely was above what I could have ever done, what a lot of people could have done, because I know that you give yourself a lot of flack, and some people complain for no reason on production quality, but these streams are almost as good as, like, LCS quality streams where they get paid a salary rather than $5 a game to stream these games. So you're saying the production quality could have been better, and I think everything could have been better, but instead of just sitting on it, it was a really great production tonight, and all the other productions, even though there were some hiccups. So I'd rather just say good job to you rather than say that you could have fixed everything.
Thanks, guys. I even made this, the thing with the talking head segment. This didn't exist 10 minutes ago. I kind of made this while you guys were interviewing Heat Viper and Javel.
I would like to direct your attention to something I posted in the Twitch chat that's going to be directed towards Mr. Dore K. I'm going to get something sent to his house.
What?
Once I get his address. I'll post it here for you.
Oh yeah, it looks like it's just 3 stars.
It's just a trophy that says Best Producer NA. That was the.
Thanks.
That was the trophy.
But I mean, holy crap! It's such, like, this has been such a community fueled project that it's so hard to come to this at the end and talk about every single person that was involved because the list is too long. Like, yes, Upsurge had that massive raid, but even Papa Ivar, after advising us on how to structure our rule set and what kind of traits you need as league owners and what you need to prioritize, he dropped us a raid with 8 viewers even, and just I don't know, just the amount of people that have helped make this league what it is has been something I couldn't have imagined I could have done it, or with or without a team of people. So I'm super thankful to have you guys and everyone
thank you
in the league.
Yeah. Thank you to the community and everything, just like you said. I don't think in the history of low elo amateur leagues that without having like a huge sponsor, like some like some other leagues that could have like a huge sponsor other than
Well, I
the
guess
two
Cup
guys
wasn't-
sponsoring the entire league. I don't think there has ever been this big of a viewership on a finals, and just this extremely quick just spring into just being as big of a league as we already are. Like, we're by far smaller than a lot of these top organizations that we love and get advice from every day, like Excellency themselves, Risen, Upsurge, a lot of these other amateur leagues that there's so many that I can't even remember them all. But just being able to think that we're slowly becoming a part of them, just as starting this less than half a year ago, is just so insane to think about.
Yeah, it feels a little unreal if I'm being honest.
And it's an ecosystem. We're learning very quickly. It's an ecosystem of people that need to support each other. We're kind of intertwined. I can't tell you. So since Affliction started, I can't tell you how many times I've just signed on for a production gig, shown up, and been like, "Who are my casters? Oh, Shellatron. Okay." Like, or oh, insert other caster I know. Like, the amount of just like intermingling between the leagues really shows how we need to work together to improve the scene, and that's pretty much what we stand for, is improve the player experience and improve the scene, so as much as we can. And show that even though low elo is not the moneymaker, low elo still has a place. Like, all of you want to feel like you're a superstar, even if you don't have the time to be one, even if you don't have the time to grind to challenger. Like, at the end of the day, like, everyone wants to win, everyone wants to compete and play and enjoy the things that bring them that happiness. And honestly, this was it for me. So I'm glad it's over. I need a break.
I think, you guys, I definitely think you two more so, definitely, because I know you guys have been working really hard, and I want to reiterate how much I appreciate having you two and being able to work with you two, and especially with how much you do. I just want to throw that out there. I appreciate you two, and I couldn't have asked for two better people to do this with. Neptune also as well.
Yes, I am here. I am very much hidden away.
I just wanted to make sure to reiterate that Neptune's here.
Yeah, I'm still here. Been a little quiet. Unfortunately, I don't have a camera for tonight, so or else you would see me there too in my, unfortunately, no suit and tie, but, you know, we'll make things work.
It's alright. I was sweating in the suit and tie. I had to switch to the green button up. My dorky.
I'm
IT
sweating
button.
right now.
I'm sweating.
I'm very much sweating right now.
You turn the light on. If you kept the light off, you'd be Shadow Man. You'd be nice and cool.
Yeah, but then you can't see my pretty face. I'm beautiful.
Oh, there he goes into the abyss again. All right.
Oh my god.
But yeah, Neptune, we quickly added you to the leadership team, or I guess not so quickly. Mostly one, because obviously, why would we pay you? Let's just make you a leader instead, so we don't have to pay you. But
Yeah, ha ha ha, very funny for everyone except for me.
No one's getting paid. Just to well, let me rephrase. Everyone except staff is getting paid, and production's getting paid too.
Wait, why is that how it works?
Rockport's
Why is everyone but us getting paid?
And Rockport's
This
getting
doesn't seem
paid.
right.
Listen, we
LeeSin
paid
To
for
Your Heart
production.
and
This is what we got.
Collective Odyssey, they're all getting paid too, Lean.
Yes, those 3 teams and production are getting paid. That's the only people who are getting paid.
I don't like this very much.
Thanks for the
Hey.
shout out, Mac. You got to stay hydrated. Hit the chug jug. If you want to see that, catch Gunjin in what league is Gunjin in? Mac, go ahead and answer that when you get a chance. But yeah, Neptune's been fantastic, and you've stepped up in a way that we didn't expect anybody to step up with. To be completely, oh, you're back in mid league, sweet. But yeah, I don't think anyone. We didn't expect anyone to really step up and just like. Stop distracting me. I'm trying to praise Neptune over here, Lean.
What are you? What are you, like the dog from Up? Like squirrel?
Squirrel. Donation. Yeah. No. But yeah, like nobody asked you to do this. Nobody asked you to tirelessly work on a bot or show up and go above and beyond. Our moderators are fantastic memers. But thanks to this fantastic community, we didn't really have to use them for anything. And realistically, Neptune could have gotten away with just punching in the scores every week, shutting up, and being passable. But he ended up wanting to like go above and beyond, and I don't think there's any number of thank yous or praise or anything that we can give you besides, here, want to be a leader and try to do this with us. Because at the end of the day, that's all I can think of, because I have no money to pay anybody. Please, I'm broke. Please stop. Please stop making series go to 5 games.
Yeah, honestly, you guys are making us broke. Like, at this rate, I'm going to have to start pitching in. We can't have that. I'm already broke. Like, I'm not getting paid.
Your payment is not having to also pay people. It's net zero. You're net zero.
Yeah, we are a net zero corporation here, in which that if you do get paid something, we'll make sure it gets eaten up by something else.
Yeah, I don't like the way this works, but you know.
Believe me too. But anyway, all right.
You guys want to talk about the stuff that's happening in the future now?
Yeah, talking about the break that we need. We'll be taking a break for a couple of months. I think our main operations, we're definitely planning some fun little events in between. We'll start to wind up and resume in about 2 months when we bring on our new season of leagues. Our first league is just
Ruby.
a reiteration of this season, whatever. But we're expanding it to 16 teams. The time is going to change a little bit, I believe. Actually, no, I think it is staying the same. I think we did have 13 weeks this year. I mean, this season, I get this mixed up all the time. But we'll be keeping a Gold 4 to Gold 1 league. We're going to call this our Ruby League. And going along with Excellency's sort of way of naming their events or categorizing them, we're going to call it a light tier league, which is roughly around the Gold 1 level cap. And that, I believe, is starting August 2nd.
That is right. That is what's on the... Sorry, is my screen share not big enough for you? There you go. Have some more screen share. There you go. Have some more screen share.
Oh, that's beautiful. Now I can see it. It's made for ants. Okay.
Thanks to everyone who's willing to pitch in some money, because I'm a broke college student. There will be a slightly smaller prize pool, but still a sizable prize pool, especially for a gold league. It'll be 13 weeks long. We will make sure that it ends before preseason. That's the goal with these leagues, is even though we're starting in August, which is relatively late for a second season, we're not doing a third season, unlike a lot of other organizations, because of how long the seasons are. We will end before preseason, and this will be on Mondays, I believe.
That is
correct.
Right. Mondays starting on August 2nd.
And I also want to point out, you're going to see for everything that's following, that the prize pools are subject to change. I just want to underline 2 things. Number 1, it's never, ever, ever going to go down. You are being told this number because this is a number that we're going to guarantee you, because as you will find out, these have buy-ins. Well, it'll all be ironed out in the rulebooks that we'll release, but I just want to point out that this is the prize pool that we are guaranteeing. That does not mean that is what you are getting. We guaranteed 300 for this season, and it's actually 600 now. So anything could happen, but we will definitely try to increase the size of those prize pools no matter what.
That's absolutely right. And speaking of the increased prize pool, not increased prize pool, the prize pool logistics, we actually have a second league. Watch as this knight changes colors. It's supposed to be black, but I ruined the edit. We've got Lean has been you say it.
Onyx League.
You son of
He's so excited, by the way. Like, if you can't tell he's excited, he's excited.
I'm super duper excited.
I'm so excited.
He's like ecstatic.
Too much?
Commencing on August 6th, we were hoping to have a little overlap. Unfortunately, I don't think light, mid, and heavy will still be going on. They might have a fall split that starts, maybe. But
I believe we will end around when their fall split ends, hopefully.
Oh, so they'll start their fall split probably. So the ultimate goal is you might see that it commences August 6th. That is a Friday. So Excellency's goal is to have their channel stream League of Legends content every single day of the week. Any day of the week. Or not League of Legends content. I guess there's technically Valorant on the weekends, but
who cares?
Hey, rude. The Valorant content's going to be great. Same with the Wild Rift content. Please, I really hope that I don't screw up the Wild Rift content. But we've got Onyx League. It's Plat 4 to Plat 1. Pretty much the same format as the Gold League. We're going to try to keep it as similar as possible, although this league might be the experimental one? The one where we try new stuff? I don't know.
I have to say the formats are not exactly the same. The lengths, with the amount of teams that we're ideally going to get, are the same. They're both 13 weeks, but because there will be 12 teams instead of 16 teams, the playoffs bracket will wind up being a little different, and how the games are actually played in the regular season, like how the groupings of teams are going to end up being, are also different in Onyx, but they're both going to be 13 weeks, and Onyx is going to be our mid-tier league, which is going to end at Plat 1. Rulebooks will all be talked about during the 2-month off time that we have. You may think that we're getting a break, but we're really not.
Yeah.
Well, this is also the time to tell you that we're actually going to best of 2 format, so I hope you guys are ready.
Oh, no.
No, we're not actually doing that.
Throwing shade. Excellency, let us use the Discord. Don't throw the Twitch channel. Don't throw the shade at them.
Oh, wait, what? Oh,
they used the best of 2 format the season that just ended.
Oh, I did not. I 100% did not know that.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Zephyr's just gonna hunt you down. It's okay.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah. Back to our camps. Basically, what we wanted to say is it is a long off season, and there is going to be some experimentation, some changes. But at the end of the day, the 4 of us, assuming Neptune is on board as well, or unless I get blindsided by these guys, the 4 of us are all super excited to keep doing this, and you guys have made us realize that this is absolutely worth it, because seeing sort of the level of enjoyment that you guys get from coming and playing here is more than enough for us to keep going.
Yeah. Thank you for all the support, and I just want to say one more thing about the league, specifically the gold one. We're choosing to do Mondays because of the problems that we ended up running through in this split with Sunday dates, because they turn out to be the worst possible date for anything planned, because we ran into like 5 holidays. And shout outs to you guys who ended up playing on them, specifically like Valentine's Day. I think Easter Sunday was part of this. I think even St. Patrick's Day wound up on us.
It was. We hit every single holiday possible.
Yeah,
and the Super
was
Bowl.
It was so unfortunate for us.
We got the Super Bowl and 3 major holidays. Like, Not the greatest foresight on our part, but I still
We
think
did-
it worked out.
No, we didn't make you cast on Christmas. Our first game was January 24th. Don't you do that. Don't do that.
Charlie, we'll make you cast on Christmas. Don't worry about it.
I'll make you
Come on,
cast on
Shells.
Christmas.
We know you're
Someone
not doing anything
screenshot
for
that and
Valentine's
post it.
Day.
We'll hold them to it.
We live too far away. Obviously, you're not doing anything on Valentine's Day.
Yeah, that's very true.
No. But so yeah, I mean, so the leagues aren't starting till August, right? But we have these really pretty graphics and a lot of, I guess, production experimentation that we're going to be doing. A lot of new things happening, new Discords opening up, new communities to be a part of, and so many new projects that we all want to work on, and so many bots that Neptune wants to make do funny things. So, honestly,
Obviously.
yeah. So honestly, there's going to be stuff going on. We are going to have off-season things. So please stay in the Discord. Join. Make sure you're on our Discord. I probably should have put a link in the Twitch chat at some point because we're on Excellency's channel where all the people are right now.
It's okay. I got it. I'm Dirty Dan.
Too bad I'm Dirty Dan. I did it first.
That's incorrect because I posted it. So.
You actually got deleted. I think Dory has to do it. I will send you a link, Dory, and you have to post it.
It's me, the mod. I have the power. Thank you.
So I saw that Jable said that they were that it was unfortunate that we're moving to Mondays, and I would love to say, oh, we'll move it to Sundays. We'll keep it on Sundays, but realistically, just with all the problems that we ended up running into, it's just better for our mental health and for just the league's health in general to move it onto Mondays, because I'm sure that there were teams that were very surprised with us moving the like specifically Super Bowl, I think it was. The Super Bowl, we decided to let you guys reschedule the games, and that was a little confusing. We literally thought about it and then just decided not to do anything about it until the week of, and obviously that was our fault. But we're looking, at least I'm looking at it, and more holidays happen in the later half of the year than the beginning half of the year, and almost every holiday is on a Sunday for some reason. So I think that it's just impossible to really choose Sundays, even though it was probably one of the reasons why we were able to kick off as well as we did.
Yeah, I mean, it is unfortunate, but at the end of the day, I think that we will be able to bring you guys the best content possible this way.
Don't worry. Instead of being upset now that you lost the game on Sunday and gave up your Sunday night, now you can do it right after you get off work on Monday. No, I'm kidding. But it's gonna be a good time. I genuinely think that going to Mondays will be a little bit more healthy for everyone, and it won't cause as many scheduling mishaps as we had beforehand. So I'm a little excited, and obviously Friday's always fun too.
Yeah, and we get to see Excellency stream Monday through Friday with league content every night, and I'm excited to be a part of it. This was our first stream to the Excellency crowd, and it seemed like you guys enjoyed the games. I hope you guys did enjoy the games.
Yeah,
and I just wanna
our slowly declining number of viewers. Like,
Yeah,
shut up
I
and give
mean-
us more League of Legends.
It's one
it
of
was
the
an
more
insane amount of viewers, but being able to be with Excellency was probably one of the best things that ended up coming from this first season, other than this huge finals and having all the people, the community gather around us. That was probably one of the best things that could have come out of this. And I just want to reiterate to the people who are new here, we are very, very community driven, and we want to include you guys as much as we can. We didn't really do it much during playoffs because of how busy we were, but we tend to do community outreach podcasts every month during the season. We might do one during the off season. It depends on how we're feeling. but we try to invite all the community members to join us, ask us questions. We talk about the rule book, some of the decisions we made, and a lot of the decisions that we do make. We want to have the players of the community speak for their teams, because we know that sometimes rules get made that are a little confusing, especially for people who are not informed to why we make these decisions. So we want to make sure that you guys know exactly what's going on behind closed doors, at least everything that we really can give you. It's not like we're going to tell you how to smurf in our league.
But wait, we're not?
Wait.
Dory, you weren't supposed to release that information, but cough cough, it's totally not like getting like 100% win rates on champions. Like that's the best thing you can do. We promise that if you have 100% win rates on champions over 100 games, we'll let you in. Except for the fact that we won't. So no one clip me on that.
It's so easy to get into a league if you just like, try your best in solo queue and sign up for a league in the elo bracket that you belong in.
Yeah.
It's always fun when people do that.
Make it easy on us. Don't do some nonsense. Make us go through all your op.ggs and hunt you all down. Just sign up for a league you deserve to be in. Don't do any nonsense. Come on, y'all. Make it easy.
Go through your Twitch. Search your summoner name on Twitch to find that you peaked Platinum 1.
Oh, who was that? That was someone.
It doesn't matter at this point. It just happened.
It was
all
me, Dio.
All I'm saying is, I'm not unbanning you. Whoever it is that keeps pinging me to unban them, I'm not doing that. Oh, well, yeah, you're definitely staying banned.
But he's a good boy. I'm kidding. So that being said, I think we've rambled on long enough. Do you guys have anything you want to say to kind of close us out here?
I want to start it off with the sentence that really got the league, I think, started. Fire up Cletus. We're going for round 2.
I honestly thought he was going to say Ram Ranch.
No, I was not going to say Ram Ranch.
Should have been Ram
I do think what you should do is you should end it the same way that it started, with that song.
Yeah.
Do we have the metal version that you sent me? Where is it? We'll definitely play the stream of that.
I'll go find it.
Not on Excellency or not.
On Excellency?
Well,
heck yeah, it's not. Wait,
it doesn't have the lyrics. It doesn't have the lyrics. Remember?
Yeah.
Okay, no lyrics is okay. I think
no
we'll
lyrics
be okay
is fine.
with that.
I'm pretty sure the
Especially
song's also
with
not
what happened on
DMCA
the-
covered, so I think we're good.
By the way, Excellency, I don't approve of this, but I'm being outvoted, so like, don't come hating on me. Go hate on them. I am not affiliated with this in any which way. I'm being overruled by people who are higher ranked than me and also have the boom button, which I'm still requesting.
Sorry, he can have the boom button. We'll just move to X. Wait, just kidding. I'm kidding. Nobody leave the Discord. Nobody leave the Discord. Everyone stay Twitch.
No. Look at me.
Like and subscribe and smash that bell icon and the like button and all the boomer stuff and get keeps to keep your hair and get Ridge Wallet. Sign up for Ridge Wallet using offer code Affliction.
Okay. Sign up for Player One Coffee. Get some.
Who was our first
Player One Coffee? Use offer code
Discount
Excellency.
code Alpha.
Use offer code Excellency Esports to get 5% off your next purchase of Player One Coffee.
Holy crap!
That's the only reason I'm awake right now.
What do you mean?
Okay. Well, we all know that they're all out of this now, and it's a good time to end. We will talk to y'all in their next thing, and I'm closing this out because they aren't incapable of doing so. Right. So, with that being said, have a good rest of your nights, everyone, and we will talk to you soon, hopefully. Yeah, we'll see you later.
Absolutely.
All right, so when's the next game?
Oh, I hate all of you. We're raiding Morpheus. All 140 of you still on the Twitch channel. We're raiding Morpheus. Please watch his stream. It's really good. Bye-bye, and thank you all for watching.